I have been waiting for the show to come back for what feels like decades, ages, millennia. It's been a bit, but we're so back. Hi, I'm Bobby. Welcome to Culture Kitsch. Season 2, Episode 1 of Interview with a Vampire. I have notes. We open with Daniel and Louis conducting the interview as they've been doing for the past week or so. Pausing. Sometimes with this show, I forget present day timeline that we're supposed to be on. I'm not always certain, I guess, how long time is passing in present day, because we are traversing decades, millennia, eons, it feels like, in the flashbacks. Time-wise, I'm not always certain where we are, but I'm rocking and rolling and I'm having a good time. The first scene where we're seeing Claudia, it's not supposed to be beautiful. They're literally in the middle of a war zone, but there's this beautiful piece of Daniel Hart's score that plays when we see Claudia emerge from the hole that they've been sleeping in, pretty much, as they go through these different war checkpoints. And it feels like a real giving flowers moment, and allowing a moment of shine to Delaney, who is stepping into this role in a kind of uncommon-ish way, but to have a moment where we are able to kind of soak in that this is her Claudia now. This is her time, is the point that I'm trying to make. Louis and Claudia are going through these checkpoints, obviously murdering as they go throughout. Claudia is giving Louis the coldest of shoulders. Shoulder, icy shoulder. Deserved, honestly. Because she's still upset with him for essentially placing them in an It Follows situation, with the it being Lestat, because he's coming whether they like it or not. And Claudia is a little bit rightfully pissed about that very fact. Louis, I'm gonna be on your ass in a second, just pause, okay? There's a lot of talk about dreams and sleeping in this episode, which I think gives us the first instance or window into this theme that they're going to be carrying throughout the season of memory, and how memory changes, and memory being a monster that we've seen in a lot of the marketing for the show. And there's a lot of talk about dreams because Claudia writes in her journal that she does not dream. As we get through the episode, we'll realize that that may not be true. So it's got Louis thinking quite a bit about dreaming and what it means to dream and what it means to not dream. And he literally says, would you look forward to sleep, or would you be terrified when day broke? And then that's when Armand butts in and is just or is it the sleep of an infant? Basically kind of assuaging Louis' anxieties when it comes to these things, which also gives me a little bit of a window. I peeped a little bit of a thing with Armand, which is that he is very much so trying to keep Louis calm and at bay, mainly now that he's revealed himself in the most dramatic way possible, from being fake Rashid to being a 500-year-old vampire, the vampire Armand. Now he's kind of a part of the interview, but not really. He's just there, and it feels like a looming parent over a child who's not directly coaching the child to say certain things, but whose sheer presence is influencing what that person is going to say. That's Armand in this interview as of now. But Daniel's not having it, because he keeps they're such two bitter ex-boyfriends to each other, Daniel and Armand, because they just have these small little tit for tat moments. Daniel, every time Armand says anything, so when Armand says, or is it the sleep of an infant, Daniel immediately says, disregard. Disregard, as the vampire Armand is not on the record. That will change, obviously. So we're we're moving forward, and we're getting little glimpses of that dynamic that Armand and Louis have, and I think that they are definitely going to build upon that more as the season goes on. Obviously, something is afoot with Armand. I already knew it in the end of season 1. They're literally being books on a shelf that Louis couldn't get to that contain information, that already in and of itself is a little bit fishy-wishy. And Armand is definitely doing something. I don't know what, but he's doing something. But he is looking good while doing it. So he gets a pass from me. Moving on. One thing that really stuck out to me when they flash back is a quote that Louis says, which is, quote, "Claudia was a thing of little indecision, a manic tour guide," which definitely illuminates the depths of Claudia's anger towards Louis. Like, that one sentence alone, like his reading of Claudia, lets you know that Claudia, remember, as a Virgo woman, Claudia's a Virgo. So honestly, that should tell you kind of everything you need to know about just how upset she is at Louis fumbling their plan. She was so sure of her plan. She thought dozens of steps ahead of everyone, because remember, in the finale of season 1, her plan is temporarily foiled because Lestat mobilized, or I guess Antoinette gave herself a job to do after being turned into a vampire. And she was following Claudia, and she knew that Claudia was buying the like laudanum and arsenic to poison the boys that would eventually poison Lestat. And so he was like, "Oh, I'm ahead of you." And then Claudia was then ahead of him because she knew that Antoinette was following her. So like, Claudia is always, if what feels like 1,000 steps ahead of everyone. And for the one thing to foil her plan being Louis' emotions, she's like, "Oh, I'm done. Like, I'm not having it with you." Rats. Like, Claudia's, she's had it officially. Honestly, it's just another like peg in the board of Claudia just only knowing disappointment by these vampires and only being failed by the people who are not supposed to fail her. Like, I think a lot of people forget the monologue that Claudia gives in episode 4 of season 1 when she's talking about who she was before she became a vampire. So her as a human, and how her family life was like absolutely terrible. She comes into this vampiric family who she serves, as Daniel says, is kind of like a band-aid to like a shitty marriage, and gets nothing but failed in the afterlife as well. Like, Claudia just wants to live life and be supported by the people who are supposed to love her, and in life and death, she has not really gotten that thus far. Even from Louis, who does love her, but he does fail her often. He also reads a passage from her journal directly, so we see it on camera. And again, this is him realizing just how disappointed she is with him, with the quote, quote, "He asked me if we could go home. Home? Is there a more offensive question? Run back to New Orleans? Pry up his bones, why don't you? Louis Dupont du Lac, dead weight." When I tell you I screamed. I screamed at this quote because, oh, she got him. Actually, Louis, you gotta catch that. You have to catch that, because why did she gather you like that? Louis Dupont du Lac, dead weight? You're not coming back from that. We cut back to Dubai with Daniel kind of just wreaking havoc. Like, it's been like noted on Twitter so many times that Daniel is this like kind of he's a sick human who has done nothing but like upend the lives of this like 100 plus and 500-year-old plus vampire, and it takes both of them going at it together in order to take down this like sickly old man who's just like not having it as far as any like sugarcoating or bullshitting, pretty much. And one thing that was so consistent through this episode was Daniel talking to real Rashid, who he calls him. We don't know where Rashid was all this time because Armand was acting as if he was Rashid, and then it was a grand reveal that he's not. Daniel just heckling real Rashid, who's just a guy trying to do his job. Like, he's in servitude to 2 vampires. He's just trying to get by. Like, his shift is done in 30 minutes. Like, he just wants to get off of work and go home. And Daniel is just like, "Ever read Moby Dick, real Rashid?" It's really just a jab at Armand. Again, bitter ex-boyfriends just going back and forth in this episode. It was so... One of the crowning moments of the episode, and I think a moment of note in the episode, was the appearance of Ghost Stat, or Ghost Lestat, or as Jacob Anderson calls him, Dream Stat. So this is a conjuring of Louis' mind, and kind of just this amalgamation of his guilt and his desires and all these things. We get this image of Lestat that he kind of is talking to and is haunted by. Lestat always is haunting the narrative. And what was the biggest thing of note when the scene began was the pan up of Lestat's body as we last saw him dead in the finale of season 1. But when you look at those two images side by side of how Lestat seemingly, I guess, was when he died, and how Dream Stat looks kind of in the same position, he looks monstrous in season 1 finale. But in Louis' mind, as he remembers him still slain, kind of, he looks so angelic and beautiful. Also, just the imagery of Lestat laid out, arms stretched, very much so Jesus imagery. The Catholic guilt is never letting go of Louis. I found he's not letting go of it. He carries it with him just like he carries Lestat. It is never going away. But that was the one thing I was like, oh, Dream Stat looked gorgeous. And I was like, okay, yeah, Louis, of course you would remember your slain boyfriend as more beautiful than he was when you killed him, kind of. Sam Reed says that he mimicked a lot of the mannerisms and dialect of Jacob Anderson in this scene, because he kind of he wanted Dream Stat to be a reflection of Louis that much more. So obviously Dream Stat is living in Louis' consciousness, and the performance of Lestat in that moment definitely mirrors that. So it was very interesting seeing that scene when Louis says I do, and then Sam Reid almost perfectly parrots back I do with the same accent and bass and intonation and all those things. It was just a really, really great acting moment from both Jacob Anderson, who is so convincingly haunted but intrigued by Dream Stat's sheer presence, which he is conjuring. Louis is basically projecting this image of his lost lover, but then also Sam Reed's performance as Dream Stat that has this delicate nature, which tells you that even in his remembering of Lestat, Louis very much so has this very tender image of him, and we see that in Sam Reed's performance of Dream Stat. He's very soft and understanding almost, which doesn't really match the Lestat that we kind of see in season 1. But in his mind, he has this, again, very angelic view of his lover. Even though he knows that Lestat is probably pissed at him, he still has these aspects of his subconscious that are projecting this very quiet and beautiful and a bit earnest image of Lestat, which I thought was very, very interesting in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, that scene kind of ends with Dream Stat being I'm gonna bloody kill you. Understandable. Apparently the original line, which some people were saying played, I think maybe at the premiere and a screening that they did the next day, was that the original line was I'm gonna fucking kill you, which I have noted. Let me see, what did I say in my notes? I said that is way hotter. Why did they change that? Hey, it didn't distract from the line. You get it. Lestat is upset. Dream Stat is upset. Louis knows that Lestat will be upset, but just thought that line was a little bit hotter. Take with a grain of salt. Another line or exchange of note was Lestat kind of poking Dream Stat poking fun at Louis and being like, oh, you killed me, whatever, which is what he did verbatim, I think. And Louis goes to apologize again and says like, I'm sorry. And Dreamstat is like, don't, like, you ruin it with remorse. And, you know, like he says like it was a death of distinction. Like it was a perfect betrayal. Like, so there's a subconscious of Louis that feels like Lestat would secretly be proud of him, I guess, for having the the balls to do it, or the balls to at least be complicit in the plan to try and kill him. I think he thinks that there's a piece of Lestat that maybe not take pity, but be like, you know what? I'm proud of you for trying to do that. Like, that was real brave of you to attempt to do that, which it's crazy that in this moment he's like, you know, maybe what if he's proud of me for like trying to kill him? Which is very much so Louis coded. But I like that playful aspect that was happening in this scene. It was very, very fun. I had a lot of fun with this scene. with this scene. And then of course it ends with, you know, Dreamstat being like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm just waiting for you to be happy, which is there's so many layers to that exchange between them, because to me, an episode with the finale of season 1, Lestat is, I think, genuinely happy in a lot of moments, and maybe just for the entirety of it. Like, he is happy. And I always go back to that balcony scene that Lestat and Louis have before the big party, where you see like a little snapshot, a little glimpse, a sliver, if you will, of this really like earnest look that Lestat gives that feels strangely human, which is so not like him, which I think was just like a very pure look of love, I think, that he had for Louis in that moment, and that they kind of had for each other. And so that happening, and then he gets the murder done to him, kind of. I think that's what made the betrayal all that much bigger to Louis' subconscious reflecting Lestat. And so I think now the reverse is going to happen, where he's like, oh, Lestat's going to show up when I'm at my happiest. Like, that's when he's going to come and take me out. That's when it's going to happen. Like, again, it feels like they're in an It Follows situation where there's this like looming monster that's just following them. And you don't know when he's going to show up. So it just feels like you have to constantly be on the go to get away from him. But he knows that he's never going to get away from him. Hell, Lestat has rent. He's paying rent in Louis' mind. Actually, Louis is paying the rent of Lestat living in his mind, just up here 24/7, 25/8. As we're moving on, Claudia and Louis obviously are hitting these different checkpoints where they have to present papers and things like that. Claudia takes the lead, obviously, because she's killed so many soldiers, and she like forces them to teach her bits of their language, so she kind of can accrue a sense of you know, grammar and jargon that she can use basically to help them make passage through Romania as they're on their search for these old world vampires, which is her MO at this point. Like, she wants to find others. That's her whole motivation. And so at a certain checkpoint, she and Louis they hold out a picture. She holds out a picture and she's like, oh, I'm looking for my mom. And I noticed immediately that they're using a picture of Grace. Louis constantly, he never let go of the shreds of humanity that he still had, even if those shreds of humanity let go of him. So in season 1, basically, Grace kind of kills Louis almost. Like, she basically says like, I have to do this for my family. Like, you basically have to be dead to me. And that is kind of the last bit of his family that he has ties with. But it was so heartbreaking and devastating that even after that, he still carries a picture of Grace. That just got me. I was like, oh. Ow. 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 Interview with the Vampire. Ow. And then we meet Amelia, who is the woman that kind of takes them in pretty much temporarily to where she's, I guess, providing refuge for a lot of other people who have been displaced because of the war happening. And so she kind of defends them against the guards that are trying to trip them up and give them a lot of trouble through. And so they go to the factory where they meet the other people, including I think he's a British like journalist who was left behind, I think he says. But I thought it was very interesting too that in the moment when they walk in, Amelia's like, oh, they're Americans. They have booze and cigarettes, like, basically like they're friends. They come in peace, so to speak. The show never wants you to forget the layer and the lens in which we are viewing this narrative, and how race is one of those lenses. And so when they walk in, I couldn't help, as obviously a Black viewer, I know that look that everyone gave them. It wasn't, I don't think, because like they're Americans, but they come, bearing gifts. Like they were two Black Americans coming in, and everyone was just kind of like, I wouldn't say on their guard, but there was an apprehension in the air that was heavy. And again, it's those moments in the show where race is ever present. It is this like omnipresent thing within the narrative, and it is important to consider that always. Okay? So even just those little moments show how that is affecting their journey into getting to where they're trying to go. They meet other people. Louise sends Claudia off to play with the other kids, which she does not do at all, because at this point she is decades old, clearly. And she's like, I'm not going to play with kids at all. I'm not going to do that. Louis meets, or I guess not really meets, but starts to kind of fraternize with the British reporter guy and also Amelia a little bit more. And they kind of like get into this, a bit of a back and forth. One of the themes in the episode is kind of around, or I guess not really a theme, but a concept or idea that they are really toying around with in this episode is something like war. How does that affect a vampire? And there's this kind of oscillating ambivalence, but also like necessary presence, I guess, with vampires and their views on like things like war that are between humans. And there's a scene between Louis and the guy where he's like, after showing a picture of Grace, and basically like that's their story of like, oh, I'm looking for my wife and all these things, like that's why I was out there. The guy takes it as, oh, he must be like, he asked him like, are you a red? And Louis like, what? Like, and then he calls himself like a magical vodka Negro who's having like the first good night in a while. Like, he's not thinking about any of these things. And the guy is like, you're a Bolshevik. Like, all of these, like, he's asking him, trying to like see if he's like this war defector or something. Like he's asking him questions that Louis, not that he doesn't know what's going on, but couldn't care less, I guess. Like, Louis could not care less about any of these questions and treats it as such. For Louis, who is a vampire, he's like, oh yeah, like, is that it? Like, he's not taking anything that this guy is saying as being all that serious. What prompts this whole moment is Louis remembering like the way that something went down. I think he was saying like, oh, like Amelia wouldn't have said that in front of Claudia, basically meaning like wolves, something worse, like when she's talking about what's going on outside, pretty much. Like he remembers, he at first misremembered it and now has the memory coming back of what actually happened, which was he sent Claudia away and Amelia comes back and they talk about, it's wolves or something worse out in the forest, pretty much. And that's helping him to unlock these memories. He's starting to get pieces of these memories back. And so that builds him with a bit of a rush of feeling of like, I've got to know more. I've got to learn more. Like there's something afoot. I'm missing things. Like, and when you know that you're missing memories and pieces and like you're just wanting to keep doing what you're doing to find more of them. And that's where Louis is at this point. And his little Pookie Bear baby boo Armand is not having it. He's like, as Louis is remembering these things and getting exhilarated by the feeling of remembering, Armand wants to shut it down. Again, like Louis getting a little bit too riled up. And so to keep him at bay, again, Armand's like, maybe we should take a break. And Louis is like, no, I want to keep going. And that pisses Armand off and he like storms off in a huff. And when Armand leaves, Louis, I think, kind of snaps out of his exhilaration of finding more memories. And he follows Armand with his eyes out of the room and looks just like a guilty child. Like he looks a little bit scared about Armand's reaction or his impending reaction, I guess, to his insubordination a little bit, like to him being like, no, I want to keep going, and Armand being like, oh, well, you should take a break. Fascinating development there. Claudia is now in the woods. She meets the other children very briefly and they're singing this song about like Anna, and I basically, it's like something in the woods. It's like a nursery rhyme type of thing. And they are like, they have this game where there's like this hole in the wall and whoever can go the farthest, I guess, in the woods, like wins the game. Then this child comes up and I can't tell if he's trying to touch her skin or what, but Claudia just shoves the hell out of this kid. She shoved the hell out of this kid and just went through that hole again. And that just shows, like, in that moment, you could just tell that while she may have looked like the other children, she is, again, a decades-old woman trapped in this child body. She just pushed him away, like, out of her way. And I just thought, again, Claudia has so many little moments that just further illuminate that this show, when it wants to be, is a really great comedy. Because why did she push that boy like that? I don't know, but she did. Then she meets the zombie vampire. And this now reminded me of where we are in the book. Because if you've seen the movie Interview with a Vampire, essentially all of the events that are happening in this episode of the show are not seen at all. They leave New Orleans after killing Lestat and then we jump straight into Paris. But I thought it was pretty gutsy of this show to depict this particular part of the book, because no shade, this particular part of the book is a bit dry. It is a bit boring. It's like a little bit, it's just not all that compelling of a part of the story. And so I thought it was pretty, like, could be risky, I guess, to depict this particular part of the book on screen, because there is a lot, but not a lot that happens. And it is location wise, it's desolate. It's like, I think Louis describes it as monochromatic. Like, it is cold and dreary and it just feels like the dregs. Like, it is, you're slogging through it a little bit. So this is the moment where I thought, like, okay, I know where we are in the book now. Because Claudia meets this like zombie vampire thing, and he is just chomping down on these soldiers who were trying to lure the vampire in, I guess, to kill him, but that didn't happen, so they got maimed. But she is almost like trying to make a friend, because she can tell that this vampire looks a little old as hell, and she's like, look, like, this is how you do it, like, this is how you like drink blood. And the guy, like, this is a vampire that is like basically post-verbal, like, you're not really getting a combo. You're not really getting a little, you know, hi, how are you, my name is situation out of this particular type of vampire. Where she tries and she's like, she feels that feeling of like, I knew I was right. Like, Louis was doubting me this entire time, but I knew I was right. But then we cut to Louis and Claudia essentially getting ready to sleep in this factory where they have to like rip up the floorboards and like metal and do all this stuff. And so this gets to when Claudia and Louis have their first kind of extended conversation. At this point in the episode, I think the thrill of the hunt of trying to find other vampires has kind of relinquished the spell of the cold shoulder that she's been giving to Louis. And she's telling him like, I knew it. I told you there are other things, like there are other beings like us out here. I've seen it. Like I've seen it with my own eyes. And he's like, oh, like, you're basically like, you're full of it. Like there's no way, all these things. And this is when it gets particularly interesting between the two of them. There's a lot of really great lines in this scene, mainly Claudia to Louis Dupont du Lac dead weight, that are hilarious. The vampires don't matter to you, but if he can't take you ballroom dancing and tell you you're pretty, to hell with him. Is that right? Like she basically saying like, you don't care about these vampires because you can't like fuck them pretty much. Again, Louis Dupont du Lac, dead weight, catch it. She threw it, you gotta catch it, because that's so true. She's like, oh, you don't care about any vampire that's not one that you love or are in love with and would be in love with you. Like, you don't really care about the species beyond the ones that you have these romantic connections with. He talks right through that point. But it's so true. And then right after that, she says, I forgave you for messing up my plan. I don't forgive you for bringing him with you, him being Lestat. And Louis, tries to deny that he's carrying Lestat with him, but Claudia knows like what he's carrying with him, basically, because then she says, you slow us down. Your guilt over killing Lestat and all of these feelings that you're harboring for him, you're slowing us down from our mission to find more people like us. And Louis really has to sit with that, because that's very true. Like I said, like all of these feelings that he has, and we've already now seen his interactions with the embodiment of these manifestations and desires and guilt, more importantly, that Louis has over killing Lestat. We see it now. It's fully haunting him, but he wants to act like, oh, like, no, I'm fine. I'm so chill. In fact, like, I am not haunted by any narrative, let alone one of my hot and sexy dead boyfriend. And reader, he was not okay. And Claudia's calling him out, rightfully so. She says, change the subject when the truth blinds you, period. And then Louis kind of lauds back a very interesting point of like, what are you going to ask him if you could talk? Like the zombie vampire. Like, what are you going to ask him if you could talk? Like, who made you? Who made the one who made you? Like, we're trying to find, he says, like, what are we looking for here, Claudia? Adam and Eve of the damned. And it's so funny that eventually we will meet the queen of the damned. And it can't be soon enough. But it's just one of the tragedies of a character like Claudia, because like, yes, she wants to find out like why are we, like, where did all of this come from? Like, who is the mother or father of all vampires? What are we looking for here? Adam and Eve did the damn? Well, yes. Give it a few decades and Lestat is going to answer that question in vivid detail. And then he gets into like God, like, God, are we looking for God, Claudia? And kind of says it a bit condescendingly. But it's so funny because Louis and Claudia are alike in that they are seeking salvation. And I don't mean that necessarily in a one-to-one religious sense, but Claudia and Louis seek salvation and want to be, I think, saved, I guess. We see Louis do it with him glomming onto any vampire that is hot and looks at him within a 5-mile radius. And Claudia seeks it in both companionship and knowing that she can't really have it, but also just like this journey of knowledge that she wants, that she feels like it's being gatekept from her. Like they both kind of want the same things, but it's funny that Louis acts like he doesn't, when they're very alike in that way. Like they both believe in something higher than themselves that may not be God, just an entity that is there to protect them without restriction. Essentially, that's what they're both seeking. And Claudia is much more out in front with it, whereas Louis, I think, tends to run away from that being something that he well and truly desires. And then she kind of wraps it all up with like, I've met 4 vampires in my life and you're all the worst. And we kind of get the mission statement of this thing. She just wants to find a good vampire out there and find more good in vampires. They can't all be this, is pretty much what she's saying. And again, she gives, like, she throws at Louis to kind of sit with. He does have to reckon with that. Yes, he was a part of Claudia's creation and the whole reason why she has to deal with this in the first place. And she's right. All the vampires that she's met have been the worst in their own special ways, Louis included. And he has to sit with that. He's got to eat that. He absolutely has to eat that. But then we get a transition into one of Jacob Anderson's future award-winning performances in this episode, which is him talking about how he sees Claudia dreaming. And she wrote down that she didn't dream. So that means that maybe not everything that she's saying is exactly how it happened. Like maybe she said it to assuage his fears, because he said that he doesn't really like dream. But she did dream. Like she does dream. He's watching her sleep and he is reminded of like, she was dreaming, even though she said in her journal that she didn't. And so then they show kind of a flashback of all of his memories that I think they're potentially going to be revisiting as the episode, or not episode, but the season goes on, which is the famous, like, was it raining Louis scene, the scene in episode 5 where Lestat drops him from the sky, and then the scene in the finale where he's having a fight with Claudia over whether to burn Lestat's body or not. Like these are glimpses of memories that Louis may or may not have access to, that he can now have access to. They're like, it's very much so like Celine Dion, it's all coming back to me now. Like that's what Louis is feeling in this moment, and he gets overwhelmed with emotion because he says something to the effect of like, there's like things surfacing from the water, like they're coming to the surface. Like I feel like I'm accessing things that I just didn't know that I didn't have access to for the year, like decades and years and hours and months. Like he's like, it's all coming back to me now. Like it really, like that is the song of this episode. It's all coming back to me now. Word to Celine Dion. And he has this really compelling moment of just raw emotion where we see that little like vampire tear, little blood tear, where he's just sobbing. He's just like, thank you for helping me find these memories. And it's not funny because Louis is legitimately feeling so grateful to be able to now be on this journey of accessing memories that he didn't know that he had lost. But Daniel is like very much so, he seems like he doesn't know how to respond to this type of emotion. And he just says, you want to take that break now? But it was a really just gorgeous monologue from Jacob Anderson. Again, a lot of people have been comparing it to the confessional monologue from episode 1 of season 1. That's still my favorite acting performance of recent memory. I don't know if this scene is quite on that level, but it is incredibly good. It's incredibly good. So good. Phenomenal performance, just phenomenal scene altogether. And just absolutely hilarious interference from Daniel just not really knowing how to handle an excess of emotions in that way. He's like trying to be the hardened, journalist and investigator, and then he wasn't expecting to basically become the Dr. Phil of the situation. He's like, oh, too much emotion, no thanks. But he's so incredibly thankful to Daniel, because Daniel's prodding is what is conjuring these emotions to come back. Because the one that I remember is like Daniel's the one who to ask, like, oh, was it raining, Louis? And that's when Louis kind of playing with his like internal like head playback of what's happening. And same thing happens in the finale, where Daniel kind of goes on this tirade of like, Claudia wanted to burn Lestat's body to finish it, and you didn't. You knew that sending him to the dump, he could feast on rats and live, and you didn't want to do that. Like, you didn't want to kill him. Like, this is your fault. And that's when Louis like running away from him and doesn't want to hear it. And that's when Armand comes in again to calm Louis, because these memories are coming back. And I don't know from a literal like production sense if what we saw are the memories that Louis has had suppressed or has suppressed himself that happened, or are they misrememberings? Like, we don't really know what these things are necessarily, but we know that he is troubled by remembering the events in that way. So that's when you see those scenes, like we see Lestat being killed, but we see the scenes spliced together of Louis fighting with Claudia over the need to burn the body, Louis crying, like screaming in agony and pain over having killed his lover, like all of these things like he doesn't want to reckon with. But now they're coming back to him. He's having to reckon with them, and I think he welcomes that. What is Armand's involvement in this moment? What is Armand's involvement in the potential suppressing of Louis' memories? He did something. So hopping back into the past, we get Amelia. She's now been attacked by one of the zombie vampire things, and they are trying to figure out like, oh, like how do we, kill her? Like, oh, should we shoot her? Like, no, we have to cut off her head. And like the British reporter guy like doesn't want that to happen. They're like, no, like we can save her. Like, Louis, help me. And Louis and Claudia are just kind of looking at all of this unfolding. And Louis says the line, quote, "Human affairs, death, and how to avoid it. Their problem. Our concern is in the woods." And again, that shows that ambivalence to the theater of war that's happening around them. Like, the petty human squabbles of war and conflict have nothing to do with vampires. But then, as we see, it does have something to do with them, because they need humans for sustenance. They need humans to live. Claudia finally convinces Louis that yes, something is out in the woods, and they go and look for it. And that's when the creature finally shows up, and Claudia's like, see, told you. And Louis is like, and she's like, it's a vampire. And he's like, I'm a vampire. That is a fucking catfish with teeth. And that's when he's just like, ugh, like, I don't know about that. Like, he's very much so like, Claudia is intrigued and like not at all put off by this zombie vampire's appearance, and Louis is very much so like disgusted, like fully disgusted by the presence of this creature. Claudia's like still trying to communicate with the creature and be like, you and us, like we're the same. And Louis is like, like I am not the same thing as whatever that is. And then eventually they're attacked by the zombie vampire, and then another vampire who looks a little bit more an old world vampire essentially, and Claudia, they get into a tussle because the zombie vampire attacks Louis, and so Claudia then jumps on his back and rips out his eyes, as you do, and then because of that, the old world vampire is like, you killed, like you took the eyes of a child, like it was just a child, like a child, not an actual child, but like in vampire years, like a very young vampire that had just been turned. And so then she kills the zombie vampire because she was like, how will he hunt with no eyes? Which is a valid question, I suppose. Then she goes off to her little cottage, and Louis and Claudia follow her, and this is when they now are able to communicate with the vampire that's an old world vampire for the first time. She says at a certain point, because she tries turning a soldier who she kind of killed or whatever, she tries giving the soldier her own blood to try and turn him. And it's not working. Like, he's gurgling. Like, it's not at all really like we see with Louis being turned or Claudia being turned. Like, the process is very, very different. Like, this soldier is not really taking to the blood, which is ultimately what is causing the creation of these zombie vampire things that are rummaging through the forest, which are her children. And she says, that's when Louis is just like, the blood is bad here. It's not good here. It's affecting our quality of life, essentially. And she says something to the effect of like, another one like a burnt tray of bread. Like, she's tried with so many of these people to turn them, and it's just not working out. And I put like, these old world vampires have died another death, a far more gruesome one. They fed on the blood of the living dead, essentially. And because of that, they've lived a miserable existence as vampires because of the humans. Further kind of highlights this very tenuous connection between humans and vampires, and it shows that it's not so black and white, which is kind of what I've been talking about, where it's kind of like, we care and we don't care. In many ways, human affairs have nothing to do with vampires. Squabbles that they see, like wars, don't really affect vampires because they've been around forever, so they've seen hundreds of thousands of human conflicts and wars and things like that crop up, and they all tend to start over the same things: land, oil, food, money. So to vampires, it's like, oh, I've seen it before. Like, it's like a rerun. It's like, okay, I know what this is. Like, it really doesn't matter to me all that much. But these vampires do need humans to live. And these humans are impacted by these conflicts that, if they're not eating because there's no food, they're not going to live and have a good quality of life and any real health. And so that impacts the vampires who are feeding on them. It's very much so like Circle of Life coded. Like, we are all connected in the great circle of life, word to Mufasa. But that's essentially what's going on here. And another example is like a food desert, which we see in many places across the United States and around the world, where you have these centers of living areas where people are staying that are basically completely inaccessible to foods that provide any real nourishment. So when you have just only access to processed foods and everything, that affects greatly your health and quality of life. Essentially, these vampires are in a blood desert. Like, there's not really much good blood for them to feast on, which is ultimately impacting their quality of life. It's the same thing. So human affairs and why wars start may not impact vampires, but the human condition of things like war directly impact vampires, and we see it with the old world vampires. So then, obviously, the conversation ends where Claudia and Louis think that this old world vampire is going to go back with them and get stronger again. And she says as much like, I'm going to get stronger and I'm going to tell you my story. And then she ends her line of dialogue and just basically it's just like, we own nothing. Basically, like, this vampire shit is for the birds. And she throws herself into the fire, thus kind of ending this lineage of old world vampires at least in this region. And Claudia is obviously devastated. She's devastated by this because she had done so much and had so much faith and believed so hard that she could find another, and she did, and she's gone. Claudia, you suffered more than most, and my heart goes out to you, niece. It really does. All she does is look beautiful and suffer, and I don't like that. Louis and Armand, and they're having a conversation in their bedroom. Obviously, very interesting mise en scène that we see, because their bedroom the wall lined with bars. Now, what could we assume by that? Somebody's imprisoned, mental prison up there. By who? From who to who? We could assume Armand is from Louis, but the imagery of the bars in their bedroom are speaking very loudly to what's going on within this dynamic. And it's literally, this scene literally has Louis asking Armand to see the pages from Claudia's journal that they took out. Now we could assume maybe who was like, oh, we should take out these pages from this journal, because Armand says, well, my name is in some of those pages. And Louis kind of just blows through that point. It's just like, yeah, that's great. But like, I need to see what I don't have access to memory wise. Like, what am I missing? And he's having to ask his partner in order to have like access to these pages. And Armand is just like, we agree that you wouldn't see the pages again and things like that. And, then they very quickly get off the conversation of looking at the pages to going to what Daniel is doing, in that he's taking control of this interview. Louis losing control of it. And so eventually the two decide, in order to combat Daniel's prodding, which I think secretly the ulterior motive for Armand is that Daniel's prodding is penetrating Louis' memory and allowing him to remember things, and that he does not want that to happen. For what reason, we don't know yet, but he doesn't want that to happen for one reason or another. And so he then is just like, you know what? We can find that bumbling boy from San Francisco that we met all those years ago, who didn't even know the gravity of the story that he was hearing. Like, we can get that boy again, because this, old journalist who is putting his nose where it doesn't belong, that's not going to work. That's not going to work for us. And so ultimately they decide to have Armand finally go on the record when the next day, when Daniel comes back to continue the interview. And it's just very funny that in that moment they come out to meet Daniel the next day, and they're like holding hands, and they're just so like, we're in love coded. Like, they're just so like, oh my God, like, this is my boyfriend, and we've been dating for 2 weeks and we're in love, even though they've been together for 70 years, but still. That's just the look of them walking out together, holding hands, and like sitting so close together on the couch and everything. They're such teenagers with each other. They begin to start back up the interview, and Louise basically talking about how now Claudia and himself, they've hitched a ride heading into Paris. And Armand tries to begin to speak during the interview. And Daniel is just like, oh, we're going to get to you. We'll get to you, but zip it for right now. And I think that, to me, I'm not going to say what the showrunners and creators had to say or not, but it felt like a direct creators of the show to the audience, mainly to the people who have read the book and who are very aware of Armand's character in a way that the regular person watching the TV show may not. Because again, for the people who have read the books, you have to remember that someone who's watching the show, who really maybe only may know Armand's character through the extent of the movie, they don't really know as much about book Armand. So there's a lot of details with book Armand that we haven't seen depicted on screen ever yet. So it felt like in that moment with Daniel being like, we'll get to you, is almost like the show saying directly to fans of the book, like, hey, we'll get to him, but you gotta rock with us until we get there. Like, you gotta have to be a bit patient. Like, don't jump the gun, which I think is a very interesting thing that the show, to me, has done, which is basically to say to people who are fans, like, hey, we are honoring the source material. We are honoring what this story is and its characters, but we're also doing something different because the book is a book, but this show is a TV show. It's a completely different medium, and they're not doing a one-to-one adaptation for television. They're telling their own story that fits within the medium of television, which means that, you know, you got some time to depict things, and they're making these very purposeful changes. And so they're asking, I think, those who are fans of the franchise to remember that. Like, it may not be a one-to-one. This may not be the Armand that you know, or maybe the Armand that you know. We don't know just yet, but I think that moment of Daniel just being like, we'll get to you, was the show's moment of like, hold your horses, guys. Like, we will get there. Just trust us. I'm not to say that I'm like this huge, like I've read all the books, because I'm still going through the process of reading them, but I think just what I've seen with the discourse around season 1, which was, I think at certain points it was fans of the book versus fans of the show, and kind of this contention that was happening. Whereas I think just as long as we understand that this is a show made for the medium of television, and at the end of the day is a television show, not a one-to-one adaptation of the books, I think you enjoy it a whole lot more when you have that in mind. But what do I know? So then that lands us in the final scene of the episode, where we hit Jacob Anderson's second future award-winning performance, where he's talking to Claudia, who is obviously incredibly hurt by this development that she's seen with this old world vampire basically eliminating herself from this world, and she feels this sense of loneliness. Like, she thought in finding her she wouldn't feel so alone, but she does, because she knows that Louis will always have companionship in a way that she won't really ever experience, because of her being a woman trapped in a child's body. That eliminates her from experiencing companionship in the same way that he can. So this is just further illuminating Claudia's loneliness. Like, she's incredibly lonely. She has no one who I think gets her in the way that Louis might have had someone who got him. And so this is when he's like, you know, hard words and soft words, which is the most Southern way of saying, like, we're going to have a difficult conversation. Hard words, soft words, hard words. And that's when he goes in and is just like, you know, quit feeling sorry for yourself. Like, our life is shit. Like, it's going to be shit. Like, all these things. And I was like, oh, it's real rich coming from the queen of I feel sorry for myself sometimes, Louis, to tell her, oh, don't feel sorry for yourself. Why, pray tell, would she feel sorry for herself? Is it because she is now basically on the run from the vampire who was abusive to her and abusive to you, who she was trying to protect you from, but you foiled her plans? Louis, was it perhaps the, you know, just continued real just trust of everyone and just completely going against the plans streak that you like to have, Louis? Is it the fact that you were the reason why she is now a vampire riddled with these problems for decades on, forever, essentially? Is that the reason why she may be feeling a little bit sorry for herself, Louis? Like, why is it a shock to you why that she might feel a little bit down in the dumps about herself and her situation? I was like, oh, it's a real rich coming from you, Louis Dupont du Lac, dead weight. Don't piss me off. He then gets into the soft words, which he says something so poignant and beautiful, which was, you know, if you were the only vampire in the world, it would be enough. And, you know, as long as you walk the earth, I'll never meet the fire. Basically being like, I'm never going to get to that point where I don't want to be around and want to be with you. Like, he's promising his companionship to her, as her kind of only real family left. Like, he's promising, like, I'm going to be there for you. I'm not going to fail you. Like, I'm going to be there. And she is trusting it, I think, and I think that's what she needed to hear in that moment. But in that moment, when he says, if you were the only vampire on earth, it would be enough for me, we see her And then we see the camera pan towards Dreamstat, who is also in the truck with them. And it begs the question. It begs the question of who was he talking to in that moment? And it shows that Louis is such a character of absolution. He is such a character of it is this or that. He can't hold space for it being enough for Claudia and Lestat. There's kind of this like feeling where he has to choose. And the problem that he has with Claudia is that he's never been able to hold space for her too. It's always been this or that. And ultimately that is what caused the foiling of her plan, was him not being able to hold space for her as well. And that's where we end up with everything happening in the way that it was. The pan to Dreamstat, I was just like, this show's trying to kill me. Because you really are just like, who's Louis talking to in that moment? And then he goes into this you and me and you and me. And again, it feels more and more with every me and you and me that he says, it becomes almost like he's convincing himself. Like it's me and Claudia and me and Claudia. But you can feel that his mind is interrupting him with like me and Lestat and me and Lestat. Like there's always going to be this dance between him and Lestat and him and Claudia, like of who will be enough for him. And I think he knows. I think a piece of him knows that it's always going to be Lestat. And I think a piece of Claudia knows that as well. And that is what makes it just heartbreaking. It makes it so heartbreaking. And then things kind of wrap up with this look that Dreamstat gives to Claudia, which again, Dreamstat is a conjuring of Louis' subconscious. And I think he feels, and someone on Twitter said it so beautifully, which is something to the effect of like his conscious projection of Lestat still has Lestat maybe feeling not angry totally with Claudia, but fully angry with him. Like I think he would maybe take pity on Claudia. In his mind, Louis may think that Lestat may take pity on Claudia, may not be upset with her, but will be upset with him. And maybe this is Louis' subconscious wanting to not have Lestat be vengeful towards Claudia, but rather be vengeful towards him. And again, this is this absolution idea of like, you know, this or that, black or white, you know, up or down type of thing, where he's like, maybe this is like, it would be a better situation if he was more upset with me than upset with Claudia. Like, this is how I can protect her after I failed her. Like, his anger should be directed at me, like not her. And again, it adds all of those layers, those beautiful layers. And if you know where we're heading, it makes those lines that much more compelling. And it just was painful. That's the word I'm looking for. Painful is what it was. And that ends the episode. So ultimately, I think the episode was great. I will say, upon a first watch, I was a little bit not disappointed, because the show still operates on a level of excellence that most shows don't even dream of being real. But it was hard not to, on the first watch, compare the season opener of this season and last season's opener, which was the pilot, which I hold up is a show. It's a show that has a perfect pilot to me. And I'm going to talk about that at a certain point, don't you worry. But this premiere wasn't quite that, obviously. Like the purposes are different, and the setup is different, and all these factors are affecting that. But then as I kind of sat and chewed on it and talked with other people, I was like, I know what this episode is. It functions more like a special episode to me versus a season premiere. And what I mean by special episode is like an episode that airs between two seasons that is like maybe the midpoint between like 6 months after the season finale of one season and 6 months before the premiere of that next season, like a standalone episode, an episode that kind of can stand on its own, kind of like a bottle episode, where there are conflicts that are introduced and resolved in one episode, but there are themes that are then carried into the next season. That's what this episode felt like to me. It felt like a special episode that was meant to address Claudia and Louise' kind of strife that happened post episode 7 or 8 in season 1. So it's basically the fallout of that with each other, but then also just setting us up for where we're headed with Paris. Because location wise, obviously Paris and New Orleans have a lot more in common than Romania and New Orleans do. Louise says it, but Paris is the mother of New Orleans. So there's going to be this similar but different feeling when they finally get into the intricacies that Paris has to offer. And with them, obviously, eventually meeting the other vampires in the theater troupe and things like that. But Romania was this different location where you kind of had to be, again, I was like, it's the dregs, you're just dragged down. And it's just this heavy and cold and kind of sad and melancholy feeling. But I think it was necessary to kind of get us ready for where we were heading with season 2. So I almost see season 2, episode 2 as being the premiere of, because they will have been in Paris and of really getting into the events that are going to happen in Paris. But this felt like a special episode. And I don't mean that like special episode derogatory. I mean that special episode complimentary. It was kind of its own thing, like a bit of a bottle episode, but never a filler episode. It's not just like something that was the like something that happens before they get to Paris. Like this idea of it being an episode that has purpose and that it addresses these things that are happening between Claudia and Louis that need to be out and that need to be talked about. And they talk about it in the little talkback thing that happens after the episode, where they said that the intention early on was to do all of the events of the book in season 1, and there was always going to be either an episode or a moment where it was post New Orleans, pre Paris, where they are, which happens in the book, where Claudia and Louis are, traversing through these different cold landscapes. And so obviously there was always going to be what essentially this episode is, which I think is called A Moment of Upheaval by one of the producers for Claudia and Louis. So this episode, on the first watch, I was like, oh, this doesn't feel like a season premiere. But then on the second watch, when I looked at it through the lens of it being that kind of special episode, its own thing, it has its own things that it's addressing, its own problems, its own conflicts, its own resolutions, and themes that it wants to introduce that will carry into the rest of the season. I was like, there it is. That's the way that I had to look at it. And I think, again, it was gutsy. It was ballsy to do that with how like lush and vibrant the pilot of the show is, against this, which is not that at all. It was incredibly gutsy, but I think where it sets us up will only work in the show's favor to me. For all intents and purposes, the season premiere was fantastic, and I am so excited for the rest of the season. I'm so excited. This entire episode, I just was thinking, like, matter of fact, where's everybody from? You know what I'm saying? Like, it was real equal opportunity horniness kind of ruminating around the space, and it just let me know that, like, we're back. I am Bobby. Welcome to Culture Kitsch. Season 2, episode 2 of Interview with a Vampire. We are now in gay Paris, and it's a big emphasis on the gay. But we're finally in Paris, y'all, and you can tell because the skyline is different. I think in episode 1, it reflected the skyline of like a war-torn Romania, because you could see like a little like explosion in the beginning. But now we're in Paris, and you see the skyline of Paris at the top and Dubai at the bottom, which they've done pretty much since season 1. We're off in full swing with feeling like we are in 1940s Paris. Like the entire theme of this episode just gave me noir, like jazzy. Like Daniel Hart, you went off king in the score for this episode. Like it was so jazzy and upbeat and fun, and it's just such a stark difference from where we were last week, which was the 9th ring of hell, I think. And so now this is like a different ring of hell, but like a little bit more fun. I already love it. I'm like Claudia, I love it here. I never want to leave. Like we'll get there, but I love it here. We're opening up, like this noir feel is heavy, and we get now Armand has joined the interview. So basically it's him and Louis finishing each other's sandwiches. Word to Frozen. No, but they're just finishing each other's sentences, kind of explaining what life was like for Louis and Claudia in the very early days of them being in Paris. Louis says that he felt something close to happiness in Paris, which makes sense. I think Louis, anywhere where he is either in New Orleans or something adjacent to New Orleans, so he calls Paris the mother of New Orleans, so it makes sense. That's when he's at his happiest, or at least he attempts happiness in one way or another. So we open up and Claudia and Louis are on this statue, and it's absolutely gorgeous. First of all, production design, insane. Marla Parashloop, you will always be famous because the production design is nuts. It's literally insane. It's just so good. But it really doesn't matter all that much what Claudia and Louis are talking about at this point. It just matters that they seem to be a semblance of happy. And honestly, that is as much as we can ask for them. It just felt like I didn't love when they were just in this kind of Cold War between themselves. Now they're talking, and that matters most to me. And you know what, guys? Let's clap it up, okay? We're gonna clap it up. That's a win. That's a win. That is a win. I saw one or two of them attempt a smile a couple times. That's a win. That's a win. Claudia and Louis have been in Paris for a couple of months, and they kind of touch on very lightly this difference in, I guess, American vampire culture and Parisian vampire culture, in that it's a problem that Claudia and Louis don't make themselves known to the coven that is in the Théâtre des Vampires. They don't like that. Like the Paris vampire, the French vampires don't like that. And Armand, because he's kind of jumping in with little asides as Louis is talking, he says as much. He's just like, oh, like you didn't say anything to us for all of these months. And even like when Claudia and Louis are talking, they do like a pan out to two vampires who are kind of like following them and listening to them. And they just say like, oh, gauche, like basically being like, you haven't made yourselves known to us. Like that's so gauche. But then you think about it, like American vampire culture as we know it in this context doesn't really exist. It's just at that point, Claudia, Louis, and like at a certain point Lestat, like to them they were the only known vampires to each other. And then of course Claudia meets that piece of shit, and that was like the fourth one. But other than that, there's no like coven in America. So that idea, like that cultural cue of basically introducing yourself to a coven of vampires, Claudia and Louis don't really do that. And it's just like a fun little like cultural difference thing. It very much so is like they're treated very much so like tourists, and they are doing the thing of like Claudia is very much the person who's visiting Europe that doesn't want to seem like they're visiting Europe. Like they want to seem like, oh, like I've been here before. Like this is like I come here often. Like I'm not a tourist. Whereas Louis is like wearing a little scarf and getting a little baguette and everything. He wants to be a tourist. I think he just is a tourist. And Jacob Anderson says in like the talk back at the end of the episode, like Louis isn't trying to be an American tourist. He just is. Like, he's got his little camera out. He has his little scarf on. Like, this is, like, he's someone who, if they were going to Paris, first thing in the suitcase, beret. First thing in the suitcase is a beret and like a black and white striped shirt. Like, that's that's Louis. So that's a very fun little like dichotomy between Claudia and Louis' approach to being in Paris for the first time, which is it's very cute. It's very cute on Louis' part. I wrote down Armand and Louis are in love. It's so different from the first episode where there was kind of this like, there was this friction between them. Like, you could tell that they do love each other. They do love each other and they are affectionate towards each other, but there is a bit of like, it's a little bit of a sandpaper friction dynamic happening here. But in this episode, now that Armand has joined the interview formally, like he's on the record formally, they are locked in. They're like a united front. Like, they are like honeymooners almost. And like, in the grand scheme of a vampire dynamic, 77 years may kind of feel like a drop in the bucket. Like, it's long enough to be in like, they're like newlyweds. Like, they've been together for a considerable amount of time, but they've got much more time ahead of their relationship than they do behind it, type of thing. But they are so in love, making little like Google eyes at each other. I was very much Daniel in this dynamic where I was like, gross. I think there's a point where Daniel literally like makes his face like So that then brings us into a very interesting dynamic that is happening within Paris that I think we're seeing a lot more than we saw in episode 1, just for the sheer fact that they're around more people. But Claudia and Louis, basically Louis talks about how in Paris, they never really had to look over their shoulder in the same way that they would in America because of their skin color. And first of all, Daniel was trying to say like, oh, like as if there was no racism in, mid 20th century Paris. And Louis was like, well, I didn't say that. And so did Armand. He was like, that's not what I said, but I'm just saying in the way that I experience race and race as a social construct in America, I didn't have that same experience in Paris.
I think your Algerian inferiors of the time might disagree.
But I wasn't an Algerian. I was an American. And if there was an assumption that I had arrived to blow a trumpet or sing for my supper, it did not register as a slight in those days. I was just grateful knowing no one wanted to lynch me or direct me to the far end of the cafe counter.
So it just shows the kind of ever-changing dynamics of race, both in the show and just location-wise, because it's very interesting how race functioned even in America, in New Orleans, when we're kind of seeing it. Like, Louis experiences overt racism in a lot of ways, but due to factors like colorism and even like classism to a certain extent, he was afforded a little bit more mobility than maybe other Black people in the area might have been afforded. But I understand what he's saying in this regard, where he's just like, a lot of my concern in America was violence being enacted upon me. Like, I can deal with if Parisians think I'm just here to, play the drums or sing or whatever, I'm just an entertainer here. Like, that's fine. They don't want to kill me, and that's why I like it here. And it just reminds me of how there were so many in and around and kind of beyond this time. There were so many Black scholars and artists and everything that did kind of make pilgrimage to Paris around this time. Not to say that they didn't experience any semblance of racial prejudice, but it was different than the racialized violence than they would have experienced in America, which is the point that Louis was trying to make, which I thought was a very interesting one. There's also, before we wrap up, just to really get these lovebirds settled, when Daniel's like, are you guys going to finish each other's sentences? Which was a question that I also had. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I think they're cute together. Listen, actually, let's take a pause for a second. When it comes to these recaps and reviews, I want to tell you the type of viewer I am when it comes to this show. I'm sorry, I'm not really like super big on the ships and things like that. I respect it. Please don't jump me. I respect it. But that's just not how, like, I don't go into this show like looking for those moments. So I don't have couples that I super hate. I don't have couples that I super love. Like I said, I'm a where's everybody from type of gal. Equal opportunity horny. Whoever wants to get together, they've all sampled each other at one point in time. I'm not going to be beholden to like one specific couple. So on pause, let's keep going. When Daniel's like, you guys going to do this the whole session? They are just like, we've been together 77 years. And then Armand is like 47 more than him and Lestat. I was like, Armand, like you too old to be acting like that. I'm sorry. You were too old. Get a grip. I know that you're like happy that you've been with Louis longer than Lestat was with Louis, but like, Petty, get a grip, please. He was so happy too. He said 47 more than him and Lestat, and he was cheesing. I was like, oh, brother, here they go. And then that exchange ends with Daniel being like, yeah, keep selling it. Because again, when you look at episode 1, where there is an obvious, or season 2, episode 1, the last episode, there is an obvious tension between Armand and Louis. Again, not to say that they are just not in love with each other. That's not it. It's just that there was a bit of friction, and now this is like a complete 180. Like they are lovey-dovey turtle doves in love, very puppy love, like very much so like we're so in love. That's them in this episode, and it's just a stark difference. I'm just saying, it's a stark difference. Armand kind of illuminates that Claudia and Louise not making themselves known to the coven presented problems for them even outside of that. Like Claudia and Louise, they're moving like they would in New Orleans. They take someone per night, and where they're dumping their victims' bodies, we don't really know. Louise says that they never brought victims back to the house, but they would like do it in like the waterways and things like that. But then Armand kind of provides some extra context of like, oh, but you, like, we had to clean up after you guys like quite a bit. Like, you guys weren't doing this discreetly. Like, we had to keep up appearances for the humans because of your little indiscretions and things like that. So he's like, you were causing a little bit of extra work for us in a way that we didn't super love. So don't act like you were just completely, making no marks on the city. We were just cleaning them up for you. I've now dubbed Armand warning shot, because he's very much so willing to give you a lot of grace and a lot of leeway, but then he hits a point where he's just like, okay, this is my warning shot, like, ease up. That's the kind of vibe that I get from him in this episode. I will say, I think it came off that I didn't super like Armand in the last video that I did. I do like him. I'm apprehensive. There's something up that I'm smelling, and I just want to know what it is, pretty much. But he's cool. I liked him more in this episode, I will say. Basically, they are just talking about how Armand and the coven were stalking Claudia and Louis for some time, trying to kind of goad them maybe into making the first move of saying something, and they weren't doing it, so they had to take it into their own hands and do kind of some recon work on them and figure out like what their deal was, like why are they here. Meanwhile, Claudia and Louis are just like, la-di-da-di-da, like Louis taking up photography, like Claudia's pickpocketing people, like they have no sense that this is what's happening. So then we find out that, like I said, Louis has taken up photography as a little hobby of his. And then Armand is like, vampires with hobbies, insanity. I'm sorry, if I was a vampire and I'm going to be alive forever, I'm taking up scrapbooking or crocheting or something. Like, you got to fill in the time between when you're killing people and the everything else of life. Like, I don't know. I get that their schedules are probably full, but Armand being like, oh, vampires with hobbies, insanity. Well, what is he supposed to do? let him have a little camera, whatever. I don't know what the alternative is, but apparently vampires with hobbies is insanity. I don't know. I think Louis, just playing armchair therapist here, armchair psychologist here, I think Louis is a character who both in his human life and in his vampire life wants to make a mark, I guess. Like he wants to be seen. That's what it is. He wants to be seen because to be seen is to be loved. And I think he has a real difficult time with that. And so obviously a hobby like photography, where it is all about capturing moments, and he says something to the effect of like, you know, photography shows that like I was there, like I captured this experience, I was there, I was a part of it. That I think goes into that bit of his character where he has this feeling of wanting to be seen, because again, to be seen is to be loved. And so that makes sense for someone like him. And also it's just so funny because Louis is absolutely that girl that always has like a film camera around, and I just love that for him because I think it fits him. I love someone who walks around with a film camera everywhere, because there's just a real earnest vibe of anyone who really like digs into analog technology like that. And at that time, it wouldn't have been analog technology. It just would have been technology for Louis. But I'm just saying, like, he's the girl who like always has like a film camera around. Like she is just like, I just want to capture this moment. And like she's very diligent about getting her film developed. Like he's that girl, and I love that about him. I really do. I think it's cute. That's what it is. It's cute. So we get into the scene that was seen in the trailer, where Claudia and Louis are at a cafe, and Claudia asks Louis the question of, you know, who are you, Louis? And then he's like, I'm your brother. And she's like, oh, like, who are you beyond that? And he's like, I'm the reticent vampire of the 9th arrondissement. And I was like, oh, heart eyes. Oh my gosh. Jacob Anderson was particularly scrumptious in this episode. And in this scene in particular, I think his accent work was at its peak. It was very, very good. But then she gets into the question of, you know, if there was no me, Claudia, and there was no him, Lestat, who would you be? And he doesn't really answer that question, you know, like he kind of like gets off of the subject rather quickly. And I think Daniel kind of illuminates that fact that he, like, Claudia kind of had a point of, you know, Paris being this great thing for him, for Louis, but not really being a big thing for her. Like he doesn't answer that question. He kind of just sits and ponders with it, which obviously, what was he going to say? He doesn't have an answer. It kind of moves on to more of what Claudia was saying, where she was expressing her disdain for Paris, because she's like, you know, Louis needs Paris. I don't need it in the same way that he needs it. And as soon as he starts bringing that up, Daniel starts to get a little bit of pushback from Louis. And this is the first instance of elder abuse that shows up in this is the first instance of elder abuse that shows up in the episode. Now, it's funny because both Louis and Armand are older than Daniel, but like Daniel is just so peepaw, you know, like he's so pawpaw coated that he feels like the oldest one of all of them there. So to me, in that moment, that is elder abuse. So because Daniel was doing the thing that he's been doing, which is kind of, you know, poking fun and giving them, you know, like shit for the things that they say, or like when they are not being honest with themselves, I guess as a united front, Louis and Armand can now go digging through Daniel's memories, and he's like calls out what they're doing. He's like, the fishing rod in the head. And this is when Louis is just like, oh, like, and he's so coy. And like, it was so, honestly, I've been waiting for this Louis to come out. I've been telling him to stand up. And now to the elder, now that's when he decides to do it. But he like is like, oh, like, you're not talking about Claudia, you're talking about Alice, because there was a whole thing. Daniel proposed to his wife, or his wife tells him that she's pregnant, and there wasn't this kind of like, you know, fanfare about it. He wasn't, I don't think, super thrilled about it, but there was friction in their marriage. And those were memories that he has been suppressing. And so Louis and Armand just it up out of his head. And he's just like, oh, I know what you're doing. Like the fishing rod in the head thing. Like he's very much so trying to not show that it is phasing him. But reader, it's phasing him. It is phasing him. He is phased by this. Like this little memory digging thing that they're doing with him. In this scene, he's like, oh, it doesn't bother me. In another scene, very much so, it does bother him. After that, we get Claudia kind of going off on her own. And she says something to the effect of like, she sees how happy or how close to happy Louis is. And she's not quite there. Like there's still this bit where she's just like, yeah, we're in Paris, but you know, it is what it is. Like I maybe don't want my emotions to dictate Louise anymore. Like if he's happy, let him be happy, but also let me be joyless. I want to be joyfully joyless. Like that's what she says. And she's doing this as she's walking down a street, and she stops at a shop and she sees a woman in the shop tending to a dress. And we can assume, and not we can assume, she is, the woman that she's looking at is Madeline. And Madeline will eventually be a significant character later on in the season. If you're familiar with who she's supposed to be to Claudia, she is in, I can only speak for the movie at this point because I haven't gotten to this point in the book yet, but she is the character that Claudia goes to get in the movie to be a mother figure to her. And I think the exact scene is like, you know, she's talking to Louis and she's just like,
I haven't tears enough for what you've done to me. You give her to me, Louis! Do this before you leave me!
give her to me as a companion when you go off with Armand in the movie, basically. So in this is who her companion is supposed to be, but it's not, I don't think, going to be like a mother-daughter thing, obviously. I think they're going to be like romantically involved. Now, upon a first and second watch, now with some further confirmation talking to people on Twitter, I've gotten this clarified for me. But on the very beginning of the watches, the man, when he's talking to Claudia, she's looking in the window and wants to go into this dress shop because number one, she sees a dress that she likes, and then number two, she sees a woman that she likes inside the shop. He's just like, oh, mademoiselle, like, no, like, and then he does like a Yahtzee salute. And so I was like, oh, what? Like, what's happening here? Like, I'm hoping that they're not going that route of making Madeline a Yahtzee and then having Claudia fall in love with her. Like, I'm hoping we're not doing that. But upon some further clarification from some way more eagle-eyed fans, it seems to be that Madeline may be Jewish, and it may have been a thing where she was like forced to be to work with the regime in a way that was against her will. Let's just hope that is what the case is. But either way, Claudia goes into the shop and she's like, I want you to take this dress in that I've seen in the window. Like, I want you to take it in. And Madeline is like, no, like, like respect my time, things like that. And she talks to her as if she's like a child at first. She's like, oh, like, I don't have time for you to play dress up in my shop. Like, your womanly figure will come in soon enough. And then Claudia says something to the effect to suggest that she is a woman, because she is, but just her body hadn't developed in that way. So I guess that was her way of saying, like, like, I'm not a kid, pretty much, without obviously saying it outright, because she doesn't say that she's a vampire yet. So she kind of like takes out a hunk of like bills and coins and think like a bracelet or something like that. And she's just like, I want you to take that dress in for me for fit to my body, and I want some gloves. And you can kind of see like a little bit of a spark that's cropping up in between them. So it was like a fun little meet cute between Claudia and Madeline, and hopefully we will get more of that storyline in the next episode, but obviously it will develop over the season. We are now back to the interview, and it's Louis and Armand still kind of explaining this kind of cat and mouse chase that was happening between them and the coven. And real Rashid, justice for real Rashid, he brings out a heaping stack of like photos that Louis had taken, and it was just a picture of a bunch of guys that they had like either killed or fucked or whatever, like, you know, just past conquests, needless to say. And so they kind of like go into his little photography hobby a little bit more, but then they get into how Armand and Louis meet formally, their meet cute, which was actually, it was really cute. It was awkward, but it was really cute. They meet in this park, and I think it was suggested that this is a park where a lot of men go to have relations with other men. And so Louis would kind of peruse around there. Armand finds him, and Armand invites Claudia and Louis to the Théâtre des Vampires. So they formally invite them and just say like, oh, you're welcome. Like, you are welcomed by us to come into the fold. Basically, Armand had to make the first move because Louis was not going to, and was just like, hey, come to our show, meet our coven. So they finally go to the Théâtre des Vampires, which is far and away one of my favorite scenes in this show, period. Season 1 or season 2. It was just so good. There's this really like tactile nature to the theater itself. It's fun, it's upbeat. I basically described it as Rocky Horror Picture Show for vampires. Like, that's the vibe. Like, they have like devoted people in the front who like paint themselves and wear like fake teeth, and they really buy into it. I don't think that they know. I think that they're so in it that they're like, yeah, of course, they're vampires. Like, we believe it. We believe that they're vampires, but I don't think have the actual like foresight of being like, no, they're actual vampires. Like, they are real vampires. But they have that devoted kind of bunch of people. They have a lot of GIs, like American GIs, who are just there to like get super drunk and have a good time. You got people like kissing and making out. Like, there are a lot of people in that space. Like, it's not like a super duper packed house of people, but like, that wasn't the point. I think Armand described that their theater in the theater scene of Paris was seen as like passé. And they had only they were almost like a tourist attraction in a lot of ways, because they did most of their shows in English. A lot of the people who visit there are not actual like Parisians, but they're like, you know, foreign GIs or things like that. Like, there are Parisians who do give them, you know, service and things like that, but not all that often. So they're kind of like, they're like tourist theater, pretty much. We get into the show, and we get to meet Santiago. We get to meet Santiago, who's played by the incredible Ben Daniels. And I wrote down, what do I have in my notes? I said, I want Santiago in a way that is troubling. And that is every bit true. There's something about this performance that I was feeling it. I was so down. Like, I would have been one of those people in the front being like, Santiago, like with my face painted, like faked. I would have been in there every single night. Absolutely, I would have. Like, hot, so hot. Anyways, but he gets into his spiel, kind of talking about like what this is, and of course he's just like, we're vampires, and no one believes him, and all those things. And then before the show formally starts, he says like, you know, everything you see here is real, and you're all complicit, and I find you repugnant and appalling, and I love you for it, even though you disgust me. You could tell that I really was like, I was locked. Like, me and Santiago, we are here. We are locked in. But it's so funny that like everything that he was saying, like, there's this kind of dual truth thing that happens with literally every character in the show. And it's not that they're being purposefully deceitful. I think they are being honest in a lot of ways, but sometimes you just don't know like what's real and what's not. And it's not, I don't think in like a malicious way, but it's just this kind of like this thing of like, you just don't know, you know? And he's basically like, everything you're gonna see here is real, and everything was real, including the final act. And that was what Armand was saying. Like, the other plays that you see throughout the show are actually really cool, and they reminded me of like early Alice cartoons from Disney, or like Fleischer cartoons. Like, you have this thing of a human person interacting with an animated like background. It would more so be like a human person being put into a bit of animation, but this was kind of like the reverse of that. And Armand says that he was greatly impacted by the cinema, and so that's how you have these like interactive like projector pieces with theater. It was actually really, really cool. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that bit of it, showing like what type of theater the Théâtre des Vampires would be doing. Also, really grateful that they say the name of the theater multiple times, because my Southern behind would have been like Theaters des Vampires, and I don't think that that's how it's pronounced. So Théâtre des Vampires, that's the name of it. So we finally get to the last act of the show, which, if you have seen the movie, you know that this is like the act, which is basically the sacrifice bit. I went back and watched the movie scene, and it is so much more upsetting, I think, than this one is. I think this one is also upsetting, but there's a certain layer of, I don't want to say it's beauty particularly, but it's a layer of something that makes it alluring to watch, whereas in the movie it felt a little bit more egregious. I think it's the nudity, like that they, in the movie, if you remember, they stripped the girl down like kit and caboodle all out, whereas in this it's a little bit more tastefully done, I think, when comparing the two. We get to the last act, and the woman, I think her name, I don't know her last name, but I think her name is Sinead, who is the assistant to the director of the episode. She plays a character named Annika, and all I put was work diva. Like, she went in with like a plan. All she needed was the platform. She had the plan. All she needed was the platform. Like, she was like, I'm going to make a meal out of this like minute of screen time that I have. And she did. Like, she worked it out. She was so believably terrified. Like, she looked like a person who was at the brink of death and trying so desperately not to be there. This show has so many phenomenal performances and actors in it, and even whether it's a big part or a small part, like, it doesn't really matter. Everyone turns it out, like, turns the party like that. She was, oh my god, so good. So obviously she gets by all the vampires, like mainly Santiago, because he says, do you know what it means to be loved by death, which is the name of the episode, and that's what he says to all of his victims. It kind of lulls them, I think, into kind of a bit of a hypnosis state, kind of, and then he says, no pain, and then bites her. And again, it was what in the front of my mind, I was like Louis, where he was like disgusted and he was like, so appalled. But then the back of my mind, I was like Claudia, where I was like, more. Keep on delivering it. Give me more, please. So then that ends the show, and obviously all of the patrons, the ones who are devoted ones who have seen the show more often, they're like, oh my god, yay. Like, they're cheering, whether they know it or not, the death of an actual person. Like, it's not a bit. And then everyone else in the audience is rightfully kind of like, what did we just watch? So then Claudia and Louis go backstage and they meet the coven, and at first the coven like is like ribbing them a little bit, and it's just like, we waited 5 long months, like, was it worth the wait? And like thinking that they were trying to like present themselves as being like upset with Claudia and Louis and like about to jump them and everything, and then they're like, we're just fucking with you, like, welcome, like, it's so good to meet you, all those things. Then they introduce themselves, and then Claudia notices up on the wall that there's a picture of one Lestat de Leoncourt, and it happens to be the real twist, kind of. It's not really a twist if you've seen any trailer for the show, but the twist is that Lestat was a co-founder of the Théâtre des Vampires. Dun, dun, dun. Like, he knows Armand. They used to hook up, and apparently Armand said that he still tasted of vermouth, was it a vermouth and annihilation or something like that? Like, it's something crazy like that. I was like, Armand, oh my gosh. And Santiago asks Louis, like, oh, who's your maker? And Louis is like, oh, like, who is my maker? That's a very good question. Then Claudia immediately, always saving their asses, steps in and it's just like, oh, our maker's name was Bruce. And he was from Copenhagen. And obviously that was the name of her abuser in episode 5, I think. That's the name of her abuser. And she was just like, I just panicked. I had to say someone. We can't say lestat, obviously. She saves their behinds in that regard. But you can see the look on Santiago's face. He's not buying it. He's not buying it. There's a certain piece of him that does not believe them at all, but I think he's just kind of letting it go. So they then get into obviously the reveal. Lestat was the co-founder of the theater. He and Armand knew each other, and then Daniel puts on this like telenovela music, and he's just like, it's a telenovela, like, of course, like, you slept with this person, you slept with that person, like, it's all like a soap opera. It's all this one like founding story. And he says something to the effect of like, oh, and I think Louis is like, like, you have to think about something. He mentions the word think, and then Daniel's like, oh, I'm done thinking. Pass me the popcorn and tequila, churn to channel 300 and something. It's Univision night, which felt like the show directly talking to the audience of like, this is the fun and juicy, like, finding all the ways in which these vampires have fraternized with each other episode. Like, this is the soap opera episode a little bit, which I thought was really fun. Like, I like, and maybe it's just me, but I feel like the show via like the proxy of Daniel or Claudia or whoever it is talks to the audience in a lot of ways. And most of the time, I think it's through Daniel. Like, just as much as Daniel is a proxy for the show talking to us, I think Daniel is also a proxy for the audience's questions and like things that the audience may be wondering, because we are hearing the story just as much as he's hearing the story. He's technically heard it before, but like, he's hearing it in this new way that we are also hearing it too. So it's like it's a new journey for all of us. But he was just like, so you both fucked Lestat? Like, he's making a meal about it. Like, he's just so like, oh, these highly intellectual hottie-toddy vampires have all been with one another. Like, they've all been together. Like, so funny. Like, this is just a telenovela. Like, y'all are trying to make this story more complicated than it actually is. And and then it just becomes a whole thing. So then we cut to Claudia and Louis are obviously talking about their debriefing after going to the theater, and you get one of my favorite line reads in the entire episode, which is,
They got a fucking shrine to him.
when talking about how, like, now Louis panicking because he's like, oh my god, Lestat is like known by everyone. What are we gonna do? Like, they can't know that we killed him, because then we're gonna be in trouble. And then Claudia's like, if you zip your lips mentally, then they won't know. Like, just don't think about it, and then they won't know. Idiot. Like, she's just like, you do too much talking up in your brain, and that's how they know stuff about you. Just like I know you are trying to bump uglies with Armand. And then she says, I can't even repeat what she said, because I was just like, Claudia, why did you say that? Then they get into the fact that, like, she's just like, weren't you full of pride? Like, didn't you see them? Like we were killing people right in front of their dumb faces. Like, I felt a sense of pride and being a vampire and all those things. And Louis, obviously, humanitarian Louis, was like rejecting. It's just like, no, like, I was disgusted by it and all these things. But it just further reminds me of Louis' obsession with humanity, and this forlorn obsession with humanity that abandoned him so long ago. Like, he still has this want and desire to be around humans in a way that still is kind of like assimilating into their fold. Like, he cannot embrace the fact that he is a vampire fully. Like, he still wants to be, I think, accepted by humans in a weird way, even though there are many bits of him that feel, I guess, like, that transcends beyond humanity to him. Like, but there's still this bit of humanity, like, that he can't really, and I don't know if it's necessarily humanity or if it's just vampirism in general, where he just really cannot lock into it. For whatever reason, he just cannot lock into it. And she's just like, you should feel pride in who you are. I feel pride. Like, we should hang out with them more. Like, we need to be around more vampires. And he's just like, oh, I don't know. Blah, 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 blah. And she's like, yeah, go back to your photos, worshiping your humans in the red light. But, like, I want to be around my own kind. Like, so don't mess this up for me. Like, basically, she's just like, I want to go back. You will not mess this up for me. You can worship your humans in your photographs, but when it comes to this, the fold of this theater troupe, these group of theater kids that I love, you will not be messing this up for me, Louis, okay? Like, she's drawing a line in the sand of, like, you mess up a lot of things for me, you won't be messing this up. Absolutely not, period. So then we get into another devastating scene. I think any scene where Dreamstat being a conjuring of Louis' subconscious shows up, it's going to be heartbreaking. It's just going to be it's going to be devastating. It's going to be heartbreaking. Just lock in for it. So Louis goes to these bankers or whatever that Lestat used to do business with. And he was basically just like, hey, you know, I haven't talked to him in a little while. Has he done business with you guys lately? Like, do you know if he's alive and everything? And then the banker's just like, hey, I already know who you are. I know what you mean to Lestat. I haven't talked to him since, I, like, the last time we had, like, some wires done for him or whatever. And assumingly it was the last time that they had correspondence was for the party that they threw in episode 7 of season 1. But he's just like, I haven't talked to him since then, but I can't legally pronounce him dead. But if you're here asking if he's still alive, I can assume just between us that he's probably dead. So I should give you this. And so he gives Louis a box that I guess was left by Lestat. And in the box is a note, a letter. And the letter basically is saying, like, Lestat is saying, you know, if you're reading this, then that means that we are now existing in two separate worlds. Like, he makes clear, he's like, I'm not dead. We just exist in two separate worlds. And he goes on to talk about how, you know, like, whoever is very, very, very interesting. But he says, you know, it's not my own death, but the fact that we now live in two different worlds. And, you know, whoever did this, don't go after them. You know, the people or persons, the person or persons who did this to me, you know, don't seek revenge on them. Don't waste your life. Like, go on with your living. And it just made me a little bit curious because I was like, first of all, when did he leave this box for Louis to eventually find? Now, here's the thing. I'm well aware that it's very possible that Lestat could have left this note at any given time, but there is something expressed in the letter that gives me the vibe that Lestat knew at some point someone was going to do something to him. And from the letter, first of all, being left in Paris, not being left somewhere in New Orleans or wherever, like being left in Paris for Louis to find, it makes me think that Lestat thought that some members of the coven might have come after him, or the whole coven was going to eventually come after him. Maybe Armand included, maybe not, I don't know. But when he mentioned the person or persons, like plural, meaning more other people, like he was just like, let them drown in their treachery or something like that. Like, it made it seem like Lestat knew that some people wanted him dead and that he was basically planning his own death. Like, he knew it was coming. And basically he goes on in the letter to say that Louis is the keeper of all his love and all his trust and all these things. So obviously Louis is getting torn the fuck up reading this letter, and we see it's Dreamstat reading it to Louis, and he's crying, and like it's just this really sentimental moment that's happening between Louis and Dreamstat. And Dreamstat then goes on to say, he says, all of my love belongs to you. Obviously, that's going to rip Louis up. Then he says, a veil will now always separate our union, but I'll always be on the other side, face pressed up against your longing. What? Face pressed up against your longing? What is wrong with y'all? Oh my God. So beautiful and devastating all at the same time. But it just makes again, there's so many layers to this, because not only on the surface is this a beautiful thing that is being said via a note from someone who has since been slain, kind of. But then the added layer of Lestat left this note at some point in time, we really don't know. And I guess it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. He left this note for Louis, basically treating Louis as his widow almost. And it was just like, someone tried to take me out. I don't know who, but don't live your life trying to figure it out. Like, you don't waste your life. I love you. I'll always love you. And then it's just the layer that Louis is reading that, knowing that he is the person or persons that put them on these two different worlds now. Like, not his death, but puts them in two different worlds. Like, he is now, guilt is his only emotion now. Like, he knows, he's just like, it was me. I was the one who killed you. Louis, he's gonna crack up. He's gonna crack up, because that's crazy. That's insane. Like, it felt like on my first watch, I originally thought like, oh, like, did Lestat leave that note when the party was happening? So like, did he have the foresight to know something was happening? And technically he did, because like the whole Antoinette of it all, but did he have the foresight to know that something would eventually happen to him and Louis would be the keeper of all these things and he would leave him this note? Like, that was my initial thought. But then I was like, well, maybe not. Like, maybe he just wrote that note a long time ago, and in the event that something happened before the party and everything went down, he would still want Louis to have whatever it is that he left for him. So timeline wise, I'm not really sure when Lestat would have left that note for him. But the point is that he left it thinking like he had some foresight that someone was going to do something to him, and he needed to have a message given to Louis in the event that happened. And it just so happened that Louis was the one who did something to him, and he still got the note in the event that something should happen to him. So it's all these layers, complexities. It's complexities. Someone on Twitter also pointed out that when you look at the letter up close, there are like spelling errors, and I guess that calls back to Lestat being like illiterate, I think, in his childhood.
These jokes seem coming from a basic bitch. Illiterate!
And it's not funny. It's not funny. He had a very tragic childhood. Louis, your wife can't read. Sorry. So after that scene, Daniel can't let a good moment of emotions rest for too long. Malloy then tries to make a joke about this very devastating thing that Louis has just now shared with him. And Armand is just like, have some respect. Like, he just shared something very devastating with you. And then Louis goes in for the kill. If Armand is the warning shot, Louis is the kill shot, because Louis goes into that man's mind, the deep recesses of his mind, pulls out a memory from the like marshy sludge, and just says, oh, you remember when you proposed to your wife and she said no? Yeah. Remember that, okay? And that, them digging through Daniel's memories, then triggers something that happened in San Francisco years ago, with them digging into his memories again. And so that triggers, like, he gets a memory of Armand doing the same thing to him. And that shuts him up real quick. Daniel, was he silent or silenced? He was silenced in that moment. Because he is just like, whoa, okay, whatever. Like, let me shut up. But Louis not having it. He's just like, yeah, shut up. That's what I thought. Like, he's like, I'm not having it. So like I said, Armand, warning shot, Louis, kill shot. Like, and in that moment, Armand does try to, like, I don't know if it's necessarily soothing Daniel, but he does notice that he is, like, getting noticeably flustered by this exchange that's happening. And he's just like, your wife said no because she didn't trust you. Like, you didn't give her a reason to trust you. And I think he was trying to add context. Like, she wasn't just saying no to say no. Like, these are the reasons why she said no, which in that moment, it's still like they're still digging through his memories and like adding context to a moment. But Armand, I think, was trying to be like, I told you, I warned you. And then Louis goes in for double the kill, and it's just like, do you want us to tell you if she thinks of you? If she even thinks of you at all? And he was like, because we could do that. I was like, Louis, where was this? Where was this with literally anybody else? So then we get to the final scene of the episode where Louis and Armand and Claudia and the Coven are now perusing through the streets of Paris, and it's this really cool cinematic feel to it. Like, they're on these motorcycles and they're just roaming through the streets of Paris, and it's like these like cross cuts of like different, Parisian signs and things like that. And it's like this very like jazzy, like music noir feel to it. Again, the score for this episode reminded me a lot of the score for Who Framed Roger Rabbit, because obviously that's a noir, and then this kind of has a noir feel to it as well. But it's just so dynamic and cinematic and fun. It felt like a movie. Like last night felt like a movie. Like, that was them, like, in that moment. And then they show up at this mansion, which in the talkback they call this scene Murder Mansion. And in it you see why. But it's apparently the estate of the Lacroix family, who's basically been hoarding wealth while other people have been, going hungry in Paris. And so they're like, have at it. Like, go kill them all. And when I was watching, because the first time I watched it was at 3 a.m., obviously. And when I was first watching it, I was like, La Croix, like the soda? La Croix of the sparkling water fame? That La Croix? Obviously not, but I just thought it was funny. As the Coven and Claudia are going through the house, murdering people, doing all the things that they do, Armand and Louis are having a little bit of a moment outside, and Louis is just like, I've been thinking about you, and Armand's like, well, I've been thinking about you too, and I think I like you or whatever. And they have this very like sweet and sincere blah, blah, blah moment with each other, where they're just like, I've been thinking about you a lot. It's like, oh, I've been thinking about you a lot, and what are we gonna do about that, and all these other things. And this was the moment when I realized that this is the first time, at least in this episode, where Armand says Claudia's name, and she's not even referring to her directly. He just says like, you're Claudia, she's a real go-getter. And then Louis is like, yeah, spark in the dark, like, all those things. And because I noticed every other time that Armand refers to Claudia, he just calls her the girl. And he did, like, even in present day, he just calls her the girl. Like, he doesn't necessarily call her Claudia, which I thought was kind of interesting. I don't know if that's anything, but, like, I just noticed it. I was like, why isn't he calling her Claudia? Why isn't he's just saying the girl, which feels a little bit diminutive to me. Like, it feels like, okay, she's a woman, first of all. She's not a girl. But I guess in retrospect to him, who's old as dirt, she's a girl. Whatever. She's just a girl. But they're having this conversation, and then Armand basically tells Louis, like, hey, like, I noticed that you got a little bit like, when Lestat was mentioned at the theater. I don't know what y'all had in common, but I know y'all had something to do with each other. You'll tell me in your own time. But, basically, because they lied to the Coven saying that they didn't know Lestat and that their maker was someone different, Armand is basically telling Louis, like, hey, they don't like it when they're lied to. So basically lock up that brain of yours if you don't want them to find you out, pretty much. Like, again, this is warning shot Armand. He's trying to help him out, basically being like, hey, If you don't want them to go finding out stuff, lock up that brain. Yeah, lock it up. Thank you so much. And then also he says like, and also don't go to that place that you went to, the banker guy. Don't go there anymore because that's going to cause more problems than anything else. So basically that's him being like, hey, stop doing that. Stop poking and prodding because that's going to create problems for us and make it difficult for the rest of us. And I can't have that. And so Louis is like, yeah, of course, sure, cool, yeah, I won't do that anymore. And then the episode ends. Like, that's the end of the episode. I felt like it went by so fast. Like, by the time we made it to the next dawn, I was like, was that the end? And it was. Like, it was the end. I think the episode probably clocked in around like 45 minutes or so. But it was, we were zooming, you know, we were going real quick. And not to a point where I couldn't feel like I wasn't sitting in any given scene, but we were going, like we were moving. And I felt like that with the other episodes in season 1 in New Orleans as well, because I think it's just a little bit more exciting. It's a little bit more vivacious. Like, it's a little bit more thrilling, so to speak. So it makes sense why this episode went by a little bit quicker than the first episode, which I think was like only the slightest bit longer, but it did feel a little bit more drawn out, so to speak, because the nature of everything that was happening was a little bit more drawn out. I thought the episode was great. Like, I know I said last week, like, oh, we're so back, but this episode, like, metaphorically, we are so back. Like, this felt like the show that I fell in love with in season 1. Like, I think the environment of Paris is similar to the environment of New Orleans. It's a little bit uncertain, but it's very fun and vivacious, and like, there's this sense of life that is flowing through this location that you can really feel, that kind of mirrors New Orleans. I think the performances in this episode were really great. I think the standout for me in this particular episode was Santiago. I thought Santiago was great. In addition to him, Annika, like I said, work diva, like, she ate that up. Like, a minute scene and she ate it up. Brilliant work. And you know what, Armand, just really great performance all throughout. Like, I think there's this like very playful aspect to him. Like, we got a little bit more of Armand in this episode, but there's also this very quiet, domineering spirit about him. Like, you can tell that he is a 500-year-old vampire. And I think Louis says something to the effect of like, oh, like, you know, he looked like a little boy pretending to be a gentleman, but then I felt his ancient power immediately. Like, he does look very young and like he could be, you know, taken advantage of or whatever, but then he's got this like air about him that he's just like, you're not gonna fuck with me, and you won't. The production design, so good. They talk about it a little bit in the talk back at the end of the episode, but they filmed all of these scenes, especially in the theater and in Prague. And they talked about how Prague can play for Paris in a lot of ways, but the particular set of the theater, which was like an actual old theater, I thought was brilliant. The production design, Mara Lapierre-Chaloup, phenomenal work, stunning work done by everyone on the show, but especially like the production design is particularly great. Also want to give a shout out to Carol Cutshaw, like the costume designer for the show. She did phenomenal work in season 1, phenomenal work in episode 1 of season 2, and I think what really shone through to me was Santiago's like beginning frock that he wears at the beginning of the theater show, and then the purple dress that Claudia wears, I thought was just absolutely darling, but also felt a little bit more adult. Like, she didn't look so much like a kid, you know. I just thought it was great. Costume design was great, production design was great. Daniel Hart, that score, oh my gosh, that score, it was jazzy and upbeat and brilliant. Oh boy. This episode was a lot. Currently, if you're keeping track at home, we are on the It's So Over portion of the We're So Back chart. Hi, I'm Bobby. Welcome to Culture Kitsch. Season 2, episode 3, of Interview with a Vampire entitled No Pain, which is just so funny for what this episode brought me, which was nothing but a lot of ground to cover. The episode starts off with Daniel eating, he's having a meal at a hotty-toddy sushi place, and he's kind of just, taking notes, rummaging through them, and then he meets this man who just basically knows everything about him off rip, knows the interview, knows what he's been saying. Like, he's just like, oh, you were off your game a little bit yesterday. And so now Daniel's getting panicked because he's like, oh, so you had me wired and everything like that. Like, Daniel doesn't realize, like, it's kind of like two different conversations that are happening at the same time with these two. Like, Daniel's like, this is like an MI6 situation, like I've been bugged, like the government is like trying to listen in. But in actuality, this guy, if you're familiar with Anne Rice lore, is a part of the Telemasca, which I'm not even gonna pretend like I know fully what the hell that means, but I do know from the little bit that I remember from Queen of the Damned, where they like go into it the most prominently on screen, that they're kind of like a coalition of people committed to studying and tracking witches, vampires, like a lot of supernatural things. So this guy finds him at this place and is talking to him, and Daniel's getting paranoid now, and basically he's just like, we're here to help, like I can give you a bunch of stuff and whatever. But basically the guy hacked into his computer and like put a bunch of information on the computer, and he says his name is Raglan James, which does feel like a made up name, I'm not gonna lie to you. Shout out to all the Raglan Jameses out there, but that sounds like a fake name. And Daniel says as much. They briefly talk about the whole, like, the Great Conversion, which they only briefly mention in one part of an episode in the first season. Like, it's kind of something that's happening in present day. But we haven't, in the grand scheme of things, we have not spent a ton of time in present day Dubai. So all of the current happenings of vampires outside of Louis and now Armand, we're really not aware of as of now. So this is bringing us into the current state of affairs in the vampire world. And so they're talking about the Great Conversion, which is this kind of, correct me if I'm wrong, because I know y'all will. I know how y'all like to get. I read it as this kind of phenomena or shift to where a lot of vampires are beginning to kind of come to the surface a little bit. Like, there is a grand plan to convert as many people to vampires as possible. Because the guy was saying, like, at one point we were tracking 900 of them. Now there's like 1,400 or 1,600, like the grand conversion, like it's happening, it's real. I'm sure Akasha works her way into that plan in some way, but we are way far away from her and all of those happening. That's just my general read. I'm not an Anne Rice expert. I have never purported to be. Daniel, again, he's a little bit spooked because they hacked into his computer and gave him a bunch of shit, and they are listening to him and following him. Like, he's not doing this as like a rogue journalist going at it alone. Like, he's clearly being listened to. And he's like a little bit scared. So then we go back to the apartment, and Daniel is talking to Rashid and Armand. Real Rashid, he speaks in longer than a couple word sentences, so that's a big improvement for real Rashid. I've got this sneaky suspicion that real Rashid is someone too, in the way that fake Rashid became Armand. I feel like real Rashid is actually real fake Rashid, and he's someone else too. I don't know. Just off the glances and the looks that they give to one another, I'm like, are you someone? You can tell me. Are you some other ancient, old as hell vampire walking amongst us, cosplaying indentured servitude? Like, what's happening here? You can tell us. You can say it. It was funny because at the very beginning of the scene, we see Louis sleeping in a bed, and like, that's a very small detail, but like throughout this entire time, we've seen him sleeping like in a coffin, and now he's like, he just sleeps in a bed like a regular person with a room that's like shut off from sunlight, assumingly. I just thought that was like a funny little like quirk or a little detail that he doesn't sleep in a coffin, even in present day. Like he sleeps in an actual bed. So we move on. And Armand basically comes to Daniel and it's just like, it was wrong. First of all, he says it was wrong for Louis to enter your memories. Armand, we go back and forth, baby. We really do. Because like on the one hand, like last week I was singing your praises for the most part. And then this week I'm like, what's going on? Because you being like, it was wrong for Louis to enter your memories. Can't believe he did that. Girl, you were rifling through that old man's memories too. Like, let's not pretend that you were just a very innocent figure in all this. Like, Louis dug deeper, but you were in there. You were skimming. You were skimming the files. Louis was opening the files, actively rummaging through the notes, but you were doing one of these. He was just like, yeah, that was so bad of Louis to do that. Anyways, I'm here to give you my backstory as a little sorry for rummaging through your memories, Pookie. Now we are jumping farther back into the past, still in Paris from Armand's perspective. And he's basically just talking about how he was sent down from the Rome coven to lead the Paris coven, which was like struggling basically. And he was like, I'd never led anything in my life. And, we were having all these troubles. We were living in squalor. Like, they look like the ancient vampire, the old world vampire that we see in episode 1. And the assumption is that they are probably like feasting on, not that good blood, which is affecting their quality of life. Like, they all just look troubled. They look haggard, hags, if you will. Not looking great, not gonna lie to you. They call themselves the Children of the Darkness, which I think, just to level set here, as I understand it, this whole flashback montage is lifting from the Vampire Lestat, which is the next book in the Vampire Chronicles. I've got thoughts on them kind of dipping ahead into that at this point in the season, but we'll save that for the end of the episode. At this point, these are scenes or things are being lifted from that book. So this isn't from, as I understand it, Interview with the Vampire, which it wouldn't be at that point. Like, it just wouldn't. So they're the Children of the Night, or not Children of the Night, Children of the Darkness, which just, not gonna lie, kind of just feels like you're biting off of Children of the Night, like word to Dracula, but whatever. It says, like, we lived in squalor, wallowed in shame, abiding by medieval laws put in place to protect us from humanity. And this establishes this theme that carries throughout the episode of vampirism as a religion, and vampirism in tandem and opposition of organized belief and organized religion in that way. They seem to be kind of this weird offshoot of it. And they go into it a little bit later when you get into talking, you hear from the coven members and they kind of explain like, God's wrath and things like that. But essentially these vampire rules, the 5 rules of vampirism or whatever, they are pretty ironclad held to. Armand one day feels the essence of something new, something fresh, something fun. And that happens to be lestat de Leoncourt. And he's like, I felt him before I even saw him. Like, it felt like it was new and different and all these things. Like, he's very much so trying to act like he was not smitten from the jump. So he goes and finds Lestat, and he's basically in this play, kind of playing this like Harlequin character. And it's very interesting because I saw a quote from an interview that Sam Reed did where he says that he always played Lestat as a bit of a clown. And I imagine, I think in season 1 as well, where he's like this kind of like upper echelon type of clown, but a clown nonetheless. So you see that in full detail in this scene, and it's all in French. Armand sees Lestat and he's like in a box, and Lestat is on stage, and so Armand is doing his thing. He's like telepathically talking to him, and he was just like, hey, and I think you should like come with me because I can protect you and I can teach you, and can I think you're cute or whatever. So yeah, you can come with me I'm a vampire too. I'm old as hell. I know the person who made you, funnily enough, and he's probably dead at this point, right? So yeah, just come to me. Come with me. You know, we'll go at this thing together. And Lestat's on stage and he can like kind of hear Armand, like in his mind, obviously, and he's speaking back to him. And he basically rejects Armand's advances in the early goings. And all of these vampires have that in common. But specifically with Armand, it very much so mirrored how what's like happening now with Louis and Armand, or happening in Paris a little bit farther in time, where both Louis and Lestat definitely like reject the advances of Armand, and more so are rejecting the advances of being in a coven. Like they both don't like that. Jacob Anderson in a couple episodes back said something to the effect of like, Louis is someone who needs to know the community is there but not necessarily be a part of it. And I feel like Lestat is also kind of the same. But Lestat's that in a much more like abrasive kind of way, where he does need to know community is there, but he also actively rejects it in a lot of ways, which is so very funny. When we see Lestat, okay, so this week on Twitter, if you don't follow me on Twitter, you should, or don't, it's fine. And this week on Twitter, I was tweeting that in present day, Lestat is absolutely a guy on Broadway who like does film and TV every once in a while, but he also like goes viral for being like a hot dude on Broadway. That's what I said he would be doing in this current day. And I got to do a little bit of a pickle with some people. I wouldn't say it was an argument because at the end of the day, it's not that fucking serious. But like, I was standing 10 toes down in this because in the books, in the Vampire Lestat is like current day, like a rock star. And for when Anne Rice wrote that book, that makes sense as a job that Lestat would have that courts in a lot of people, and you know, ultimately he is able to seduce and bring in and be alluring to large swaths of people at the same time with this certain sense of theatricality, right? Like that would be what he would be doing. So at that time when she wrote the book, that makes sense. But however, I was just saying that the idea of the rock star as a pop cultural archetype doesn't quite exist in the same way as it did then as it does now. So I would say like now, if we're adapting it to 2022, which present day of the show is set, he would be on Broadway because Broadway has become a lot more pop culturally pervasive. A Broadway star has a lot more pop culture crossover now than they might have in the past. So that was all I was saying. And this scene, I'm sorry, this scene only affirmed that that belief for me. I could not look at that man and be like, oh yeah, he would hate being on Broadway, or he just wouldn't be on Broadway in present day. Look at him. He has chronic chorus line 5, 6, 7, 8. Like that is him at all times. I don't care what anyone says. That man will be on Broadway in present day. It's a joke. Haha, laugh. It's funny. Let's move on. We leave that theater and Armand is basically saying that, you know, for all of this time, he was chasing Lestat and he was trying to, you know, get him into the coven, but also kind of like move in on him and everything like that. And the coven was growing a little bit envious of the way in which Lestat could kind of just be an autonomous free will vampire, and didn't have to be in a coven. Like he actively rejected it. And so the way for Armand to kind of keep everyone in line is to get Lestat to kind of join the ranks. So we see Lestat walking down the street, and he's walking down the street with his human lover, which Armand says is like heresy because that's one of the vampire laws. Like you can't really like fraternize with humans in that way. So his human lover's name is Nikki, and they're walking down the street and he's like, oh, do you hear that? Nikki's like, no, I don't. And then all of a sudden Armand shows up and he's like, basically, I've had enough of you. And so he like he like flings him up against the wall and like stops time all around him and basically just shows him the depths of his of what the dark gift has afforded him. You know, like he's got all these powers and things like that. He's got the power of fire. He's got the power of like mind manipulation. Like he can do a lot of shit. And I think there's a bit of Lestat that's like, I didn't know we could do all that. Like, how did you learn to do all that? I want to know how to do all that. And we see that later affirmed in in a different scene. But he's like obviously rejecting it, and he's very like I don't want to do this. But Armand basically kind of, because Nicky is human, he like pummels him a little bit and just takes his body and tells Lestat, like, if you want your human lover boy, you're going to need to come to the coven, like come and retrieve him from the coven. In the scene in the theater, Armand says something to the effect of like, you know, I had to control him by any means. I had to bring him under my control by any means. And I do think that this speaks to kind of how Armand is and how he loves, which is like he wants to know that he owns his toys before he plays with them. Like he wants to know, and I think deep down he wants to know that like if I have someone under my control, they're in my coven, they're bound by these laws that we are all abiding by, they can't leave me. And I think he's got some abandonment issues, as does every fucking body else in this show, not gonna lie to you. But I think that's kind of where that comes from, and we can see it a little bit with, or see it a lot bit in a lot of cases with Louis as well. So when he said that, I was like, interesting. So he also says, come to me, which lets me know that Lestat has basically kind of bit off Armand bar for bar when it comes to new people that he meets or like new lovers that he wants to take. Like Armand is the one who says, come to me. Armand is the one who, you know, wants to show him all that vampirism has to offer and all these things, you know, like be my companion, like I'm not going to harm you and all this stuff. And it definitely mirrors how Lestat was in episode 1 of season 1 when he was pulling in Louis, you know, and also like the song of the show with Lestat trying to lure Louis back in being called Come to Me. You can definitely see how Lestat saw how alluring and intoxicating Armand could be and wanted to kind of like replicate that for himself. But we see kind of where he falters with that, because Armand brings people in and does educate them on the ways of the vampire and the rules of the vampire, sometimes to a fault. And Lestat didn't do none of that. He didn't do none of that shit. He kept making vampires and not telling them anything. Like he had no interest in being a coven leader in America. He had no interest in starting his own coven. He just wanted to kind of move about freely. But when you're making these new vampires, like there does have to be, I guess, some semblance of law and order to the whole kit and caboodle. I also wrote down that like Armand in a way reminds me of Mother Gothel from Tangled in how he treats the coven, in that he kind of tells them, you know, the outside world is so scary and, you know, you're much safer here with mommy. Don't ever ask to leave this tower again. Like, it feels like he's going to sing Mother Knows Best at a certain point. Like, that's kind of... That's kind of how he treats the coven, even if he may not believe that for himself. How long have I been talking? Oh my God, I've been talking for 30 minutes. I thought I was going to have nothing to say about this episode. Let's move on. Lestat goes and retrieves Nicky from Armand in the coven, and he basically shows up with like a big cross with Jesus on it, I guess to scare the other vampires in the coven. And they're basically like, the other vampires say like, you know, we serve God through Satan, through Armand, as was intended. And, you know, like, oh, your sins will incur the wrath of God. Like they're saying this to Lestat, who has a very just like lackadaisical view of this. Like he's just like, oh, that doesn't, why would I care about the wrath of God? I am a God. And he ends up saying things like, we are gods. We are the gods. Like, why are you being suppressed and bound by these invisible God? Like, we are the gods. We move about the earth. The humans fear us in the way that they fear God. So why would you serve someone who you have the same power as, which is what Lestat was saying. And then Daniel to Armand in present day, it's just like, you let him in and let him do that, and like then Lestat like retrieves Nikki and like takes them and everything like that. And Armand is saying like, he said everything I've been wanting to say, or I had been thinking for decades at that point. I was thinking that, but they wouldn't believe me if I said all of that. Like, they wouldn't listen to me. So it had to be an outsider telling them that and ultimately freeing them to move about and do whatever. And I had to let him go pretty much. Because at one point, Lestat, he says the wooden Jesus that he's holding, he like, he like does like a, and then at a certain point he drops it and it shatters, and all the vampires are like, oh, like, how could you do that? Like, you're gonna, God's gonna be real angry at you and everything like that. And then Lestat gets into, you have given meaning to this wood, but this is just a fallen tree. Like, the same wood that made this cross that you revere is the same wood that made that leg on that table or that flute that you have. Like, why do you care about this shit? Like, we're vampires, we're gods ourselves. Like, go out, be a god. And it just it was like Lestat on becoming a god in Paris. Like, that was very much him. He was just like, why do we care? Let's just go out, kill people. That's what we do. That's who we are. Be that. And I guess to a certain extent he's got a point, because Armand let the coven go. And he said that, some members of the coven struggled with the life that they had lived within the coven under Armand and the life that Lestat told them was possible, and they ended up ending their existence. And he was just basically like, some of them really struggled with life outside of the coven. Like, they kind of, I guess, to insinuate that they needed it. To live with that much, I guess, free will was too much for them. And so they ended their existence, but not everyone did. After all that is taking place, Lestat comes back to Armand, and he's just like, hey, you remember when we were out on the street that night and you like lifted me up off the ground and like flung me against the wall and did a bunch of other cool shit? I want to learn how to do that. I want to know how you did that, because that would be very cool to me. He's just like, so I know I like destroyed your coven and all, but could you teach me how to do all that cool shit that you did? And Armand is like, I guess, yeah. And Lestat comes and kind of like tries to seduce him into giving him the information, and he like drinks Armand's blood, and then that's when Armand is like, oh, you tried to turn Nikki, didn't you? And he was like, it didn't work, didn't it? And like, Lestat isn't really saying anything. Armand's like, oh, he was too fragile. And I'm imagining that the same thing that happened with the old world vampire when she was trying to turn people, the same thing would happen with Lestat, but Lestat is just not as strong as Armand. So obviously Nikki wasn't going to be turned effectively. So Lestat is like, no, he will survive it, and he will thrive. And I think the thought that I had was that Lestat went to Armand to drink his blood so that his blood would be in him, so that he could maybe finish turning Nikki. Like, some of Armand's blood would assist in being able to do that. And Armand does tell him, like, because you have the blood of, I think, Marius, who is Lestat's maker, you in turn will like get stronger, and you will have these like gifts and abilities and all these things. Like, it'll come in time. That worked, and Lestat, with Armand's blood inside of him, was able to turn Nikki, or at a later point Armand was able to fully turn Nikki. I'm not really sure. I don't think it's that big of a detail in the grand scheme of the story, but that's just what we see, because eventually we do see Nikki as a vampire, but we don't really know what happens to him. So then they cut to the theater again, and Lestat's on stage, and him and Armand are talking, and that's just basically when they conceive the idea of the Théâtre des Vampires. Lestat's idea is that, these people come in and they bring their partners, and they're willfully seduced by the theater. They see Macbeth's knife poison him, but they know that the actual actor who's playing the role is not dead. So basically we could do the same thing, but we actually do kill people. And he's got a point there. They could do that because I guess that's just the, you know, the power of the theater or whatever it is. But like, I understand what he's saying. He's just basically like, we could do that like in front of people and it could be successful. And then it was. And so they did it and started it up. And then we see Lestat and Armand in a box, and they're just talking about, you know, how successful the idea has been and all these things. And Lestat tries to start seducing Armand in front of Nikki, who's like in the pit playing. He's gonna be in the pit. He's in the pit playing the violin, and he can see, like, he's looking up and he can see Lestat and Armand kind of canoodling with each other. And so that just shows that, you know, Lestat kind of, the assumption is that Lestat just kind of abandoned Nikki and moved on to someone else, discarded him like an unwanted toy, and moved on to his shiny new toy, which is Armand. But then we cut back to present day. It's kind of like a fade to black moment, and Daniel's like, that's it? Like, what else happened after that? And then this is when Louis comes in and basically says, like, they fucked on the ground, and then Armand taught him the mind gift, and then a week later Lestat was gone. Like, he abandoned the coven, he abandoned Nikki, he abandoned all of them. And then Louis was like, Lestat will always be for and about Lestat. And then Daniel says something, oh, he clocked it so bad, and Louis couldn't do nothing but just sit and take it. Daniel said, never tell a raging narcissist you love him. And all Louis Lupin du Lac dead weight had to do was sit and take it, because you said I love you to Lestat, and so did Armand. Y'all both knew what it was, and you still did it anyways. Because in that scene with Armand and Lestat also, like, Armand is the first one to say I love you, and then Lestat is like, yes, and I love you as well. He couldn't just say I love you too in a normal way. Of course, it's Lestat. Why would he do that? No, but last thing, Armand, when he stopped talking and Daniel was like, that's it, Armand, let me tell you something, he got lost. I know that look. When you're remembering a time when you might have gotten folded up like a pretzel and you're going back to that moment. That was Armand in that moment. He was like, that's it, baby. Live in the fantasy. Live in it. It's your memory. You can go back there as much as you want. But I knew that look. I was like, reminiscing. I got your number. So we cut back to Paris with Louis and Claudia. And they're basically, every time they're interacting in this episode, they're just trying to get their full story straight on who their maker is, where they met him, their story and everything. So if someone were to ask him, or more importantly, if someone was to go into either of their minds, they would see that story. And so that's kind of how they are protecting themselves essentially from the coven ever finding out the truth of their origin, pretty much. And because Claudia kind of blurted out the name Bruce and just said that that was who their maker was and everything, she has to talk in more detail about what happened with her and Bruce, just to provide detail for Louis. As Louis asks, like, oh, what did he look like? And she's like, at first she's hesitant, she doesn't want to say. And then eventually she describes him, and, you know, he's like, I only pry because I want to keep us safe, and I am only asking these things so that we can basically have our story straight. And, you know, Claudia's just like, you know, I remember what I remember, and I don't what I don't, like, you know, basically like, get off my back. And then at that moment we see her, she's like getting ready to go to the theater, because it's at this point she's kind of like an unpaid intern at the theater, like she's in a hazing period with them. And she, like, we see her putting on the lipstick and she's like shaking, and you could tell just the thought of having to go back to those memories of what happened to her are debilitating. And it was incredibly rough to see, and later in the episode we get an equally rough to see and hear scene. And so I will definitely have a trigger warning for that if you don't want to hear that. or hear discussions of it, but the entire episode does return back to the things that happened to her in episode 5. And moving on, then all of a sudden Armand shows up at their door, and in this scene, he's wearing this like cream colored suit. He looks great. Like, it's not to say that he looks bad. He looks fantastic. But this and another scene at the very end, I was like, why does he look like he's about to sing "Burning Down the House"? Like, very much so, like, very much so Talking Heads core. When I saw him on screen, in my mind, I was like, yeah, burning down the house. Looked very 80s. Like, his garb at this point looked very, very 80s, like big suit type of style. It was it was very funny. But Armand comes in their house and he's basically, I guess, coming to visit Louis and in turn Claudia. And Claudia's very excited. And she's like, welcome to our lair and everything. And then this is when Armand is like, shouldn't you be at the theater? And Claudia's like, I've got 3 minutes. I've got time. And she's looking at him, and then he's like, who said you could look me in the eyes? Puce. I think it's like Puce or Puce. And that's like her hazing name. But the way in which he said that, I don't like that. I don't like that, actually. He didn't have to say it like that, but he was just like, who said you could look me in the eye? Whoa, okay. And he said this in front of Louis. And all Louis was like, oh, that's my bad. I was keeping her. Why don't you tell your boyfriend to ease up? Like, I get that this is like a hazing period and she has to go through this in order to get into this whack ass theater club. But just be like, you're not going to disrespect my sister in front of me. I don't care about what little practices y'all got, but like, not too much. So basically they go, like, Armand sends away Claudia to go to the theater to get ready for the show, and then him and Louis go on a walk, and this is Armand's, yet again a futile attempt to get Louis to join the coven. Louis is very hesitant. He doesn't want to do that. He's like, I don't want to do this. It's not my thing. I'm not into it. I kind of want to go and do my own thing and be my own person and all this other stuff. At this point now, they mention Bruce, but both Armand and Louis know that they're both talking about lestat. And at this point, Dreamstat shows up. So it's all three of them. And this is when I was like, oh, Armand can absolutely see Dreamstat as well. Or at least he knows that Louis is projecting. Like, he knows Lestat's presence is there because of Louis. Like, I don't know if he can actually see Dreamstat, if he's like ignoring him. I'm not really sure, but like, I'm of the assumption that Armand can probably see Dreamstat too. So they're talking and Dreamstat shows up, and there's a moment when Louis like snaps a picture really quick and like Armand is in it, but like, this is like the framing of it is where Dreamstat shows up. And so Louis quickly like pulls out his camera, and the assumption is that I think he was trying to see for himself if Dreamstat is real. Like, these hallucinations are becoming realer and realer and realer with every passing moment. Like, he's like, oh shit, like, this is real. This is real. This is me. And then Armand is like, okay. And that's how I think that just let me know. I was like, oh, Armand can definitely see Dreamstat, and he knows why Louis did that. And then we cut back to present day, and they're kind of just like talking generally about their courtship. Meanwhile, Daniel sees the file that the Raglan guy put on his computer, and it's like Biblioteca Telemasca. And then all of these files start showing up. It's just a bunch of files and just a lot of information. And it's coming at you lightning speed. It's just like boop, 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 boop. It's showing up. And Daniel's getting like overwhelmed, and he's like, oh, what the fuck? And this is happening while Louis and Armand are talking, and Daniel's clearly getting flustered because he's peepaw at the computer trying to figure out like, what does all of this mean, and like, what is all of this? And then he gets like a private message from the Raglan guy being like, here to help, let me know. And at that point he gets a little bit distracted, and then Louis is like, Daniel, is everything okay? Like, are you good? We're kind of having a moment right now. We're talking and you're not listening. And then Daniel's like, yeah. So I was trying to figure out, what's up with Claudia at this point? What's happening with her? He's just bumbling through it. And I was like, real smooth, Daniel. Then we cut to the Théâtre des Vampires at another show, and Claudia's like she's like a little pledge, and she's being hazed right now, but she's like listening to the show, and it never gets old for her. She loves Santiago's performance, as do I, girl, as do I. Oh God, scrumptious man. I just can't get over it. Anyways, but she's like doing her little pledge stuff, and there's a point where the show ends and Santiago comes down, and Claudia is like, yeah, she's just like so enamored and really just deeply entrenched in the show, and she's asking him all these questions. Oh my God, I completely forgot the scene. Before Louis and Armand go on their walk, we are seeing Claudia at the theater where she's kind of learning, doing her little pledge things, and she talks to one of the people in the coven who's like teaching her the kind of gross work of like, we put the body from the show in this box, and then this box has rats, and the rats eat the body pretty much. And then the person who she's talking to is just like,
on a Tuesday, this is the buddy box, and that's the rat box. On Wednesdays, that's the buddy box. This is the rat box. Back and forth, back and forth. Keep track. These rats are smart. They can go quiet. You open up the wrong box, they go running up the stairs, into the green room, into the theater, and Mitra punishes the entire coven, which does not win your friends in Farron.
Which is a very funny scene. It was a small scene, but it was just very funny. So Claudia's talking to Santiago, and she, I think, did a little bit of snooping. Like, the assumption is that she kind of did a little bit of snooping around his station. I guess she's been instructed to like clean everyone's station and make sure it's nice and tidy, while she's an unpaid intern for this theater. And so she's asking him questions, and she's just like, she asks him questions about like, how do you get them to basically like be a scene partner and things like that. And so Santiago goes into his process and all these things. And the one thing that stood out to me was every other person in the theater is like doing the whole like puce thing, and like he does it too. But everyone's just like, eyes down, puce, like the whole thing is like she can't look at any of them in the eye. But she asked him, when she began to speak to him, she was like looking down and asking him, and he's like, oh, I'll never hear you from the front row if you don't look at me. And so she like kind of like timidly like looks up to him, and he like smiles, like he does a little wink, and I was like, oh my God, he's so hot. Anyways, but that was like, I know where we're going, but like I like Claudia and Santiago's interactions, because this whole scene kind of forges that they're a lot alike. Like, she tells him her like fake backstory of selling trinkets outside the train station, and that's how Louis found her, and all these different things, which is not consistent with the new version of the story that they came up with at the very end of that scene, the first scene we see with Claudia and Louis. So this story is all types of inconsistent. But then Santiago is just like, oh, you and me, we're a lot alike in that way. Like, you're an orphan, and now you're an orphan again. Basically meaning like, oh, your maker is dead too. My maker is also dead. And so then Claudia says like, oh, she's like, oh, who's Francis Naughton? And he was like, oh, the greatest Iago from the York Royal or something like that. And she was like, oh, that was you. So I guess that was his name before he was turned, was Francis Naughton. And then I guess someone gave him that new name of Santiago. So they kind of go into the conversation. And Santiago, I think as much as he likes Claudia, he is still digging for information to catch them in the lie that they've told to the coven. I think everyone in the coven, but Armand and Santiago, are of the mind that they are telling the truth. But Santiago is especially like hesitant to believe them. And Armand already knows the truth from Louis. So she's just like, Louis from Chicago, right? And Claudia, or Santiago's like, Louis from Chicago, right? And Claudia's just like, yeah, just outside of Chicago, Gary, Indiana. And he's like, okay. And it just seems like he's just collecting information. Like, he wants to catch them in this lie, essentially. So he's just continuing to catch information. And so the scene concludes with, Santiago asking, what gifts did you get from your maker? And Claudia's like, oh, he taught me how to lie really good. And then Santiago's just like, like, you almost got it, Puce, like, you're almost there. And it's just, again, the double meanings of everything these characters say in this godforsaken show, because he wasn't talking about, oh, you're almost there with being inducted into our ranks and all these things. It just felt like he was like, oh, you're almost there with that lie. Like, I almost believe that. I didn't, but I almost believe that. So now we see Armand and Louis at the club, and they're basically just mainly talking about they're just talking about evil. And Armand, Louis is arguing that, like, everything about vampirism is evil, like, bar none, like, no ifs, ands, or buts. It is holistically, like, evil. And Armand is like, but aren't there gradations to evil? Like, aren't there levels to it? In the same way that there are levels to goodness. And while they're having this conversation, we then hear, "Come to me, like, you little whore," and it's fucking Dreamstat at the piano playing "Come to Me," like a very different arrangement of "Come to Me," where he's just making Louis feel so guilty. And again, this is a projection of his mind, so this is his guilt really manifesting. And he's just like, "You little whore, like, you're only with him because you're blue about me." And then he said, I think he says, like, "We ruin each other, impotent lovers." Like, he's heckling them while they're on this date. And so this is the point now where Louis fully comes out with it, that it was Lestat. Because at this point he's been maintaining, oh, it's Bruce, Bruce was my companion, Bruce was this, Bruce was that, Bruce is Lestat. And then Armand was like, "I've known that for months, I just wanted you to say that." He was like, "So what, you're gonna kill me now? Like, what's gonna happen?" And Armand's basically is just like, "Did you not learn any of the vampire rules? Like, if you kill another vampire, like, yeah, you gotta die." And Louis is like, "Lestat didn't teach me any of that. Like, I didn't know about any vampire rules. Like, I know about none of this. Like, he didn't teach me anything," which is very, very true. He taught him nothing. And Armand basically is just like, "Yeah, you're probably gonna have to answer for those crimes." And so then Louise ass goes and says, "Well, what about Claudia?" Oh my gosh, what about Claudia? Why would you say that? Because then Armand asks, "Well, did she kill him too?" And then Louis is just like, "No." And then Dreamstat is like, "Yeah." And if we're operating off the assumption that Armand can see Dreamstat, what are we doing? You shouldn't have even brought up Claudia. Like, oh my God. But it just pissed me off. It pissed me off so bad. I was like, "Louis, why would you say her name? Why would you say her name? Don't even involve her. Like, just..." Louis, you piss me off sometimes. But then Armand is just basically like Louis starting to get, like, worked up because now they found out he's messed up their plan. Fuck this whole cover story. He's come out with it to Armand, which in turn comes out with it to the coven. And Dreamstat is, like, kind of, antagonizing him while all of this is happening with his guilt and things like that. And he's just like, he told me you love me and all these things. Like, he's just really just piling on to Louis. And Louis is just like, "To hell with you." And, like, you can tell that he kept Dreamstat in, I think, a somewhat manageable place up until this point. But this is the episode where all of that is beginning to break down a little bit. So from there, we get Louis, like, storming out of the, like, little cafe, like, club place that they were at, and he goes to the park where him and Armand first met, and he finds someone who at the beginning we see as a manifestation of Dreamstat, and they're, like, furiously making out, and Dreamstat's just like, "Kill me again. Your favorite thing to do is to kill me and do all this stuff." And so he's, like, banging Dreamstat up against the wall, and, like, like, he kisses him, just like, like he's just, like, trying to kill him. And then we see Louis, like, furiously, like, he turns over whoever's body it was, and we just see it was just, like, a random guy. So, like, obviously Lestat was not there. And I was like, Louis, you need therapy and probably an antipsychotic. And so he goes home and he's like in his little dark room and he's trying to develop the picture that he took earlier with Armand and who he's thinking is also Lestat. And he's trying to see if Lestat was there. And it's like, he's not there, baby. He is not there, Pookie-rella. Like, he's just not. This is all in your mind. You're losing it a little bit. And so Claudia has no idea that any of this is happening, like, at all. And she's now, like, she was just like, you know what, you're right. Going back to their conversation earlier, she's like, you're right. I need to lay out all of the details of this so that we can best have our story straight and, you know, keep with it. Like, she has no idea that Louis has spilled the beans fully on everything that's happened. And so they're getting into their coffins, getting ready for bed. And Louis is like, hey, I have something to tell you. And Claudia kind of just, I think in her moment of vulnerability, she works up the courage to give more details about Bruce. And so at this point in the episode, I will put a timestamp right here for if you want to skip this discussion of Claudia talking about her abuser. She's worked up the courage. She's going to talk through to Louis about basically the full extent of what happened to her with Bruce. Now, I was under the assumption that it was that one time in the forest where they had met and everything, but apparently he like kept her under the floorboards and like abused her for like a week and broke her bones and all these things. And she goes into detail about it. And then she says, like, you know, I could deal with all of that, like the physical parts of it, but what really fucked me up was him saying I love you before, during, after, before, during, after. Like that's the part that fucked me up the most. And I'm really at war with myself about how I feel about the scene, because on the one hand, I understand why they're I guess revisiting this part of Claudia's story. But then on the other hand, I'm like, she's endured just so much, and every episode is another way in which we see just the extent of which she's been failed and the extent to which she's being set up and the extent to which she's not really being cared for in the way that she deserves, and just her not getting her happy existence as a vampire. Like, her happiness is so fleeting that it feels, the only word I can use is wrong, to go back to that storyline that already was incredibly controversial in season 1. I remember a lot of the discourse around it was interesting, because it was a lot of people, and I included in this group, who felt like it was a kind of a gross use of the woman gets sexually assaulted to become tougher trope that we see in media a lot of the times. And it just was them kind of rehashing it, albeit in a less graphic way, but still in a way that is incredibly vivid in its detail of what happened. I understood why they did it narratively, I guess, but I just wasn't really a fan of it. But then the other half of me is like, it was a very beautifully performed piece. It's a very beautiful bit of vulnerability from Claudia, who I think tries to put on the best face that she can and brave the world as this, you know, woman in this very specific plight. And she is trying her best to keep hope and keep the faith of her existence, but it's difficult, and these are the moments when it becomes the most difficult. And Delaney Hales' performance of that scene really is proof positive of that. Like, it's so just devastating. It's heartbreaking. It is, you can't help but feel so like awful for a character like Claudia, because she's constantly going and getting like just shit hurled at her. And this was a moment where we didn't understand the depths of which we find out what happened to her. And then we do, and it's just like, fuck, you know. I don't really have much to say about this scene, because I again, narratively understand why it happens. I understand why they did it, but just knowing the everything that Claudia has been through, the everything that she will go through, it just feels like this continuous this continuous onslaught of stuff happening to her, these continuous bouts of abuse that she is at the hands of in every single way, this continued disrespect, this continued neglect, she is this show's punching bag in a way, whether they mean to or not. And it just, sometimes it becomes a little bit tiresome to constantly see her face this brutal existence. It just seems like her plight is just so much different than everyone else's, and it's tough. It was a tough watch. It's a tough read, and I'm still wrestling with its effectiveness. So after that scene, she basically concludes it by being like, they're going to initiate me into the coven. Talking to Louis, and she's like, I'd really love for you to be there. And so Louis is like, I wouldn't miss it for the world. So we're back at the theater, and this is the last scene of the episode, where Claudia is basically, she gets initiated into the coven, and it's so, again, these moments of fleeting happiness that we see from Claudia. She's so excited to be initiated into this group, and she thinks she's found this community and these people who really care about her, and she's like, on stage helping, and you see her like smile out to Louis, and he's just like, very happy, again, knowing that he foiled all of their plans to Armand, but he's just trying to put on a good face. Meanwhile, our Santiago's doing what Lestat did at the top of the episode, wherein he's talking to Armand telepathically, and Santiago is like, so there was a body discovered in the forest, and it was like mutilated and had puncture wounds, and it wasn't any of us, and I don't think it was Claudia, it was Louis. He's a problem, you need to get rid of him. And our mom was like, okay, well, like, is it just you that thinks that, or like, does everyone think that? And then everyone from the coven looks to him to be like, we all think it, you need to get rid of him. And so Armand is like, okay, chill, I'll get rid of him after the ceremony. Like, will that make everyone happy? So the ceremony starts of initiating Claudia, and, they go through like, oh, like, you're one of us now. They gift her a flea circus. Don't piss me off. Because I think puce, I don't know if it's French for flea. I'm not really sure. But they gift her a flea circus, and then they're like, oh, don't forget where you started from and all these things. I was just like, oh, y'all are so nasty. So nasty and so rude. Basically, Santiago officially initiates her by reading the 5 laws of vampirism, while Louis and Armand go for a little walk in the sewers. And basically, the 5 rules are, number 1, each coven must have its leader, and only he may order the working of the dark gift upon a mortal. Law 2, the dark gifts must never be given to the crippled, the maimed, or to children. So obviously one of those already broken. Number 3, no vampire must commit to writing the history of the vampire. Both of them already broke that one. Actively, that's what this whole show is about. Number 4, no vampire shall ever expose his or her true nature to a mortal and let the mortal live. Again, already doing that. And then number 5, no vampire may ever destroy another vampire except the leader of the coven has reign over his flock. Like, he has the power of life or death over all of his flock. So those are the 5 rules. And now if you listen to those rules and you're like, they have all broken all 5 rules multiple times, you would be correct. You would be correct. They've all broken those rules. So while Louis and Armand are in the sewer, basically Armand is just like, hey, I know the situation, and now I kind of gotta kill you because of that. And Louis is like, just protect Claudia, like, just make sure she's good. And then Armand says something which is just so foreboding and scary. He says, Claudia, like, you don't need to worry about Claudia, she doesn't have that much time left. And Louis is like, what? And Armand's like, well, yeah, like, her brain, at the rate that it's going, like, she's not going to be able to handle the burden of existence. Like, she's going to forever be in this plight that she's in, and that's going to eventually break her to where she will end her own existence. That's what he was trying to allude to. But if you know where we're going, something else is probably going to happen. And so Louis is just like, oh, shit. And so at this point, they're in the sewer, and like Armand kind of has, I think he's got like the fire gift or whatever. So he's got like a fireball in his hand, and I guess the thought is she's just gonna like set Louis on fire. And so Louis is just like, just make sure Claudia's okay, like all this stuff. And Armand's like, she won't be. Basically, they're probably gonna kill her, but he doesn't tell Louis that. And Louis is just like, she's strong and she can handle a lot. And Armand's like, no, she can't. I've seen it all before. I've seen it happen. I've been around. I've seen so much. Basically, then there's a point where Louis is thinking like, oh, it's going to happen. And he's just like, every morning, tell her that she's beautiful every single morning. And talking about Claudia. And it's just, again, it's the double-edged sword of Louis, where I'm just like, oh, sometimes I'm like, you care so much about Claudia. And then sometimes I'm like, you don't care enough. You don't care enough about her, and it drives me nuts. But ultimately, then Louis thinks the fireball's coming for him, and then it's not. It's Armand, and he like moves the little manhole cover, and he basically just walked him home, and Armand spares him. So the coven thinks that Armand went out to kill Louis, and he didn't do that, and they share their first kiss or whatever. It's a bit of a jarring thing that they kiss, and then Louis goes, and it's just like, oh, do you want to come upstairs? I was like, Louis, you just heard that Armand and the coven have plans to kind of destroy Claudia too, and now you're like, I'm horny. What is wrong with you? Like, what is wrong with you? And like, spliced between that moment, the coven reveals to Claudia like her new role in the theater, and they like wrote a new play for her, and the play is that she plays a baby, and she's just like, oh fuck, like I'm playing a baby. She's met with this same fate that she was trying to get away from. She thought that the theater would afford her this freedom from this existence that she's been dealt. She thought that she would find community who understand her and get her and treat her like a woman, treat her like the woman that she is, not the child, but they still see her as this child. And she like looks at the costume and the dress and everything that she's given, and she looks at it in horror. And then the episode ends, like it doesn't end with that. It ends with Louis and Armand going to punch in their apartment, I guess. As you could tell from this recap part of the review, I didn't love this episode all that much. Now, be it, I liked it a lot more on a second watch. I think I understood what they were trying to do a little bit more, but ultimately I found it to be a lot. Like, it was a lot, and not like a lot in opulence thing, not a manageable a lot, but a lot in the sense of like it was a bit messy at times. I think the information that they gave to the audience was very interesting. The thing that I tweeted initially after watching the first time last night was, this was definitely an episode for the book readers. Like, this was an episode for the fans of the book, because they do bring in things from the vampire Lestat. And one of my concerns was I just don't want the show to, because I know that some of the showrunner, Roland Jones, has expressed interest in wanting to get to the vampire Lestat and adapt it. And I just want to make sure that we are giving as much, reverence and credence and respect to where we are in the story now. Like, we are finishing telling the story that involves these characters, because, I know Lestat is alluring. I understand that he is this very alluring figure, and he has been this very alluring figure, and in the grand scheme of the Vampire Chronicles, he is, kind of the main character. But the show, I think, has gone out of its way to adapt and to make the characters around Lestat so much more interesting than they've really ever been. Louis feels so new and lively and fresh, and he feels so like he's got this really invigorated feeling to him. And the same with Claudia, and like the things that they've changed about the characters, the things that they've honored about the characters from the books, you know, like they've just really reinvented these characters. And it would just be a shame if we were kind of just like trying to run to the finish line of this story just to get to that story. You know what I mean? And that is a bit of my concern at this point with this episode, in bringing in information from the next book this early, because we're not even technically at the halfway point of the season yet. Like this is the third episode in, and we're already talking about the vampire Lestat. And I think, you know, there's a lot of discussions, and there's a lot of things that you can talk about with the element of race, and in changing these characters and making them, you know, different characters of color, and ultimately infusing race into the narrative and into the storyline. I am always on my guard of like, you know, I just want to make sure that these characters of color aren't treated as collateral just so we could get to the, you know, the white main character that everyone, you know, loves. Like I said, I am a fan. I think Lestat is an incredibly interesting character. I think Sam Reed's performance of him is obviously incredibly alluring, and people want to see more of it and hear him and just see how his Lestat begins to blossom and unfold. But at the same time, I do hold space of being a little bit of holding a little bit of trepidation with, I see the direction we're headed in, and I'm hoping that we're not heading in a direction that kind of just bulldozes over these other characters just to get to him. And a little bit of this episode kind of felt like that. I don't think that feeling is too pervasive. I think ultimately it does offer some background on Armand, which I think was necessary. It does, you know, satisfy that bit of it. But I was very curious just after the initial watch. I was like, how is this going to read to audiences who know nothing of the books and really know nothing of the movie, the people who are coming in and getting this lore of these characters in this world in real time? Because we got not only Armand's background, we got more of Lestat's background, we got the Talamasca, like we got a lot of information, and it was moving at breakneck speed. Like it just felt like we were flying through this episode. Like the pacing of it was a bit too quick for me, and I don't know where I can't really pinpoint where exactly it was causing this like rapid like fire, you know, succession. And maybe like each scene we didn't really stay in one place for too long. Maybe it was the dialogue. I really don't know, but I just found this episode like we were zooming, and this was not an episode where we needed to zoom. Like we needed to kind of sit with some of this this information for just like 2 seconds longer. Ultimately, it just felt like, you know, we were trying to think they were like, all right, here's a lot of information, okay, go. And I would hope like we won't really know the effectiveness of this episode until the next episode, until we see the payoff of these things, to ultimately see kind of what direction they're heading in. And ultimately, I think just in the grand scheme of the show, it's not one of my favorite episodes that I've ever seen. I don't think that it's like straight up bad, but it is, I think it was gutsy to introduce some of those elements from the vampire Lestat. I think they were maybe introduced a little bit too early, because it invites a precedent that could be a bit dangerous to the grand scheme of the show. I think in the way of a TV show, it, you know, in the ways that it usually succeeds in that, I think it fell a little bit short this week. You know, I think the book readers are going to have a field day with it, but ultimately if we're moving in the direction of it being a one-to-one adaptation, I think that's going to alienate the television viewership of it, which there are a lot of people, you know, contrary to popular belief, there are a lot of people who are coming into the show having known nothing of these characters, never seen the movies, never read the books. Like these are brand new characters to them, and the ways in which they understand them are in the context that the show provides. And I don't want them to head in the direction of alienating that crowd just to satisfy the crowd that like wants to see this specific book be adapted. I don't think that it's a bad thing that they want to adapt the vampire Lestat, because personally I'm very much so like chomping at the bit for them to get to Queen of the Damned, because I would like to see Akasha. But I just want no matter what story it is, I just want that story to really be given the chance to live a full life, have a full life cycle, have the ability for us to sit with these characters and sit with the story and sit with the themes, and then we move on to the next one, you know, to like create that experience, because these stories are worth that. With the whole arc of Claudia's sexual abuse, like I said at that point in the episode, or in the video, I was just kind of, I'm wrestling with its necessity in the grand narrative of both the episode and the season so far. I was trying to see if there was another way that they could have gone about that and maybe satisfied what her arc was supposed to be in this episode a little bit more. I'm sitting with it. I'm sitting with, was it necessary to do that? You know, like nothing in a story is you know, super necessary all the time, but I think with this specifically, I was like, did we need this? I'm of the mind that I don't think that they did, but narratively speaking, we don't know the full payoff of any of these choices until the season is over, pretty much. So ultimately, you know, like I said, wasn't my favorite episode of the show, wasn't my favorite episode of the season by far, would probably be my least favorite of the season so far. But I can only hope that the show will, in the next episode, I'm trusting the narrative. I'm trusting to sit with it and be like, okay, let's just see where you're going with this. Like, I just want to see kind of where you're heading with this before I can cast full judgment, yay or nay. I think it's never a bad thing to voice when things give you pause, or things are like, I don't really know if I love that, or I don't really love that choice. And ultimately, that's the greatness of media, whether it be a book, whether it be a movie, whether it be this TV show, where we are getting in much more like detail what these characters are going through and their thoughts and the different themes and all these things. There is room for a discussion of many things. I don't think there's an objective truth here. This is solely my opinion. I'm not denouncing the show or anything like that. This was just not an episode that I loved. But, you know, one episode out of, at this point, 10 that I may not have enjoyed is a pretty solid track record. So it's fine.
All right, guys, I gotta run. All right, I gotta stay.
Last week was very interesting, y'all. Some of y'all had a lot to say in the comments. It's all good. It's all good. I love it. I love the conversation. I love to keep it going. I love when y'all talk to yourselves in the comment section. It's just so fun. Hi, I'm Bobby. Welcome to Culture Kitchen. Season 2, episode 4 of Interview with the Vampire, entitled I Want You More Than Anything in the World, which is just so fitting of this show. It's just people hurling that one phrase around to each other ad nauseum. So the episode opens with my girl Claudia. She is now starting her baby Lulu routine, wherein she's playing a little girl who thinks that she's a bird and wants to fly. She plays a little baby every single night for like a bunch of nights, 500 nights, whatever it is. Obviously, it doesn't take much for the play to be a hit. Claudia's a natural star. It's just the name of the game. So baby Lulu takes off and kind of reinvigorates the theater. The theater, if you remember in episode 2, Armand calls it a bit like passé. It wasn't really respected by the large art scene of Paris at this point. And so Claudia's act in the play reinvigorates popularity for the theater, brings in a bunch of people, etc., etc., etc. They start doing French performances, like all French performances again, which really marks that like the theater is coming back alive. It was so funny. It was so funny when they cut to Louis in the audience, like watching Claudia, I guess ostensibly, do the performance for the first time. I thought for a second he was like saying the words with her, and like almost now at that point I then headcanon Louis in another dimension being like a toddlers and tiara like family member for Claudia. So he's just in the audience just being like, and like doing the and like doing the dance with her. Very like Amy Poehler in Mean Girls. I imagine him being kind of a stage mom, but let's be real, in an alternate universe that would not be Louis, that would be Lestat. It would be Lestat, unfortunately. So Daniel asks Louis and Armand, like, how did she like being infantilized? And Armand said, well, she took it in stride, and it was an uphill battle, and she did what any good coven member had to do. And then Louis said, kind of at the exact same time as Armand, like, she had issues with it, like she didn't like it for all the reasons that I just said. And then we go on to see a scene that basically explains everything that she was going through at this point. Once the act tends to like take off and grows to popularity, the people doing it, not just Claudia, but the people in the theater as well, specifically Santiago, grow weary and very bored of it. Like, I think initially they were like on board with like, oh, like this is bringing in more people, like this is a net good, like this is a good thing. And then after a while it becomes so popular that you become sick of it. And I think Santiago especially becomes sick of it. And there's a scene where he's just like, oh, I grew tired of this, blah, 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 blah. Like he's disgruntled about it. And while he's doing that, my girl Egli is down the stairs giving him some, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. I thought this was a classy party.
I was like, whoa, he must be really upset if he is getting a literal head, and he's just so upset. But we see that that's beginning to sow the seeds of their relationship kind of falling through the cracks. It's like a C plot, really. C or D plot. Like, it's not anything that's super prominent in the episode, like with the other plot lines, but we get to see that my favorite couple, Santiago and Egli, are beginning to drift away a little bit. We see that play out. I think it's played for comedy for the most part. We cut back to Daniel and Armand and Louis, and Daniel's going through notes, and he sees that there's a point where Armand gave Claudia the note of like, try to find the childlike wonder of Lulu again, because she's beginning to grow a bit bored and is showing her boredom in her performances. And I just noted that because I was like, how is she meant to find childlike wonder again when she's never been able to leave childhood as a whole? Like, you are able to find childlike wonder when you're an adult because you've experienced a different thing from that. Like, you've experienced adulthood to where you can identify childlike wonder. Claudia is 40 in the body of a teenager and has never been treated as an adult. She's never experienced adulthood. So she really doesn't have a distinction for adulthood and childhood because she's kind of just experienced this weird third thing of it all. And like, it just was the note. I was like, oh, you don't get it. Like, you just don't understand what she's going through. No one really does. Well, to the extent that I think that she would want them to. And so I just thought that was just this is a very interesting note. That scene ends with Armand and Claudia and the coven. They're kind of just having like a cast meeting, and Claudia expresses to Armand that she grows tired of the performance. She's a bit bored, and she's like, I think I've lost my love for on stage work, and I'd like to go and do backstage work. And Armand kind of guilts her. And he calls to Sam, who's like one of my favorite members of the coven. But Sam is also a playwright, but he does a lot of the grunt work of the theater. If you remember from last episode, Sam was the one who was explaining to Claudia about like the body box and the rat box and all those things. And basically uses Sam as just like, you love the work that you do here. It never gets old for you, right? And Sam's like, yeah, of course, Matra. Like, like, it's always so fun. And then everyone's just like, oh, please, like, ass kisser or whatever. And everything kind of ultimately culminates with Armand punishing Claudia for her, I guess, boredom with the performance by forcing her to wear the baby Lulu costume all the time. Like, she can never take it off. She was like, you have to wear it, you have to sleep in it, you have to hunt in it. Like, you can never leave this character at all. And that only reinforces the things that she's been feeling about this character. It only reinforces the things that she's going through. And in that scene, she looks, as Armand is like reprimanding her, she kind of like looks to Louis to be like, help. And he gives her a look of like, like kind of ambivalence. And then he goes back to reading his book. And I was like, Okay, Louis. I'm trying to understand you, man. I'm trying to understand you, but in that moment, I didn't get that. I didn't like that. More importantly, and let's take a pause. So last week, in what I think was a mostly jovial way, I was kind of ragging on Louis. You know what I'm saying? And there seemed to be a sentiment that I guess hate Louis, which is very funny because I spent all of season 1, if you follow me on Twitter, you know, defending that man like my life depended on it. Like, I said 10 toes down for Louis, and I still do. But I think this is a good time to talk about, and this episode I think really does a good job of it, showing that these characters are made of tons of dualities. Like, in one scene, Louis does something that I love, and then the next he does something that sends me into rage. These characters are not these fixed ideas of good or bad, you know, evil or innocent. Like, they are full of a lot of complexities, and they really kind of rest on a spectrum of you know, good and evil and all those things. It's like what Armand and Louis were talking about last week with the idea of there being gradations to evil. You know, like Louis has this very fixed idea of like all sinners are sinners no matter the sin. And Armand wanted to posit that one small sin is at the same as one really big sin. Like, looking at it as all sin kind of might present some problems. Like, it technically is a sin to wear mixed fabrics. Is that the same as adultery or something like that? You know, or the same as murder or whatever it is. Like, there are gradations to good and evil, just like there are gradations to everything else. And so in watching this show, I do hope that we kind of as a collective take that in stride. Like, these characters are not just one thing. Even in one episode, they're not just going to be one thing. I think this episode really showed a different side of Louis that's been kind of brewing and bubbling. And within that, there are a lot of dualities. You know, there are a lot of things about these characters. And it would be doing a disservice, I think, to the story to not acknowledge those maybe inconsistencies, maybe, you know, like you're here one day, you're there the next, air about all of these characters. So wanted to grow on. You would know if I hated Louis Dupont du Lac dead weight. You know, like I kid because I love, but if I truly hated him, you'd know. Unpause. Let's move on. So yeah, Louis kind of looks at Claudia like, girl, I don't know what you want me to do. And I'm like, Louis, come on. And so then that prompts Santiago to kind of stand up for Claudia and be like, you know, why are you singling her out when her feeling of boredom and wanting to do more and different is shared by all of us. Like, we all feel this way. And Santiago kind of broaches the subject again of like, oh, you know, we are confined to these very fixed rules and lifestyles, but your little boyfriend, Louis, can do whatever he wants to do. He doesn't have to join the coven. He doesn't have to hunt with us. He doesn't have to pay attention to the play. Like, Armand, you don't even show up to the plays as much anymore. Like, we're doing this every single night and you don't even show up anymore. It was like, I think they said like your nomadic nature. Like, I think if Celeste was like, you've been real nomadic about this play for a very long time. Like, you have not been doing what you need to do, but you hold us to these impossible standards. That's not fair. And Santiago kind of, you know, pokes the bear a little bit and is just like,
are you companions?
Yes.
No.
I was like, oh. Oh, Lord, that was so bad. I felt so bad because I was like, oh, wow. Y'all are not on the same page. That's crazy. It's not funny. It is. But oh my gosh, that was so funny. So that just shows that they are not quite on the same page. And I wrote down that, Armand, you're doing wifey duties and you're not even a girlfriend. One more time for the people in the back. Armand, you're doing wifely duties and you're not even the girlfriend. Whoa. Let's reevaluate, babe. Let's, you know, get inventory of our priorities. Like, Louise getting everything out of you, girl. You don't even have a commitment of relationship. terrible. Anyways, but then the scene ends with like that little brewing tension that I was talking about between Santiago and Celeste and Egli. And Egli like attacks Celeste because she's like, keep your tits in your bloomer, or keep your tits in your corset, you slut, or something like that. So basically Egli knows that Santiago is like going behind her back with Celeste. And it's alluded that they kind of have this tension every couple, I guess, decades, 100 years, whatever, to where there's this kind of like, a little love triangle, I guess, between them. So the next scene is Louis and Armand discuss what they are. They have the "what are we" conversation. And Louis is so friends with benefits about it. It's kind of gross. Like, Louis is so the guy who you guys are like, you start off as friends with benefits. Maybe it's like really chill. But then one night, he just trauma dumps on you. And then the next morning, you're thinking like, oh, like this was a really big step. Like maybe we're moving towards a relationship. And then he'll text you, I think we should not see each other anymore. And you're like, whoa, like you kind of took it to a place where I thought we were getting a little bit deeper into this, and now we're not. Oh, okay, yeah, cool. But they have that conversation, and Armand is just like, what would we call it? And Louis is like, well, we could call it whatever you want. And so Armand's like, a companionship, and Louis is like, well, no. He said, that's not the word I would use. And so Armand was like, okay, so I can't call it whatever I want. And you see, again, like Louis wants wife privileges with no commitment. Like, you haven't even wifed this dude up yet, and you're expecting all of these privileges that you've gotten. Louis, rude. Anyways, and so during all of this, we also see that Louis, I guess assumingly Armand has taught Louis like the fire gift, so he's like learning how to set things up, like blow things up with his mind, pretty much. And so during this whole scene, Dreamstat, of course, comes in and sits in the cuck chair. So he's just watching them have this conversation. And Armand, in an effort, I guess, to show that they do still have a really close relationship, because Louis was trying to downplay, I think, their connection by being like, what's my mom's name? And Armand says Grace, and he was like, no, Grace is my sister, Florence is my mom. And so and Armand's like, well, your mom hasn't come up a lot. And Louis just trying to really say, like, this is super casual. Like, don't read too much into it. And it's so, like, if you want to really understand their relationship at this point in the episode, just listen to Casual by Chappell Roan. Happy Pride. Like, that is, like, knee deep in the passenger seat and you're eating me out as a casual now. Like, that's them in this moment with Dreamstat watching. So Armand is also, like, trying to, play up their relationship and be like, well, I keep your secret. Like, I know I have some details that could really put you in a bind. And he doesn't do it in like a threatening way, but he's just like, you have entrusted me to a certain degree with pretty precious information. I'm not getting why this can't be something more. And so then Dreamstat is just sitting in the chairs like, what's the secret? What's the secret? I'm sorry, I don't have a good French accent. What's the secret? And then he's like, oh, it's the secret to me? Like, am I the secret? I was like, oh my God. This is the episode that I like Dreamstat most in, because he talks the most, I guess. He's just funny. That's it. So eventually that kind of ends, the scene kind of ends with them talking to Daniel in present day, and Daniel's like, are you schizophrenic? And Louis like, well, no. And you get a little bit more into what Dreamstat, like, Louis expands on kind of what Dreamstat is and like how it feels and like what he thinks and what he hears and kind of just what his presence represents. And you can see that Armand is like not super thrilled to be listening to this. Like, he feels the jealousy is just ruminating from him. Like, I think he thought that he won because he's still with Louis at this point. They've been together for all these years, but there's still this sense of love and deep passion that you can tell Louis still has when talking about lestat, and in this case, dreamstat. Like, there's a piece of it that Louis just won't let go. And I think that really bothers Armand a lot. Louis says, I was severing one and knitting another, talking about kind of his relationship. Assumingly, on the surface, he was severing his relationship with lestat and knitting his relationship with Armand. But I think, again, the duality of language in this show, you know, there's all these like kind of double entendres that happen in the text. You could assume that he was talking about, you know, severing his relationship with Armand and knitting his relationship with lestat. Like, at any given point, those two places are pretty interchangeable. And it got me really thinking that this show, especially at least this episode, really illuminated that these relationships, they're like it's very Challengers coded. Like, if you've seen Challengers, like, you know that, at least to me, and I definitely plan to talk about this in like an episode all by itself, a lot of the conversation around Challengers, which is the bisexual tennis movie by Luca Guadagnino, starring Zendaya, Mike Feist, Josh O'Connor, that a lot of the chatter around Challengers has tried to sever Zendaya's character Tashi from the dynamic. And that movie only works when you look at it as a 3-piece orchestra, essentially. Like, that is a well and truly like throuple. Like, they are all intermingled with one another. It only works when you consider all three of them. And I think that it's very similar with this. Lestat, Armand, and Louis are in this 3-way dance together. Like, it's never really been just 2-on-2. The presence of one has always been there. It's always been there. And I think this episode really illuminated that fact by being like, yeah, like, you really got to consider it's all three of them in this together. It kind of wraps up with Daniel's throughout this episode is having these weird kind of bouts of getting kind of attacked by his thoughts. And initially I was like, I feel like it's kind of Armand giving him these little mental jabs to interrupt anytime that he would normally like instigate or kind of needle and prod, especially Louis, for information. Like, anytime that he may kind of want to do that, or anytime it feels like Armand might kind of want to punish Daniel for asking a question that he didn't really want him to ask, he gives him glimpses into, assumingly, memories of San Francisco that are especially painful, and it causes Daniel like actual physical distress. But Daniel also has a little bit of a trick up his sleeve. He's got an ace up his sleeve because he's got all of this information from the Talamasca, which last week he got from the Raglan James guy, which is a very fake name. I'm still holding that up. But he's got access to all of this information that Louis and Armand don't know that he has. And so he kind of uses some of that information to ask about things that up until this point they don't know that he knows. So he asks like, oh, like, how did you two survive the fire? Like, at a certain point the Théâtre des Vampires is set ablaze, you know. That's probably going to happen in the next couple episodes. And so Armand is like, basically, how do you know that? Like, who told you that? And that kind of, I feel like it clues both of them in, like Louis and Armand, but especially Armand, into like, he knows something more than we think. How did you get that information? And so Daniel quickly has to be like, oh, well, you know, I got it from like my research assistant. They think I'm doing this thing. And so it just thought it was, you know, necessary. It's like a string of fires in Paris around the same time. And he was asking about it. So that was kind of how he cleaned up his having known about the fire. But it does ding to both of them that like, oh, Daniel's got information beyond what we've told him. What all does he know? So we move on. So the next scene is Santiago and Claudia talking after a performance of the smash hit Baby Lulu. We then see Claudia disposing of the body in the body box and with the rats and all that stuff, and she hides her journal in the room where this is happening. So Santiago he said that he was like honoring the blood or whatever. And he sees Claudia then go to write, and he kind of chastises her because he's just like, one of the rules is that no one must commit the history of the vampires to history. Like, no one should write down our history. What are you doing? And she's like, it's not really like history. Like, it's just random thoughts. Like, it's not really that. And it's just another kind of like, I really do think there is a genuine connection between the two of them, like friendship and things like that. But we also do know that Santiago is trying to get information from Claudia. And I think the scene was just another way of him kind of like continuing to break down her walls, so to speak. So he basically finds out Estelle and Celeste don't really like Claudia, and he's like, don't worry about them. Like, we say that Celeste lost her talent all these years ago, and Estelle is too far up Celeste's ass to do, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, don't worry about it. And so that kind of makes her a little bit vulnerable to want to, she throws her book to him, and he, I guess, has the ability to like read a book without opening it or whatever it is. Like, he finds out what she's written about him in the book. And it again establishes that kinship between them of like, you can trust me. We can talk about these things. And, when he's kind of chastising her about the rules, he says, he's like, oh, Mothra is like very beholden to these rules. Like, you need to be careful. Like, you think you're protected because he's with your brother-father person, Louis. And then he's like, that tenderness can turn to tender, basically turn to something that is kind of like, it's a powder keg waiting to happen. Like, don't trust that his preciousness over Louis is going to extend to you when the going gets tough, pretty much. Foreshadowing. And so eventually Claudia's just like, she's ready to do away with her journal. Like, she throws it into the rat box. And then Santiago is like, oh, don't be so dramatic. We've all bent the rules and things like that, but just, be careful when it comes to being around Armand. Now, the person she should be careful around is him, because again, he's getting information out of her out the wazoo, like just mining for information from her, and it's working. So that's who can you trust in the world of vampires? No one. So then we get a first glimpse of Claudia and Madeline. Madeline has now shown back up in the show. So Claudia's basically out doing marketing for the show, like in her Baby Lulu costume, wearing this like big like board advertising for the Théâtre des Vampires. And so she sees Madeline, she's cleaning off a hate symbol off of her window of her store, and they kind of, Claudia's kind of just like, oh, you remember me, you made me in this dress, and they kind of have this cute little banter, and I need that banter injected into my veins. We get a lot more Claudia and Madeline interactions in this episode, and it's really, really sweet. And it's funny, in the middle of that scene, Madeline is like, oh, like you're clowning now, and Claudia's like, oh, I'm actually an actress now. And I was like, girl, well, kind of the same a little bit. The next scene, the vamps go out to dinner. The whole theater goes out to dinner, plus Louis. And it's kind of in an effort to show that Louis is coming around more, because in the scene with him and Armand, when they were talking about what they are, Armand is like, it would help the coven maybe not hate you so much if you kind of came around more and hung out with us more and didn't feel like you wanted to be something different than us. I don't think they like that feeling that you make them feel, so just come around. And so Louis comes around. He comes to dinner, and they're all sitting down, and he's talking about, he went to this like, I guess like this artist meeting spot, and there's a lot of artists who show their work there and just kind of hang out there, and that's where he exhibited his photography. His photography is a big thing in this episode. And he's just, I think he feels like he's really getting into it, and now he's ready to get to the point where he's showing other people and getting the opinions of other people on his art and things like that. And throughout this entire thing, Santiago's on the literal other side of the table from Louis and Claudia, who he's talking to, and he's just seething. He's just like, ugh, like, I hate him, he's so pretentious. And flanking Santiago is Celeste. And it made me think that, like, when the going gets tough And when things are bad and he wants to be like kind of sitting in his rage, he goes to Celeste. But when things are good and life is fun again, oh, we're vampires, and it's, everything's horny and great and sexy, that's when he goes to Eggly. And Eggly? I actually don't really know her. E. Oh, so that's what we're going to call her, E. And he goes to E, and, she's kind of his, like, good time girl, I guess. And it always puts her into a state of extreme sadness when he starts up with Celeste again. And we don't know, again, explicitly why he started up with Celeste, but I think if he's kind of trending in the way of trying to be the new maitre of the coven, he I think wants to be flanked by someone who can kind of sit in their disgruntledness. And so that's what Celeste is in this moment. So Santiago, very upset, very, very pissed. And basically it's just kind of showing that Armand is kind of losing rank in the coven. Like, he's losing control. He doesn't really have everyone's obedience, because he's asking like where people are and what they're doing, and like some people are out, some people are kind of not very present. Like, the hold that he had on the coven is very quickly slipping. And in the middle of this, Santiago begins to mimic Louis, and there's a scene where Louis is talking to Claudia about something, and Santiago's on the other side of the table mimicking what he's saying. And I couldn't tell when I was watching it both times, like, if it was in the moment. There's a scene, like, after Louis finishes talking, there's a scene where he's quite literally mimicking Louis' voice. It's like Louis' voice coming out of Santiago. But before that, there's a part where it feels like it's actually Ben Daniels matching Jacob Anderson's accent and intonation and cadence while he's saying these words.
In shabby hotel rooms and cold water walk-ups. A new generation's ripping apart the old molds, bursting in a new one.
Phenomenal acting to be able to really mirror, like, mimic an actor in real time. Louis has enough with Santiago and kind of zooms across the table and grips him by the tongue, because I think Santiago calls him like a buffoon or something like that. And he was like, I'll show you, buffoon, and like grips him by the tongue literally in front of everyone in the restaurant. And they're like in a fight, and Armand has to like stop space and time to be like, hey, wrap it up, like, y'all be adults about this. And and it just was so funny, because in that moment I noticed still on Twitter, in the moment when Louis literally has Santiago by the tongue, Santiago's like hand immediately on Louis' waist. I was like, you are just horny and nasty. I get it. I would do the same. But it was just like, I was like, that man has literally got you by the tongue, and the first place you go is not to get his hand out of your mouth, it's his little waist. Happy Pride. Anyway, so the scene kind of ends there, and Louis storms out in a huff. So then we get to the scene where Louis has gone to, I guess, like a gallery owner, photographer, someone who deals with art, owns art, sells art, things of that nature. And this person is like evaluating his photography. And it's kind of just talking about, and I think in a very normal way, is, kind of questioning Louis' place with this art. And so he, I think, had sold a painting to Louis, and he was like, oh, like, what you do. The thing kind of ends there, and Louis storms out in a huff. So then we get to the scene where Louis has gone to, I guess, like a gallery owner, photographer, someone who deals with art, owns art, sells art, things of that nature. And this person is like evaluating his photography. And it's kind of just talking about, and I think in a very normal way, is, kind of questioning Louis' place with this art. And so he, I think, had sold a painting to Louis, and he was like, oh, like, what'd you do with it? And Louis was like, oh, I hung it over my bed all spring, and then I sold it to someone because, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the main thing of this scene is that it prompts the guy to ask, well, Louis, like, Mr. Dulac, are you an artist or are you a dealer? And Louis says, I think I'm a little bit of both. And it really does show that he's kind of trying to straddle across these two things, but it's like, it's kind of hard. Like, I think Louis, by his very nature about what he used to do, when he was a human. Like, he's always going to have that in him, but I think he wants to have this artistic side because the art ties him to humanity, which he so desperately wants and needs. And he has to feel like he still has that connection to humanity. And he does that through his photography. And the guy kind of like pushes up against him to be like, you know, I don't feel like you really have it in the way that I think you should. Like, he was just like, Louis was like, oh, you don't think I have the eye? And he's like, no, I do think you have the eye. I think you have the eye. Like, you know it when you see it, but you don't inherently have it. Like, you can't inherently identify it. And this upsets Louis, and he's like storms out in a huff, and she's like, fuck you. But I'm like, Louis, like, it's okay to be kind of just okay at things. Like, you don't have to be the pinnacle of photography, but you're not bad, I don't think. So it's fine. Relax, baby. It's okay. And then it cuts back to present day, and Daniel's kind of looking through some of Louis' pictures and things, and he's just like, yeah, you know, looking at your early work, it's tough. Like, you know, I don't go back and look at my early writing and things like that. Like, you know, it just is what it is. Y'all, at a certain point in the life of every creative, you hate your work when you do it, and that just shows your progress if you're able to look back and identify things you could have done differently, which is every person who does any art form knows that. You don't tend to look back at the early stuff that you did and be like, oh, this is amazing. You look back and you nitpick and things like that. And so while he's explaining that to Louis, he's kind of rifling through Louis' pictures, and he picks out one. He's just like, actually, this one's like, it's pretty good. Like, you know, the composition's really good and everything. And Louis is like, it's funny that you pointed that out because that one is not mine. and Louis is perplexed as to why it's in a stack of assumingly photos that he took. And so he's identifying all these different photographers by their pictures and things, and he kind of looks to Armand to be like, why are these in here with my stuff? Because to Louis, immediately he's like, this is making it seem like I put these in here to embellish my skill to Daniel, and in turn to the interview and to readers and things like that. So he's just like, why is this in here? what is this? And so he takes the picture back to Armand, and he's like, what is this? And Armand, in the most condescending way, but it was so funny, he was just like, dear, that's a Stein. Hope that helps. Like, that was the tone of it. He's just like, oh yeah, that's a Stein. So glad I could help. And Louise like, yeah, I know. Why is it in the stack of my photography? And then so that makes Louis kind of like, he kind of throws a bit of a tantrum. He's just like, I was an adequate photographer. I want our readers to know that. And in this moment, maybe a couple episodes ago, and definitely last season, this would have been a moment where Daniel would have instigated and been like, like, strange that this stack of photos was made to seem like it was all yours, but there are clearly some things from other people in here. Like, what gives? And another episode, he would have done that. He would have instigated, but again, he gets this like brain attack from who I assume to be Armand, kind of signaling these painful memories back into his mind, or it could just be Daniel's memory just naturally coming back, who knows. But in this moment when he maybe would have instigated, he kind of gets hit with another one of these like mental attacks, and it's just like, oh, like, you know, can I get like an aspirin? Like, he's like, it becomes debilitating and stops him from doing any real line of questioning that he might have done, which was I wrote down, like, where's my instigation queen, Daniel? It's Pride Month. I need it. So we cut back, and Louis, having left the photographer evaluator's place, is talking to Dreamstat, like having a full-on conversation with Dreamstat. Louis really sits down and evaluates his work, him and Dreamstat, which is kind of, Dreamstat is just basically the conjuring of his inner critic as well. And Louis kind of, you know, bemoans that his photography can never get better because a lot of great photography is done in the light or is done through human connection. So he's like, you know, I can never get the best light because I always have to shoot at night. And then, you know, the best photographers get to know their subjects and can ask a lot of them, you know, with shots and things like that. So I can't do that because if I get close to humans, I'm gonna eat him. And he's just like, I can never get good at this. Like, I can never, and in turn, I can never have this meaningful relationship with humanity like I want because my pesky little vampirism is getting in the way. And that's a real thing that Louis has been going through since forever. And it's just like he is holding on. He wants this connection to humanity, and he has it in this vice grip, and it's not ever going to work out because his vampirism, that side of him, is never going to just go away. Like, it's always going to be there. And it ends with Armand coming and wanting to, I guess, go on a little walking date with Louis, and he has flowers, and he like signals into his mind Romeo and Juliet, and Dreamstat says like, "Oh, Romeo." He's like, "Romeo, barely Balthazar." Like, the way he said it, I was like, why would you say it like that? That's what I'm saying. Like, Dreamstat, like, this is my favorite episode of him because I'm like, why did you say it like that? Like, he was just so like, oh, brother, Romeo and Juliet, like, that's what's doing it for you. Which again, this is, I think, Louise and Jacob Anderson says like Dreamstat is also kind of Louise' doubts and concerns about Armand as well. So I think that's an extension of Louis being like, oh, brother, Romeo and Juliet to summon me to go on a walk with you, Jesus. So we get another tiny little glimpse of Claudia and Madeline, and Madeline comes to Claudia's show, and it's just like, yeah, thanks for inviting me to whatever that was. And she was like, the show not very good, but I think she went because she wanted to see Claudia, and they kind of don't want to stop talking, you know, like Claudia's just like, Madeline's like, oh, well, I should go, thank you for inviting me. And Claudia's like, oh, like, you need a ride home or anything like that? Like, I'll take you home. And she completely, totally nixes on her responsibility, her post-show responsibilities of like getting rid of the body and doing all that stuff. Like, she goes AWOL pretty much, and goes back to the dress shop where Madeline is making her a new dress. It's like this yellow dress. And they kind of get into a little bit more of talking about their backstories. And at this point, Madeline kind of talks about why she's kind of mired by this thing. Like, we basically get an answer to why the guy said that she, like when he did the Yahtzee salute and was saying like, oh, no, like she's with them. And also why she was cleaning off a hate symbol off of her window. She goes into the fact of what a lot of people were saying was like, she was just like, I met this lieutenant who was 19, he was scared. He's like, I want to know love before I die. And Claudia's like, oh, that sounds like a line. And Madeline was like, yeah, I thought it was too. But then, it turned out to be something else. And she basically was just like, he fed me. And she also talked about how the fact that her entire family was taken out due to TB, and she was an orphan. And she meets this man as she, years later she meets this guy who's this German lieutenant, and he's young, and she's like, he gave me food and cigarettes, and was this eager lover and things like that. And eventually she has a moment of quiet where she's just like, I didn't invite Hitler to stay in France. Like, I just invited a boy to cradle my tits or something like that. And she's like, but now I'm seen as a traitor and a slut, and I'm mired by that. Like, it follows me everywhere I go. I can't live a normal life because people have this preconceived notion of me. And Madeline doesn't realize how much Claudia gets her in that moment. Like, to have this identity that no one really sees and really identifies and understands. Like, Claudia's like, you're speaking to the choir. Like, I get you. Like, I understand not people just not getting you or having this idea of you before you can even say it, or not really being able to live life without preconceived notion. Like, they are really kindred spirits in that moment. So yeah, that was Madeline's turn to kind of explain a little bit to Claudia of like who she is, and you know, her backstory and kind of how they're both these kind of pariahs in a way that they didn't ask to be. And there's a bit of a companionship there, you know? The next scene is Armand and Louis, and in turn, Dreamstat. They go on a date to this art museum. And Armand kind of talks about, you know, like, I'm old as hell pretty much, and so it's sometimes fun to visit my contemporaries, and the contemporaries being the paintings on the wall. And Louis is basically just like, you know, like, oh, how you're acting right now is textbook Leoncourt. Like, you know, you flex your powers on me one day, and then the next day you come groveling. Like, very reminiscent of Lestat in this moment. You know, what gives? And basically they're just kind of talking and having this back and forth. And at a certain point, you know, Armand is like, you know, I'm not Lestat, Louis. Like, you don't have to treat me the way that you're treating me. Like, you don't have to have me at arm's length like you do. And in that moment when he says, like, I'm not Lestat, Louis, Dreamstat and Louis both say, like, okay, at the same time. And I think it's Lestat is saying it in like the okay, and then Louis is like, okay, and then that leads into his next sentence of, well, who are you? And so they go into another room, and there's this really gorgeous shot where they're in this gallery room, and it's Armand, Louis, and Lestat, and just how it's composed and framed was just gorgeous. Them surrounded by all these portraits and things like that. It's just really, really, really beautiful. But essentially, we get into Armand giving Louis his origin story beyond what we got last week, which was really mostly about Lestat, but this is about Armand specifically. There's light mention of essay, so I'll put a timestamp for when I'm done talking about it if you don't want to hear it, but it's not anything like it was last week. But basically Armand tells his story and says that he was a boy named Arun, who was sold into sex slavery pretty much at a young age by his parents. He was then sold to his maker, Marius de Romanus, and that in turn who changed his name to Amadeo. And he's doing all of this and explaining all of this while looking at this painting that does feature Armand. And he's basically just saying, like, this portrait was done by a contemporary of my maker. It was like made at his studio, and it was like for a donation in kind. Like, his maker, I think, was either like put in the portrait or is like mentioned in the title. And Armand was essentially the donation in kind. And a donation in kind is just meant like something that's not money, like you're giving a donation in another form. And unfortunately, this form was another person. So basically, Armand kind of talks about how he basked in the worship and mercy of his maker, and his maker just treated him so terribly, and would basically like he would say, like, you know, when his friends would come into town, he would basically loan me out and treated me terribly and was reluctant to give me the dark gift and all these things. And eventually it gets to like Louise, like, and Armand, like, basically being like, so how did you get to be named Armand if your name was Amadeo? And Armand says, the Rome Coven gave me that name when they burned down the studio and killed my maker. His maker's Marius. And they then sent me down to the Paris Coven to run the coven, to run the group that was long since abandoned by Magnus, which is Lestat's maker. And he basically alludes to the fact that this idea of coven leader and the idea of being a maitre, he basically says, like, I was given a job I didn't want. You know, I was put into this responsibility that I had no parts of, that I had no semblance of autonomy in. And he basically says, Magnus who begat Lestat, Lestat who begat Louis, and on and on and on. And then Dreamstat says, like, ha, like he like yells, and but you can see that Dreamstat is like, he's like a child who's very tense and upset and angry. And you could tell that there's just a lot of just hurt kind of ruminating in that space. And ultimately, I think what Armand was getting at was, and he says it so beautifully, this scene was like, this shows, I think, what is grief if not love persevering, which is that Armand says, am I my history that I've endured? Am I the job that I did not want? And it was just such a gorgeous scene. And again, it just shows that like the performances in every episode have been operating at a 10, really at an 11. It just, there's so many like really big performances. There are so many really like small and quiet performances, and this was one of them. It was just so beautiful and just so brilliantly delivered. Oh, well, I hope I'm not mispronouncing his first name. Assad, who is the actor for Armand, has had so many just gorgeously delivered performances, and this is another one. And it doesn't, like, Armand never really raises his voice, like he never goes too big, but he has this ability to really contain a lot of emotion in a very kind of quiet vessel. Like, it never goes too big. It doesn't really need to, because Armand, I think, never really has to, he doesn't ever really have to flex that he's old as dirt, but he can be a little bit more reserved and held back. But even at the end of the episode, they talk about how deeply insecure Armand is, and I think that also is kind of reflected in moments like this, where he kind of is, you know, a little bit in his shell and kind of a little bit, he goes a little bit inward. But this was just one of the scenes where I was just like, oh my god, it's just so good. It's just so good. It was just really, really, really good. But then ultimately that scene ends with Armand basically getting a head call that Claudia has gone AWOL, pretty much, because she's still, as we saw, hanging out with Madeline. So speaking of Claudia and Madeline, we cut back to them. This is their last scene of the episode, and it's now Claudia's turn to kind of explain her origin and backstory to Madeline, and she's very honest about it. Like, of course, save for the, you know, vampirism part, but she talks about how, like, she says, like, mom died, dad ran off, aunt didn't want me, a fire, adopted, one of them was bad trouble, ran away, one dark thing after another. And that's her real story. And it made me think of the monologue from Claudia at the end of episode 4, season 1. That was, again, one of my favorite pieces of the show as a whole. I love that episode. It's I think my favorite episode of season 1, save for the pilot. And that was just one of my favorite moments of the episode, performed by Bailey Bass, where you get an insight into Claudia's mind and how she's never been given a break, you know, like even in her human life, she gets dealt this bad hand, and then you think, oh, vampire, eternal life, like, you know, we get another shot at it. And then she gets placed in a broken vampiric marriage that is abusive and everything, and she's just like, freaking A, man, like, I can't catch a break. And she's still in that. And I think when you play those two scenes side by side, you get a real window into all Claudia has gone through, just like all these other characters. So we get these moments when they can tell us who they are, and you really understand who they are. And I get, again, we're going to pause one more time, have a little heart-to-heart chat. I know that Claudia is a tragic figure. I'm very aware of that. But what's different about Claudia in this is she's never been a black woman in this narrative before. We know this. And so that drastically does change the dynamic of things. And to have these moments where Claudia is allowed to be vulnerable, I think we really do need to take them in stride. We need to really honor them and approach them with a reverence, because oftentimes I think there's this prevailing thought, and it permeates into everything, where it's just expected that black women will endure and they will figure it out and they will be strong. And this was a, you know, albeit brief moment where Claudia didn't have to be strong. She could be vulnerable with someone, and they got it and they understood and they were there for her in that moment. And she hasn't had many moments like that. Like, she hasn't come across a ton of people who are willing to have that type of compassion for her. And so I think, you know, a lot of people have been criticizing her glomming on to the coven and glomming on to this sense of community. And it's just like, she's never had it before. She's never had it before. She's like a kid having sugar for the first time. You know, like she binges on it because she feels like it's fleeting, just like happiness, you know, and she feels like it's going to go away if she doesn't hold on to it tight. And so to have this moment again of this figure who has always been tragic in the book, the movie, the show, but she's never been a Black woman. And I think that's a really important thing that we need to read and pay attention to and be aware of. Yeah. When we're talking about her, and a scene like that, I think really illuminates that fact quite a bit. So I really love this episode for that. You know, never can let a good moment with Claudia rest for too long before we get an interruption from one of the men that she is forced to be in contact with in this show. And that would be Armand's turn this time. So Armand finds her and is basically taking her. Is just like, why are you not at the theater right now? Like, what's going on? And she's just telling them, you know, like, I'm just again reiterating how disgruntled she is with the whole baby Lulu shtick, and she just doesn't want to do it. And she's just like, you know, like this is just a lot. I don't want to do it. And, you know, you can't even tell me, oh, I should just make friends with the coven because they've all gone inward. And that's why you run to Louis. And that at this point, then Armand chokes her out on the wall. And now this will be the third time that Claudia has been choked out. Again, by all three of these men, by Lestat, by Louis, and by Armand. So that tells me, throw them all in the deep fryer. But that eventually leads Armand to be like, you know, basically suck it up. And he says, most in my position would treat you no better than you treated your maker. Most in my position would treat you no better than you treated your maker. Signaling to Claudia, Armand knows. He knows everything. And there is this look of horror and anger on her face because, number one, Armand is literally threatening her and being like, I know your secret. And now that, if calling back to the conversation that Santiago had with Claudia earlier in the episode, to be like, hey, be wary of Armand in this way. Like, if you are going to bend the rules a little bit, just make sure he doesn't know, you know, because the kindness that he's extending to Louis is probably not going to extend to you. She's got that running through her mind because now he knows, and he is a stickler for the rules. And so clearly it's not the best thing in the world if he knows that she killed a vampire, because then that puts her in a really difficult situation. And part two of that is Louis told their secret. They had it locked down. They spent a whole episode working through their cover, and she was even vulnerable and went to a really deep, dark place for the goodness of keeping this cover, for the purpose of them keeping themselves safe. And Louis messed that up. And so she's furious. She's terrified and she's furious because this puts them in a really difficult situation. And she knows too, I think a third thing is that she knows that she is not protected at all. If something happens, Louise is going to find a way to get out of it, and she knows that she will not. Because that kindness does not extend to her. It extends to Louis. There are moments when she feels left out, left behind, all those things. And we get into it with the next scene where she talks to Louis and confronts him about it. Like, she's got no cover, especially in this situation. And so he's choking her out and just basically being like, you know, get your behind back to the coven and clean up your mess. And she's just like, she's terrified at this point. And then at the end of the scene, Santiago was sitting there waiting in the shadows, and Armand chokes him out. And it's just, he says like, know your role, thesp, or something like that, like thesp being thespian. And I was like, oh, so glad we got a new insult for theater kids. So I'm putting that in the rotation. You know what I'm saying? Know your place, thesp. Woo. Brutal. But then Claudia confronts Louis, as she should. She basically comes in and she's just like, why does he know everything? Why does he know the story? Why does he know that we killed Lestat? And Louis is going to do some He knew before we even said anything, before we even opened our mouths. He read our thoughts. And she's like, but you filled in the pieces of the puzzle for him. You painted the picture. You told him who did the poisoning, who did the throat cutting, etc., etc. Like, she's basically like, don't give me that. Don't just act like, oh, he's just known and it's never been a situation, blah, 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 blah. She's like, he knows. He may have known a little bit, but you told him everything. And I know you did. And she was like, what happened to me and you and me and you? What happened to that? What happened to that? What happened to us sticking up for each other, having each other's back? Like, all of a sudden, you've now run off and fallen in love. And she's like, oh, I forgot. Love makes you stupid and it makes you blind and it makes you do these things that puts us, mainly me, in harm's way. Why do you keep doing that? And so eventually she tells him, because Louise just like, basically trying to soothe her and calm her down and be like, him knowing our secret, Armand knowing our secret is not that big of a deal. He's going to keep our secret. Like, we're going to be fine and everything. And Claudia's like, yeah, he'll keep our secret, but he just threatened me with it. Like, he's not just keeping it and it's chill. Like, he threatened to expose me and in turn get me killed with it. And the first thing Louise says to her is, that doesn't sound like him. Are you kidding me? You're joking. You're joking. You're joking, Louis de Pontelat deadweight. You're joking. You're joking. That doesn't sound like him. That's the first thing out of your mouth? That's the Claudia's just like, picked another one over me, which was a line that was in the trailer. And there's really no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I know y'all gonna find every if, and but about it in the comments, but there is no contesting that this is the scenario that keeps on happening. It's cyclical. I was talking to one of my mutuals about the show, and I was basically saying that all of these relationships are being written in Claudia's blood. Like, all of these things aren't just happening divorced of Claudia and she's fine. All of these things that are happening within these relationships, be it with Lestat and Louis or Louis and Armand, Claudia is the collateral damage of these dynamics, of these relationships. Like, it's not happening outside of her. She is a key factor in it, but at the same time not really being considered. And it becomes troublesome. And so then, Louis, she's just like, you and him and you and him picked another one over me, and she storms out. And then Louis follows up behind her. It's just like, you picked the coven over me, which I was like, that is a weak ass argument if I've ever heard one. She picked the coven over you because you started making Google eyes at the owner. Like, mind you, you told her about Armand and the Théâtre des Vampires. Like, you were making Google eyes at Armand before Claudia even knew anything about this coven. And then she was like, well, you're going to go off and do that, so I guess I'll, come and do this and find community here. And so now you want to be like, oh, you abandoned me for the coven. Whoa. Untrue. And he's just like, you got to sit in your choice, sister. And I was like, that word, that sister is really something here. And then it literally, like, through this whole interaction, it cuts to Dreamstat, who's been there. The beginning of the scene before Claudia comes in and confronts Louis burning up his pictures with his mind. And, the stat is just like, oh, like, you don't be so hard on yourself. I did this for 2 years. Like, I pretended to be an actor for 2 years, all these things, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's okay, pretty much. Like, he was like, what is vampire life if not a bunch of poor decisions stacked against better ones? And then when Claudia comes in, that's when Dreamstat says, speaking of poor decisions. And again, this is not Lestat, divorce of Louis, saying this. This means that is an extension of Louis' thoughts, that Claudia was a poor decision. And he's just manifesting it through Lestat saying it, because he doesn't, I don't think, maybe has the courage to say that. And so when Claudia storms out, then Dreamstat says, the wilderness that is our daughter. And I thought that was a really interesting dichotomy of one cut, you have Louis being like, that's your choice, sister. And then the next being Dreamstat, which is basically an extension of Louis again, being like the wilderness that is our daughter. And it got me thinking that, whether he, intends for it to be this way or not, Louis refers to Claudia as his sister when he doesn't want to assume responsibility for her. And he refers to her as his daughter when he wants to assume control over her in some way. And there is this thing that happens with him and Claudia where he kind of like, oscillates between these different identity roles in her life. Like when she's going against him, that's when it's, her, like, that's when they're brothers and sisters, and so he doesn't have to assume responsibility for her in that way. And I feel like that brother-sister dynamic, you see it explicitly with the beginning scene where Claudia's kind of looking to Louis to help her out when Armand is reprimanding her. And he eventually does, like when they go to the art museum, he's just like, I don't like how you're treating Claudia and everything like that. But it's a bit feckless in the grand scheme of things. He just kind of is just like, I don't like that you're doing that. And Armand's like, well, I have to do that. And then it gets dropped from there. It doesn't really go much further than that. And I thought that choice of words was very intentional. Louis has words for his relation to Claudia when it suits him. And I remember, if I'm not mistaken, there was an interview that Delaney Hales did when talking about her relationship with Louis and how, he has this real kind of, he feels like he has a bit of like ownership over her in a way. And how that kind of creates a bit of friction in their dynamic because he wants to have ownership over her in like a paternal way, but then when it comes to assuming paternal responsibility and maybe standing up for her in a meaningful way and to keeping her best interests at heart, all of those things, like he doesn't really keep that same energy all the time. And so it creates a bit of an interesting twist of fate with them too. So that scene ends there. So then we get to the penultimate scene of the episode where Santiago and the Coven are now doing recon on Louis and Claudia, and Santiago's broken into their apartment, and because he now knows that Claudia basically is keeping record of the things she's going through in addition to her innermost thoughts and things like that, assumingly a place where she will be the most honest, he like via her journals, he goes in and it basically steals her journal. And one of the journals that he finds is the journal that she used to keep, if you remember from season 1, where she would write down her victim's last words in blood. And in that journal, she also has the last words of Lestat de Leoncourt, basically being like, she killed him. Like, this is her victim's book. Like, she has all of her victims' last words written in their blood and with their names. It basically corroborates her in this crime. And so Santiago takes that journal with him, and then they go back to the Coven, assumingly, with this new evidence to build against Louis. It may have just started as them trying to get rid of Louis, but now Claudia's in this too. So both of them, pretty much. But happening outside of that is Louis goes on a walk with Dreamstat. He's just like, oh, shall we go for a hunt? And they're walking in the park, and Louis is like, what would you like? Like, what should we hunt for? And they have this little dynamic. And then at a certain point, they get to a bench, and it's crazy at this point. But Dreamstat basically gets old Yellered. Gets old Yellered. He goes and they're just in Dreamstat's like, no hunt. No hunt. And Louis like, no hunt. It just feels like someone, like a parent abandoning a pet on the side of the road. Like, it's not funny. It is, but it was the way that it happened was so funny. But basically he's setting things up to be like, Like Dreamstat is just like, oh, you're breaking it off with him being Armand. And Louis like, yeah, and Dreamstat's like, well, it was for the best. Like, it wasn't going to work out anyways. And then it begins to start, it's already raining, but it starts to rain. And Louis kind of like is holding the umbrella over both of them. And then when he takes the umbrella down, Dreamstat begins to kind of disappear and go away. He basically gets blipped pretty much. And this very much so symbolizes, I think, Louis is finally ready to let go of Lestat, but letting go of Lestat is never really letting go of Lestat. But I think he's less letting go of Lestat and is more ready to embrace Armand. He's ready to be locked in with Armand. He's not holding space for, he's not holding as much space, that's a better word, for Lestat as he had been doing, to be kind of haunted by Dreamstat. So Dreamstat is literally like, he's fading away. And there was a really cool acting moment that the person I was watching with pointed out. And like Dreamstat is basically being like, I say whatever you want me to say. And Louis is like, say apple. And then Dreamstat immediately says apple. And then Louis is like, say it in French. And there's a bit of a pause. Like Sam Reed takes a bit of a pause because assumingly, because Dreamstat is of Louis is kind of rusty with the French language. So it would take him a little bit of time to find the word for apple in his brain, because Lestat is he's a native French speaker. So he would clearly know the word for apple, but there's like a little bit of a pause from Dreamstat, and then he eventually says the word. I just thought that was like a fun little like acting quirk, a little acting choice that was made in the scene. It was really, really good. But basically it's just a symbol of Lestat, or of Louis, kind of letting go. And I think also too, when we get deeper into the scene, it kind of feels like Dreamstat and Louis kind of merging into one too, because Louis kind of pops out with like, human pimp Louis again. Like he gets very like, like bold and everything. Like he assumes dominance in that moment. But I think with him relinquishing the control that Dreamstat had, he assumed some of the control or exhibited the behaviors of control that Lestat had over him. And he's now doing that with Armand. So Armand comes and Louis summoned him. And basically Louis is saying like, I'm not going anywhere. Santiago wants your job, but I'm not leaving here. I want to be here with you. And basically he tells him how things are going to go. Like it feels like Louis is like, I'll be in this relationship with you, but I'm going to be essentially the Lestat of this dynamic. Like I'm going to be the dominant one. Like I'm going to be the one in charge. I'm going to be the one calling the shots. And we see that exhibited most clearly because when he's with even Dreamstat, which is not real Lestat, he holds the umbrella for both of them and then puts it down. But then when Armand comes over, he's talking to Armand and you can tell he's being very domineering. And then he at one point says, I'm a little wet. And so then Armand quickly like puts up the umbrella. And it's like whoever's holding that umbrella is the sub in that dynamic. Even with Lestat, there's still a part of Louis that will always be the sub and Lestat be the dom. And with Armand and Louis, it will always be Louis is the dom and Armand is the sub. Like it's this kind of back and forth. We just keep seeing their dom sub role play played out over hundreds of years between the three of them. That's just basically what it is. Louis is telling Armand, like, let Santiago think that he's the heir apparent. Let him think that he's running things. And then when he eventually fails, then the coven will come running back to you and the ball will be in your court, whether you want to do that or not. Now, mind you, they think that the bigger play is Santiago becoming leader of the coven, when the bigger play is Santiago building a case against Louis and Claudia to get them killed. So it's like a game of chess and checkers. Like they're playing two different games right now. But ultimately this scene is more than anything is Louis kind of vowing commitment to Armand, but he's vowing commitment on his own terms is essentially what's happening here. So then we get to the final scene where, because of the whole picture fiasco, we're cutting to the present, because of the whole picture fiasco, Louis and Armand are fighting, and Louis is just like, you embarrass me, like, how did those pictures get in there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And Armand is like, maybe you put him in there, basically to kind of like poke the bear a little bit of Louis' like memory issues and be like, you know, maybe you did and you didn't remember. And Louis is like, excuse me? And Armand's like, I take it back. And Louis is like, yeah, you take it way the fuck back. Like that. I was like, ooh, feisty. Okay. But they're arguing, and while all that's happening, Daniel is basically, I think, he keeps getting these like brain flashbacks, and so he decides to search through the history that the Telemasca has offered to him. And he's searching through, you know, San Francisco. He searches for his own name. I think when he's searching through the victims from San Francisco from a certain time, he lands on a name, Catherine Mitchell, which I assume will be of a name of importance in the following episodes. I'm not going to even lie to you. I know one of y'all probably knows who that is, but I don't quite know who that is. But he like highlights her name, so that's a name of significance, and we'll probably find out what's happening there. But then he searches for his own name, and he sees the photo of him and Louis walking. Like, they've done surveillance on him pretty much, and they see a photo of him and Louis walking, and then a photo assumingly taken later of Louis and I guess Armand, or I guess Louis and Armand. There's someone like in a hooded like jacket and everything, so I'm not sure if that's Louis. It looked like him, but I didn't get a good look. But carrying a seemingly unconscious young Daniel, out of an apartment. So that's pinging to Daniel. Something happened between us and I have no memory of it. What is it? And so he's getting more glimpses of a memory. He's getting glimpses of Armand and Louis kind of yelling at each other, of there being this like real contention. Armand is like telling him the story about himself, like again doing the thing of like rummaging through his memories, where he's just like, you told a girl you'd only do her if she had a paper bag on her head, which I was like, ooh, Daniel, that is so rude. But basically he's getting this download of memories, which is ultimately pinging to him, something happened between us that I wasn't up until this point aware of. Like, I had no memories of, but now I'm getting those memories back. What's happening? And someone pointed out a really good theory. I wish I could credit where it was from. It might have been either from Reddit or Tumblr, or maybe Twitter, one of them. But someone said that Armand always wants someone else to do the blowing it up for him. You know, like he wanted Lestat to come in and kind of burn down the Paris Coven, or reconfigure it, you know. And I think this is him wanting to not have this responsibility as this like master of the coven. Like, he wanted Lestat to come in and detonate it. You know, he wanted Louis to come in and detonate the Théâtre des Vampires. He wanted Daniel to come in and detonate this, you know, history that he can't seem to escape. And that, it feels like Armand kind of giving Daniel some of his memories back in this way is, and ultimately invigorating Daniel to ask these questions of what happened, is ultimately leading towards that pace. But then the episode ends, and we get in the next on that we're essentially, I think, going to be spending all of episode 5 in San Francisco in the 70s. As you could tell from this episode, I'm like I said, I'm back in. You know, like, I enjoyed this episode quite a bit. I thought that the lore that we got was a lot better delivered in this episode. It didn't feel like the pacing was going at breakneck speed like it did last week. And ultimately, I think there was a moment for everyone, literally everyone, in this episode, where you get this really good propulsion of their story and their character. And really, this was the episode to kind of mesh everything together and just show like how these dynamics affect everyone, and everyone had these like moments of vulnerability that were really, really great. It's just, I thought it was like, I think this is probably like my second favorite episode of the season so far, episode 2 being my favorite. But I really liked how everything came together this week, which I was a little bit nervous coming off of last week, just because I thought that there were a lot of things about last week that weren't the best, that felt a little bit out of form for the show. But this episode felt like, okay, we're back on track. And I'm kind of hoping that we're kind of, you know, this is like the simmer before the boil that will be episode 7 and 8, like the finale episodes. I'm hoping that this is like we're working to a rolling boil type of thing. So like things will kind of be here and then we're going to go up. I am wearing my feature presentation hat because this episode was a movie. Yeah. Hi, I'm Bobby. Welcome to Culture Kitsch. Season 2, episode 5 of Interview with the Vampire, entitled Don't Be Afraid, Just Start the Tape. So we're opening up. We are now heading to San Francisco, and we know that because the title card is different. I like that it changes when we're kind of going to be in one location for an extended period of time for an episode. It's just those little details that add just a little touch to the show. But let's just get into it. So the episode opens up with Louis and Armand making goo eyes at each other and just being like, we met a kind of dreamy balance after we had this conversation on the bench in Paris, and like they established their little dom sub dynamic, and they're just like, and it was just really smooth sailing from there. Things were awesome. But while that's happening, Daniel's kind of starting to we're getting the old Daniel back, instigator Queen Daniel back, where he says something to Louis about like, oh, you use language as a chicken exit on a roller coaster, like you're circling something and you are not diving into it. Like, what is that thing? What are you avoiding talking about? And literally it reminiscent of episode 1 and 2, Armand immediately swoops in and it's just like, well, Louis is just also probably tired too. He just needs his rest. Like, baby needs her nap. Like, that's that's the vibe that it gave in that moment. I was like, oh, okay, weird, yeah. But while all that's happening, I keep calling him real Rashid. Rashid brings in this guy named Malik, and he's like wearing these like super thick, almost like Bret Hart style glasses, and like very obviously like crypto bro or something of the other. Like, he's not like a great guy, and so he comes in and he's just like, oi, who are you? And Armand is just like, oh, like, shall we take this to the living room? Like, Armand is he's there for Armand. Like, that's the reason why he's there. And basically Louis explains that like Armand doesn't feed all that often, but when he does, he likes to have a little chase. So if the guy makes it to this certain location, by the time the sun goes down, like, he gets a ridiculous amount of crypto that would make him super duper rich. I literally wrote down, Armand is a crypto bro. It just gets worse. And then the next line, when Louis mentions that basically he kills people who do like kind of nefarious things, like the same thing that the Coven did with the Lacroix family in episode 2. And then the next line I put was like, well, he kills crypto bros, redeemed temporarily. So Armand goes off basically and does that. And so that just leaves Louis and Daniel. And Daniel takes this opportunity to basically get to the bottom of what we saw at the end of episode 4, which is him going through the files that the Talamasca has given to him, like all of this surveillance that they had done on the interview that he had with Louis back in 1973. He's done some digging. Now he's ready to ask Louis basically, what's up? Like, what happened between us? So Daniel remembers, he's just like, I remember the first time that we met, like, Armand had to like pull you off of me, and Louis is like, yeah, whatever. And Daniel's like, Armand is pretty old and has killed quite a bit. Like, he doesn't have this aversion to killing humans like you do, and yet he spared my life. Why is that? And then Louis goes into this kind of very robotic, canned response.
Armand could see I was partial to you. Armand preserves my happiness, even when I don't or can't. He had a hunch you might prove fruitful in later times.
Okay, sure. Let's go with that.
Let's put a pin in that. Remember that. That's going to come up a little bit later on. But basically, they start to go back to 1973, Louis and Daniel. And
Daniel is basically he is now circling the topic. He's just like, okay, like did we did we hook up? You could tell me. I'm trying to remember my queer backstory. It's all coming back to me now. Did we hook up? And then they just do like a jazzy like crossfade to San Francisco to Daniel and Louis first meeting. So Daniel and Louis arrive at this apartment, and Louis is like, you know, smooth Casanova with Daniel, and like Daniel, if you recall, this is basically taking place immediately after they leave Polynesian Mary's, and they go back to Louis' place. Like Louis paid for the drinks, he did that. Like Daniel's trying to get to the bottom of like, why me? Like, what is it about me that drew you to me? What is it about me that has me in this predicament in present day? Like, what is it? So we see them, and like Louis is opening up the bedroom and like showing Daniel his coffin, and and Daniel's like, yeah, like I'm into countercultures. Like, sure. Like he's fully of the mind that like, oh, like this is a bit, like this is just a guy who thinks he's a vampire. He's not an actual vampire. It is what it is. But it's also, it could be something else. Like, yeah, we could do this interview, or we could do something else. Who knows? So then Louis opens up a briefcase full of drugs, and so they start doing that, and Daniel is doing, you know, his drugs while Louis is not. And Louis is talking about like how like, oh, you know, cocaine is a fun boy's drug, I'm not fun. Now he's brooding, but Daniel's like, I like that, I like when you get all dark and real. And Daniel's thinking, okay, now's the time for us to hook up. And he like takes off his shirt and everything, and he's like, now is the time for me to fulfill the social contract, alluding to the fact that Daniel has done this maybe a couple other times with other guys. Like they give him drugs, you know, he has sex with them, that type of thing. And Louis is like, do you conduct all your interviews with your shirt off? And I was like, ooh, okay. Whoa. It's like, God, you did not have to embarrass that man like that. And like he kind of rejects him, but that's kind of Louis' way. Like Louis will miss Lily someone at the drop of a dime, and he is like, you know, like, we're doing this interview, babe, like I gave you the drugs, the exchange is for me to be able to blab on tape for a couple of hours. Like we're not about to hook up. Like that's not my bag, that's not what we're doing. But there is something about Daniel that Louis feels comfortable with. Like he wants to tell his story, and Louis and him kind of go, you know, back and forth and kind of have a bit of an exchange in present day. And, you know, this is at this point, Daniel kind of faux starts the interview. Like he's thinking like, oh, like, you know, like you're a vampire, how long have you been a vampire, blah 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 blah, like you really believe that you're this vampire. And Louis shows him like, no, I am very much so, I'm a vampire. Like it's no ifs, ands, or buts about this. Like I am a vampiro. So there's that. So Louis bares his teeth and shows Daniel that he is a vamp. Like he jumps, like I think Daniel's like in the kitchen, and Louis like jumps over the kitchen like counter and like is like and there's a specific way that Louis bares his teeth that's like he always like preens his tongue with it too. It just is very interesting. It has nothing to do with the story. I just thought that it was just very interesting that Jacob Anderson, like, that was just like a choice that he had for Louis to bare his teeth in that way. But Louis reveals himself to be a vampire to Daniel. Daniel now is high as hell and scared as fuck. Like he's terrified. They start the interview for realsies this time, and Daniel is like he like takes some coke and like puts it in his gums, and then like shakily like lights a cigarette, and he's petrified. And they cut to present day, and you know, Louis is just like, you were terrified, Daniel. And Daniel like bites back at him and is just like, you were lonely, Louis. Like we needed each other in this moment. And
it really struck me in these scenes because Louis keeps referring to Daniel as boy. He was just like, oh, that's an astute observation, boy, or like whatever. Like, he keeps referring to Daniel as boy. And I think a part of the kind of cornucopia that makes up Louis as a character, he's got a lot of varieties within him. But a part of what makes up Louis is, I think, in this moment, is him exercising a bit of power over Daniel, because Louis doesn't have power over many individuals in his life when we think about it. Like, he could never really have power over Lestat for a multitude of reasons. For vampiric reasons, Lestat is older than him. Lestat is his maker. Like, there are some conventions inherently baked into their dynamic where they're never going to be equal in power in that dynamic. Same goes for Armand to the nth degree. You know what I mean? Like, there's not a ton of people he can exercise a real sense of power over. But with humans, as much as he is obsessed with humanity, he doesn't fear humans. Like, he really doesn't have this sense of like, oh, I need to cower to them. Like, he's like, no, the quite the contrary. They need to cower to me. So it felt like that boy thing that he kept doing was like as if to be like, I've got a sense of power over you. And the use of boy specifically, like, especially in the era and place where Louis came from, I feel like is pretty like prominent to note, because him using boy when he would have been growing up and where he lived in the South in the early 1900s, boy would have been a term thrown at Louis to, number one, like, demean him and bring him down to a level lower than where he might have been. So if he's talking to another man, like a white man who is in and around the same age as him, that white man might lob the word boy at him to make it feel like you're inferior to me, like off rip. And it's also a term that was used to instill both like degradation and also fear. So I feel like Louis is remembering those times of when that word was lobbed at him to, degrade him and instill him with fear. And he's doing the same thing with Daniel, which is very, very interesting. I was just like, like, why does he keep calling him boy? And I think that might be why. Louis tells his story from the beginning. It's a lot of Lestat. It's mostly Lestat. It's pretty much all Lestat. So he's just talking, like, he's ragging on Lestat. He's like, for all of his love of music and this and that, like, he played music with not an iota of feeling. Like, he's in his mind thinking he's ragging on Lestat. Now, in this moment, Louis is very much so a person who just got out of a relationship with someone, but they're not done with that person. Yeah, they can move on to someone else, but they can still very much so not be done with their ex. This is Louis in that moment. I think Louis, because when him and Armand later in the episode are talking about how Louis won't stop talking about Lestat, he is just like, but I talked trash about him the whole time. Louis is not wrapping his head around the fact that he's just like, Lestat is still taking up a lot of space in your mind, and he can't really help it either. Like, the situation that he got out of with Lestat, where Lestat essentially isolated him from pretty much everybody else and wanted him to be his end-all be-all, but then also not be his end-all be-all in a way. Like, it made it to where all that Louis kind of has on his mind at any given moment is Lestat, right? So, like, he can't help it, but that is very much so the case. There's still a bit of you that will forever be tethered to this guy. You can't let it go, Louis. You just can't. The sun begins to rise because Louis has been talking for hours to Daniel about his story, and he gets to the part where Claudia goes off for the second time, I think. And this is when, like, Lestat goes and gets her off of the train and all that stuff. And he's talking about, and I just sat on that bench and I sat for hours and hours. And he's kind of going into his usual Louis spiel. And Daniel's just like, at one point he says, like, I'm with Claudia, get off that bench, brother. He's just like, you got to start your life, man. Like, you got to get up, you know? Like, why are you wasting eternal life on a bench? Go forth and, I don't know, kill, I guess. I mean, be a vampire. And he gets to the point, Daniel gets to the point where he's just like, essentially, I'm paraphrasing here. He's essentially just like, Louis, come on, man. You got to get up. Like, most people would kill to be in this position. Like, you gotta do something, man. You don't even know the meaning of your own story. Like, you're just sitting here bitching and moaning. Like, it could be worse. And this sets Louis off because he's just like, were you not listening to anything I was saying? And then in turn, Daniel is just like, you know, like, I could be what you need. Like, I can be your Lestat, your Claudia, but better. Insane statement to say to Louis, but he says it. You need a companion like me. Like, turn me. Like, I won't, you know, take advantage of the gift, pretty much. Like, he's like, please turn me into a vampire. Like, I want this. I feel like I could be good for you in eternal life. Like, give it to me, please. Show me to me, Rachel. So this is setting Louis off, and Louis then just at Daniel. He just goes and attacks him, takes a chunk out of his neck. So then we cut back to present day, and Daniel then shows Louis, like, that's essentially where both of their memories stop to a certain degree. And he then shows Louis, he doesn't say that this is from the Talamasca, but he says, like, oh, you know, I apparently did have some interviews from that first time that we met, because in season 1, you remember, Daniel brings the kind of hoard of tapes and he throws it into the trash, basically to be like a symbolic thing of like, we're starting anew. Like, that interview didn't count, there was a lot of stuff going on, you attacked me, that wasn't cool, but we're starting this interview clean slate, starting over, this is the real story. And then Louise sets the tapes on fire. But Daniel has the recovered tape from, I'm assuming that the Talamasca did while they were doing surveillance on him. And so he shows Louis and he's just like, our memory stopped there, but the tape still kept going. This is all that we missed. And so essentially all that was missed, or all of that was not remembered by either Daniel or Louis, was Armand coming in and basically him and Louis start going at it. Him and Louis get into it. Louis is now like high. Like, he's very, very high. Armand comes in, he's just like, I'm always cleaning up your messes. Like, I'm always doing this for you. I'm always doing that for you. Like, you know, this is my lot in life, to clean up the messes of Louis Dupont du Lac. And then Louis just gets into being like, you are boring and you are dull and boring. It feels like I'm being suffocated by the world's beigest pillow. Like, he starts laying into Armand and just being like, the life that we live, this life that we're living here, incredibly boring. Like, it is insufferable to be around you sometimes. And I was like, oh no, that's bad. I tried to, as best as I could, beat for beat, write down what their argument was. So it begins by Armand throwing the jab that he always has to clean up Louis' messes. And this is partially something that Armand did to himself in a way too. Like, in Armand's never-ending quest for real love and loyalty and everything, like, there's this certain sense of servitude that he's really just used to, and he always finds himself going, I think, above and beyond in a way that Louis might not have ever asked for. Like, I think everything that Armand did with regards to the coven and all of this stuff, like, Louis never asked him to really do that. Armand just did it because he thought that would win him the love of Louis, when I think in a realistic scenario, Armand might have still gotten the love of Louis for a lot less. Like I said in the last episode, Armand was doing wifey duties and was not even a girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like, ease up, you know? Then Louis comes back and throws the punch that Armand is boring, and that he had more fun with Daniel in those 10 hours than he's had with Armand in the entirety of their relationship. Ouchie. Ouchie. That hurts. That would hurt. So then at one point, Armand kind of gives him a look like he's upset. And Louis is just like, oh, like, there goes that look. Like, what type of Armand am I going to get? Is he going to lick my boots, or is he going to chop my hands off? Like, am I going to get the gremlin, or am I going to get the good nurse? Like, what am I going to get today? Talking about Armand's kind of inconsistencies and also his, I think Louis is cognizant of the fact that, like, Armand still does exercise a lot of power. Like, the whole matra, like, thing that they have going on is not really consistent. Armand is very much playing the role, but he still has a lot more power than Louis will ever have in their dynamic. And Louis is kind of calling that out, and he's just like, oh, what am I going to get today? Am I going to get, you cowering down, or am I going to get you coming at me again? Like, what's the dealio? Like, what's going to happen? And so I was like, ooh, wowzers. And then it gets worse. This is the first time Armand acts like, at least we hear him verbalize his disdain for Louis' obsession with humanity, and he's just mimicking him and being like, oh, my life is so hard, it's just so hard to kill humans. I can feel their emotions when I drain them. Like, he's kind of getting at Louis in the way that literally every other vampire has, with Louis being like, you are a killer, Louis. Like, I'm sorry, that's just kind of where we're at right now. Like, you are a killer. You may not want to be a killer, but you are a killer, so you need to remember that. And then the blows start coming in. Armand goes at him and is just like not making fun. He's mocking him in his accent. They're both doing this in each other's accents. And that's what adds a little layer of comedy to it, because, they've been waiting. They've been waiting to go at each other like this. And so Louis, talks about, and it was fucked up of Louis to do this, of talking about Armand's maker and how he groomed him to be, and then Armand comes back and he's talking about Paul, Louis' brother, talking about how his sister buried him alive. He talks about, Claudia, and Armand clocks Louis so bad. Oh, he clocked Louis so bad. He said, Claudia, my daughter was my sister, was my throw pillow. Ooh. Catch it. Louis DuPont de Lot, dead weight. Catch it. In that moment, you had to. I'm so sorry. Y'all are upset with me when I said it, but there we go. My daughter was my sister, was my throw pillow. Oh my God. And then Armand just starts laying into Louis, and it's just like, at one point he's just like, it's all lestat. And then a little bit of Claudia, you throw in Claudia's name for cover, but then it goes right back to lestat. And then he's just like, Louis is just like, I loved her. I loved Claudia. And Armand just throws back the jab of all jabs, being like, but she didn't love you, not like I do, not like lestat did. Like, basically, leave it alone. And this kind of sends Louis into a spiral where he's just like, thank you for saying that. Like, I'm remembering now Paris, and I can hear her, she's calling me. And then he leaves the room. And I got a theory on this, because later in the episode, it is established that Armand gave Daniel a false memory, and Daniel carried that as his truth for years and years and years, up until present day, pretty much. And so in my mind, it must be some type of like trigger word or something that like triggers those things. So I wonder if Armand, in a sense of protecting himself from Louis' inevitable wrath with what will happen to Claudia, told Louis, like, basically subdued him. It was just like, Claudia never loved you, so the things that happened to her at the end of the day, like, don't beat yourself up about it because she never loved you. I think Armand was like fucking with Louis in that moment, to be honest. Like, he was being, first of all, fully hateful, and second of all, I feel like he must have done something to the point where Louis, like, he's just like, okay, thank you for telling me that. I need to, I hear her calling me, and then he rushes out of the room. Just a theory. Daniel begins to probe Louis about what happens when he runs out of the room, and Louis is like trying to remember, and Daniel keeps kind of pushing him and pushing him and pushing him to be like, something happened. What happened, Louis? And what happened was Louis walked into the sun after hearing Armand say that Claudia didn't love him. He walked into the sun. Now I want to take a pause. This is where I'm going to tell you, like I said in the last episode, if I hated Louis, you would know. I can never hate Louis because his love for Claudia, he did have a lot of love for Claudia. Did he treat her right in every single situation? No, not all the time. But I never questioned whether he loved Claudia. I never really questioned whether any of these characters love each other. But love in vampire lore has a very funny function. It's just like humans, I guess, in a way too, where someone can love you but also can wrong you in the next breath. Like someone can love you but not like you. Someone can love you but not have your best interests at heart. And all of these dynamics within these characters display that very notion that you can have love, but the other kind of ensuing feelings from it may not always be connected to it, So this is a scenario where Louis loved Claudia, and that he loved Claudia, and it's obviously a deep hurt that he's experiencing in hearing that she didn't love him, which is not true. I think Claudia very much so loved Louis, but it's like I said, you can love someone and sometimes not like him. You can love someone and do something that may wrong them. You can love someone and experience a lot of other emotions beyond love or beyond any other positive emotions. That's a running theme in this show. Okay, that is a motif that you gotta pick up on and keep with it. It's not this harsh binary of this or that. It is a real spectrum of emotions that all of these characters are experiencing, and within that come a lot of inconsistencies, a lot of flaws, a lot of things that do not make sense. But that is what these characters are. They're not infallible creatures at all. They're not one way all the time. It's like what I said last week. In one scene they'll do one thing, and then the next scene they'll do another thing. That's just kind of what the show, and I think the franchise as a whole, has always tried to do in showing the inconsistencies of these monsters, who are, as they said in previous episode, the most human monsters. That kind of serves as a mirror back to us, because these monsters look like us. They act like us in a lot of ways. So what does that say about us? Okay, unpausing. Let's continue. In doing that probing, Louis realizes he remembers walking into the sun, and Armand basically pulls him out and saves him. So Louis is now writhing in bed in agonizing pain. And I just want to call out that the SFX work, the makeup, and everything of Louis post going into the sun looked incredible. Oh my gosh, the makeup team on this show ate down, because Louis looked completely different. It was an insane amount of detail. It's basically his whole head and his whole torso, body, arms, hands, and there's a lot of detail just baked into every bit of his body. It's insane work. Phenomenal SFX work by the makeup team on the show. Ridiculously good. Wow. I don't know if I can put it here, but if you've seen it, insane. So now we're introduced to Louis and Daniel really working together as a team to piece together these memories that they've lost. So Louis is in bed, he's writhing in pain. Daniel is outside in a trance state put in by Armand. And so Armand is talking to Louis, and Louis is just I'm sorry for doing this. And Armand is just like, sorry, such a meaningless word. And he's being just really just downright nasty and despicable to Louis. Of course, there is the understanding, like I said, of like, that could explain why Armand is thinking the way that he does. It doesn't excuse the way that he's acting, which is horrendous, but you understand why he's thinking the way that he is. It's this idea again of this just relentless chase for love and loyalty, and this overextending that he's doing to a certain degree. And he, talks about it later in the episode. He talks about, this prison of empathy that you feel like I've locked you in. Like, he's, I think, aware of the ways in which he's kind of bent over backwards for Louis, but a lot of the times wasn't always necessary, and that comes from him being from a very broken place. Like, all of these characters are incredibly broken, and they are trying to piece themselves together. And when I was watching it last night and talking about it, I was saying that Louis and Armand need something that neither can provide to each other. Like, they both have needs that the other cannot meet, and that will forever cause friction between them, because they think that they're doing what the other needs, but it may not always be that. And in this case, Armand is just like, he's disgusted with Louis. Like, yes, he saved him. He did a heroic act of saving him, but he's disgusted with him at this point. He's torturing Daniel in the background and like dropping him to the floor with his mind. Like, it's getting bad. So then Armand goes and directs his attention away from Louis and goes to Daniel. And at this point, this is the first time they've really interacted in this episode, because when Armand comes into the room, he gets Louis off of Daniel and like throws Daniel to the wall, but he never addresses Daniel, mainly because Daniel was like bleeding out. But he now addresses Daniel. He's just like, I'm Armand. We met at the bar with Louis. Yeah. So I listened to the tapes, and basically Armand arrests Daniel's body. Like, he has control over Daniel's body, and Daniel can't feel his own body. And Armand is like interrogating him at this point, and he's just like, like digging through his life pretty much. And he keeps repeating the phrase, is that what makes you fascinating? And it is Armand detonating, because Louise said, you are boring. He's fascinating to me. Like, you are not fascinating. You are boring. And so Armand is replaying that over and over and over in his mind. And he's just like, you're going to teach me how to be fascinating, since he was able to open up to you and talk to you, and he finds you so fascinating. You're going to teach me how to do it. And I was like, whoa, insane. First of all, I also want to take another pause and talk about the fact that this show's season 2 of the show is not eligible for this year's Emmys, which is a travesty, because I cannot fathom how, if it were eligible, how Assad, who plays Armand, does not get a Best Supporting Actor in a drama nomination. His performance in this episode, I've talked about his performances in other episodes as well, but this episode there was some insane work being done. Because in last week's episode, I talked about how Armand has this ability to be really contained and be very, quiet and kind of stoic. But this was an episode where he let it all out. And apparently this was Assad's first day of shooting, which is insane. Like, these were the first scenes he shot for the season. That's insane. Armand is now in the middle of this interrogation. Daniel is freaking out because he just wants to get out of this situation. He's just like, I can be on my knees in a second, but whatever you want. He is just like, let me go, pretty much. And this is when Armand starts laying into him with the bartering with desire. Like, is that what makes you fascinating? And he goes and gets Daniel's tapes that he's had from previous interviews with other people, and he starts unraveling the tape, and it's just like, effacing truth, is that what makes you fascinating? Like, he's reading him and being like, all these menial things about you, that's what makes you fascinating. Like, that's what Louis wanted, you know, that's what Louis wanted, but I couldn't provide him. Like, he's furious. Like, Armand is angry with Daniel when really he's angry with Louis. He is like maybe I should tell my story, whatever it is. So Daniel is just like, no, you're the fascinating one, you're the interesting one, kind of trying to, I guess, distract him and be like, you know, maybe if he tells his story, then he will not torture me anymore. And so he gets started, and Armand is just like, you know, my first memory, and he goes into kind of the beginning of what his origin story was in episode 4, and then he's just like, you know, my second memory, and then he doesn't say anything, and he's just like, you know, I'll think on it more, and doesn't say pretty much anything from that, and it kind of leaves Daniel lying in this, like, his body being arrested state. It prompted me to think about the idea of, you know, what do vampires do with misery and guilt and all these things from their human life? Like, do they carry it over? Do they abandon it? I think there's a spectrum here. Like, you either have a lestat who kind of, you know, it's just like, the human version of me was the weakest version of me. I'm, you know, like the HBIC of this thing. Like, this is new life, new me type of thing. And he kind of doesn't do a lot of looking back to what his human life was. Like, he's always pressing forward. We got eternity, baby. Like, that's his MO. And Armand is kind of the opposite, where he does do a lot of languishing in his prior life, but both of them keep a distance from their real emotions. Like, both Lestat and Armand have a real, like, arm's length away from the true depth of their emotions, in a way, to the point where it causes them to behave in the ways that they behave in their own unique ways. Like, it causes this, like, this buildup that ultimately has this less than desirable outcome. So then it cuts back to the present day, and Daniel's just like, you know, Louis, fuck your boyfriend for torturing me. Did not like that. I think Louis is slowly coming to the realization that Armand has done so much to him that he just has not been cognizant of, and that's really, like, he's having to deal with the ramifications of that in real time while he's talking to Daniel and uncovering more of these memories. So they're doing more remembering together, and Daniel, like, has another kind of, like, memory of how long they kept him there. And then we see a cut, and Louis takes Daniel to the little rocks, and he tells him to put his feet in, and I guess it's like a grounding thing to help Daniel, like, remember. And I was like, oh, they're so friends, they're so best friend coded. Like, I really liked Louis and Daniel in this dynamic in this episode. My mutual said something that was so funny, which was like, oh my god, they're unionizing, and they are now unionizing against against Armand. I think there's a good balance there that you don't get with Louis and Armand, that you don't really get with Louis and Lestat. Like, Louis and Daniel kind of have an understanding of each other, you know? Like, they've got a thing going on. They're here, you know? We cut back to San Francisco, and so Armand is going back to Louis now, and he's basically being like, you know, I listened to all the tapes that you and Daniel recorded. It was a lot of Lestat, mostly Lestat, a little bit of Claudia, but then it goes back to Lestat. And these are the people who occupy the most space in Louis' mind, and to Armand take up the most space to where Armand doesn't have anywhere to be in Louis' mind. Like, they preoccupy so much of Louis' existence and just so much of who Louis is that Armand is just like, they take up too much space to where there's no space for me. Armand is just like, Louis, if you wanted out of this prison of either sympathy or empathy that I've locked you in, all you had to do was say it, you know, like, and then he's just like, in my last act of service before I leave you to yourself, basically being like, I don't want to do this anymore, I'm done, I'll never preoccupy as much space in your mind as you do in mine. He's just like, I've I know where Lestat is, pretty much. Like, I know where he is, and I've gotten in contact with him, and, you know, I can talk to him for you. And so he reaches out to Lestat. He does like a brain call out to Lestat, and he is told Lestat that Louis is sick. And he doesn't really give him the specifics, obviously, but he calls Lestat, and Louis is saying like, no. And then Armand's just like, I am the voice of your maker. Like, this is your chance, Louis. Like, say what you want to say to Lestat. And Lestat is saying, you know, like, Louis, mon cher, why are you sick? Why are you ill? Like, what happened to you? And then he says like, Louis, I love you. And then he's like, Armand, tell him I love him. And Armand has been parroting back everything that Lestat is saying, pretty much. Like, when Lestat says like, why are you sick? Who harmed you? Armand says, why are you sick? Who harmed you? To Louis. But Armand will not say, I love you, Louis, from Lestat. He won't do it. He will not do it. When it gets to that point in the little mental phone call, Armand is like,
hang up on you. Not in the mood.
And does not, like, he does not say, I love you at all. Like, he will not say, I love you to Louis from Lestat. And I feel like there are so many ways to read that. Like, he won't say it because obviously the most obvious is just like, I'm not going to relay your ex-boyfriend, who really is still your current boyfriend's love, through me to you. I'm not going to do that. But then also you have to consider the aspect that Armand and Lestat used to be a thing. Like, Armand's retelling does have Lestat saying, I love you, but, you know, who knows if that was actually something that Lestat actually said. So he's like feeling all these things. He's hearing Lestat say, I love you to Louis, but he might not have ever said it to Armand. He's hearing Lestat say, I love you to Louis, and him and Louis and Armand are together. So he's like, I don't want to relay that I love you to him. Like, there are so many layers to Armand's choice to not relay Lestat saying, I love you to Louis. And then meanwhile, you got Louis in the coffin, burnt up in agonizing pain, being like, you know, no. And there's a lot of ways I think you can read his no's too. I read it personally as it being apprehension, you know, like Louise got this, and we're missing a lot of context of like when the last time Louise saw Lestat was, like, because we haven't gone back to Paris, so there's a chance that Lestat and he will probably show back up in Paris. So like, when was the last time they might have talked? When was the last time they might have seen each other? Like, I feel like there's apprehension from Louise' end, where he's just like, you know, how do you pick back up with a person like this, where you had such a tumultuous dynamic in the way that we did, but I do still harbor this longing for you. Like, I still have this longing for you. Like, in what realm does this relationship exist? Like, how do we move with each other, pretty much? Then you also have the layer of like, there could be apprehension from maybe not a full place of fear, but a place of like, he doesn't know how Lestat is maybe going to respond to him. And also like, he could be afraid of falling into another thing with Lestat, where he kind of loses himself again, and where he loses his sense of kind of the world and the reality around him, which proved to be a bit dangerous the last time. Like, there's a lot of aspects of even his relationship with Lestat where he would be on his guard of wanting to go back into that thing again. Like, there are so many reasons why he was saying no. And I do get, you know, like, because the problem is that I think a lot of people, when they were discoursing about this specific scene, they were like, how are you guys not reading that, like, Lestat loves him, Louis loves him, like, you know, this was a romantic moment. But like, Lestat, we can hear in Armand's mind this really tender sound and like this really tender delivery that Lestat is giving of what he's saying, but Louis can't hear that. He just hears Armand saying the words. So like, Louis doesn't really know the inflection of these things. He doesn't know the tone. He doesn't know kind of where Lestat may be coming from with all of this. Like, there's a lot of things that are lost in translation in a way. So like, you could very much so, I guess, read that as romantic, but we're hearing Lestat's inflection and tone and all that stuff, but Louis is not. So that air of apprehension that Louis has also makes a lot of sense. Like, he has a lot of reason to be a bit on his guard with hearing that Lestat is out there. And Armand brings up a good point, which is that he's like, you know, oh, did you get lost in a fantasy of doing this interview to knowingly provoke Lestat so that he would buy the book and he would read it and come chasing after you? There's some validity to that, because I feel like Louis wanted him to do that. Like, Louis was, when it was just him and Daniel talking, Louis would like yell down at the tape recorder when he was meaning to say things that were like he was trying to obviously bite at Lestat when he was talking about like how he loved music but he played it with no feeling. You know, like that was a jab that he wanted Lestat to hear, and he wanted that inflection to be known of how he intended for it to be translated, so that when it made it to the book, if Lestat read it, he would know like kind of how Louis felt. And so it got me thinking, like, this book is Louis' come to me. Like, from season 1, when Lestat wrote that song and he did it with someone else singing, I think it was Antoinette singing, but the scene where Louis like swims like across a river to get to Lestat, barges in Antoinette's house, kicks her out of her own house. Lestat is like, like, he's like, oh my God, you came, like you showed up and listened to my song. This interview, which will lead to this book, is Louis' version of that. Like, there's a bit of him he does want Lestat to see it and to read it and to know all the things that he feels about him and maybe come after him and find him again. Who knows? So it basically ends with Armand being like, hang up on you, not in the mood. I'm not telling him that. Like, I'm not telling him I love him. From you to him, not doing it. And so then Armand gets into, like, once he hangs up on Lestat mentally, he then is just like, you know, have I not atoned for my part of Paris? Have I not moved an inch forward? And I would be like, kind of, no, a little bit. Like, you could have stopped probably what will inevitably happen in Paris. So no, you haven't atoned, Armand, okay? At all, in fact. Like, I think, you know, for all of the things that I have gotten on Louis for, he will never forgive Armand for not protecting Claudia as well from what will inevitably happen to her. Like, I don't think he will never forgive him for that. So he's like, you know, have I not atoned? Have I not moved forward an inch? Just like, no, baby, you have not. Like, at all. Like, you have not moved forward. You are very much so unatoned at this point in time. And you won't be moving forward anytime soon. Yeah, this is, you messed up, and he will never forgive you for that. So he's just like, okay, well, done with this, and goes back into the room where Daniel is, and Daniel is basically like, they both deduce that Armand keeps saying rest to both of them. He just will say like rest, and I think that is his word to get people to kind of either fall into a hypnotic state or into a trance, or basically to get control of their body. He just says rest. And so he tells Daniel, you know, rest, and he like has Daniel at the table, and he's basically just telling him, you know, like, you know, your life will really never amount to much of anything. Like, you'll just go and be an alcoholic dad, just like your dad. You'll marry a woman who's just like your mother, who is, you know, high on pills all the time, and you'll have kids who resent you, and you don't really have anything going for you. Let me do this. Let me kill you. It'll feel like a bath. You'll have that sweet release. And he keeps saying rest, rest, rest. And then he finally gets to the end of it, of what he's saying to Daniel. And then at this point, Daniel now says rest. Like, I'll finally have rest. And so then Armand goes in to bite him, and essentially he's like, I'm gonna kill Daniel in that moment. And so then it cuts to Daniel and Louis in present day. That's when they figure out, okay, he says rest when he's trying to get us to do something, so let's dig deep and see like let's riffle through our memories and see kind of what we're missing in this moment. And also in the middle of that monologue, Daniel says, you know, when Armand's basically being like, you'll never really amount to anything, your life is nothing, whatever. Daniel's just like, you know, I'm a bright young reporter with a point of view. And you can tell that he's saying it because it's like a mantra that he said or has been given or someone told him. And we'll get back to that. And so then Louis comes out and he's just like, Armand, basically, stop this, spare him. He's like, I keep this one alive as a symbol of our companionship, something. And I saw a tweet being like, Louis, Armand didn't even believe that. You want to keep Daniel alive as a symbol of your relationship? Okay. And I was like, yeah, Louis, I love where your head is at. And I do love the sentiment because Daniel is alive, but the reasoning, it needs a little bit more work. It needs just a little bit more work. So then this is when we get back into, again, at the end of the episode, the like Matre Arun thing. So Armand is just like, are you asking Matre? And and Louis is just like, no, I'm telling you, Arun. And I was like, oh, brother. But basically he was exercising some of his control. Louis was exercising some of his control and being like, spare Daniel, let him go. And Armand not happy about that, and he like storms off. So we cut back to Daniel and Louis, and Daniel like leaves the room really quick and then comes back, and he has a book, and it's his book. I think like his autobiography, one of the books that he's written about his life, and he's reading a passage about something that this guy in a drug den told him, and he carried it with him for the rest of his life. And he basically is doing that to tell Louis that he remembers like someone telling him this a long time ago. And then he was just like, and the guy said it to me in the den, and then he Richard Pryored himself, so he like lit himself on fire. And he was like, you know, I watched the guy burn for a while, but the weirdest thing is when I remember it, he was already burnt up. And then Daniel realizes that was Louis. So when Armand leaves, Louis comes in and comforts Daniel, and we can see him beginning to say something to him. And so the words that he was telling Louis is just like, you know, basically always remember that you're a bright young journalist with a point of view. And Daniel always remembered that. He always carried those words that Louis told him for the rest of his life. Like he always had that in his mind. And it was like a really tender moment of Daniel realizing that Louis has always kind of imparted this wisdom to Daniel that he's carried with him for the remainder of his career. He's just like, you know, I messed up 2 marriages. I messed up 2 kids, and I wasn't a good dad, but I was always a journalist. Like I never got too down in the dumps. I never got too high to be a journalist. I could always do that job. And it was basically because Louis gave him these words that played like a song over and over in his head. Anytime things got bad, he would remember, I'm a bright young journalist with a point of view. And I was just like, that's just so sweet. It was just a very, very tender moment between Louis and Daniel. And really this whole episode is just these two coming together, unionizing against Armand, and also really having a real sense of friendship with each other. Because in the talkback, Eric Bogosian says something which is hilarious, where he's just like, you know, Daniel doesn't have friends and Louis doesn't have friends, but in each other in this episode, they find that they're friends. They found friendship within each other, and, you know, maybe something more, but they found friendship in each other, and it's meaningful. Like there's a really, I think, an understanding of each other that they have, and a respect of each other too. And then this whole experience of piecing together their memories has done that for them. And it's just this really, I think, beautiful thing. Like it's a really gorgeous thing, a good moment of tenderness in this show. And especially in this episode where there's a lot of just nastiness from Armand. This is the last scene in the show, and Louis tells Daniel, like, I think we gave you more drugs and we kind of just, you know, dropped you off. And that explains the surveillance photos of them like walking an unconscious Daniel like down and leaving him somewhere. And before that, Armand basically tells Daniel this lie that he remembers, like, you know, you blacked out, you woke up in a drug den. Like, that's the story. Like, that's the truth. You don't remember anything that happened here. And Louis, again, ever the tender heart, he says, like, we did this, like, we gave you drugs. Like, he doesn't run away from responsibility in that moment, which is a really, you know, I've dogged him for doing it in other situations, but he did it in this situation. He was just like, no, we gave you more drugs, we fed you this lie, all these things. Like, he assumes responsibility for it, which was a really, I think, cool thing that he did in that moment. But then they leave him pretty much, and that's kind of the end of that. And also after they, you know, have that moment of clarity and Louis assumes responsibility for what happened, Daniel puts together the pieces of, like, Armand basically thawed my brain, he redacted himself from the story, hence why I didn't recognize him, and completely manipulated both of our brains. Like, there is a moment where, and I think Louis is, like, still trying to make excuses for Armand, not in a bad way. I think he's just kind of been conditioned to do that. But he has a moment where he's just like, you know, like, well, you know, these are the things that happened to me, but, like, Armand definitely messed with your memories. This is when Louis says, you know, I was fragile, I was an invalid, like, of course I don't remember. But Daniel's trying to, like, embolden him and be like, no, we both forgot or don't have memories that cut off at the exact same place. That is not a coincidence. Like, we both just didn't forget this day at the exact same place for no reason. Armand did something to both of us. He manipulated both of our minds. Like, you're a victim is what Daniel was saying, like, in this moment. And I think that is what kind of, like, revives Louis to be like, oh shit, you're right. You're absolutely right. Like, now I'm pissed. And so we cut back to Daniel and Louis in present day. And Armand has now come back from his lunch endeavor of chasing the crypto bro guy, and he's like, comes in, he's got his little jacket on, he's wearing the guy's sunglasses, like, he is thinking like, oh, I've had a good day, I had a good meal, what are y'all doing? And he comes back and he's just like, how was Paris? I was talking about Paris. And Louis is just like, yeah, we didn't talk about Paris, we talked about San Francisco. Yeah, Daniel asks what happened with that. And then Armand parrots back exactly what Louis said at the beginning of the episode, where he was just like,
I could see you were partial to him. I preserve your happiness even when you don't or can't. I had a hunch Daniel might prove fruitful in later times.
Meaning that Armand must have done the same thing he did to Daniel, which was telling him, like, you blacked out, you woke up in a drug den. He must have done the same thing to Louis. The exact same thing. Told him, like, I preserve your happiness when you can't or you don't. Like, I do all of those things. I told you this, I told you that. And then Louis just absorbs it as his own truth. That is Armand's wheelings and dealings in this whole ordeal. Like, insane stuff. And then that's the end of the episode. This episode was just so good. Oh my god, this episode was just so good, because it also further reinforces the kind of challengers thing that this show really has going, which is that this show has a rule of threes thing going. At any given point, it is a three-way, you know, tennis match happening with these characters. So it was Lestat, Louis, and Claudia, or Lestat, Louis, and Armand, or in this episode, Louis, Armand, and Daniel. Like, there's always this trifecta that the show has that all, like, are equally important, and they all work together to achieve the narrative. And it was just really, really great. I like that it was, like, they said in the talkback that it was kind of like a play. Like, it was a kind of a smaller set piece, which is very different from the season. Kind of calls back to season 1, where we're only on one set, we're only kind of in one location, like they're just in that apartment pretty much, and then it cuts back to, you know, them in Dubai. But like, it's pretty much this one room that they're in doing this. And it is just so good. It allows you to really strip down the show to its best bits, which are the performances and the writing. Everybody was firing on all cylinders. Casting, shout out to the casting, okay? Because the casting of young Daniel, insane work. Just not only does he look like him, I think his name is Luke, acted like older Daniel to a T. So good. So good. I love this episode. I thought it was really great. We needed this time to breathe before we go into what will be two of the most spine-tingling, bone-crushing, amazing pieces of television in episode 7 and 8. Episode 6 was necessary. Hi, I'm Bobby. Welcome to Culture Kitsch. Season 2, episode 5 of Interview with the Vampire, entitled Like the Light by Which God Made the World Before He Made Light, which is a beautiful title. So the episode opens with Daniel and Rashid on a little sushi date. Just kidding. No, Daniel is having dinner and Rashid, I guess, is his chaperone that Armand and Louis have tasked with watching wherever he goes. And they were having a conversation and Daniel's just like, how did I get the tapes? It was from an unmarked like postage. Like there's all of these parameters for me to be able to get mail. So how did you get the tapes to me? And Rashid is not really saying a ton, but then Rashid leaves to go to the bathroom. He's like, I gotta go to the bathroom. And in walks Raglan James, fake name, the guy from the Talamasca. He is having a conversation with Daniel. I think Daniel, asked him to come. And Daniel's basically like, how do I make it out of this thing alive? You might not. He said, we're not the best at keeping our assets alive. So you might die. Hope that's okay. And Daniel's like, well, I don't want that to happen. And Raglan, this is where Raglan says, like, you fear Armand, but you should fear the other one. And I feel like we've seen that little snippet in a lot of the like Nexons and things like that. And I think the initial reading was that he was talking about Louis. And he very well could be talking about Louis. But the fact that he didn't say a name leaves it open to interpretation. All of these things are very methodical and purposeful. That's what writing in television is. And so is he talking about Louis? Could he be talking about Lestat? Who knows? But either way, Daniel scared for his life. But he wants to get this book out. Like he wants this book. He wants the interview to be published because he knows that this would be a pretty big deal if he can accomplish it. Raglan is basically telling him like, hey, I will get you a publisher. And Daniel's like, I already have a publisher, but he's like, no, a better publisher that will actually get this book out in exchange for you doing some recon for us on the inside during this interview. So Daniel's like, what do I have to do? And Raglan's saying like, the Talamasca just wants you to ask a few hundred questions to kind of weave into the interview to give us some intel on these vampires. Then Rashid comes back and Raglan and Rashid interact, and the grand reveal is Rashid is an inside guy for the Talamasca. He's been a secret agent this entire time. Go Rashid. I've been rooting for Rashid since the show started, and real Rashid, hats off to you, brother, because you played the part well. So real Rashid is working for the Talamasca. He's in cahoots with the Talamasca and Raglan. So he's the guy on the inside, but they need a little bit more, and that's where Daniel comes in. So we cut back to, now we're back in Paris. It feels like it's been a minute since we've been here because in episode 5 we didn't go to Paris at all. But we're back in Paris in the 40s, and Armand is allegedly doing what Louis told him to do. Now, mind you, Louis and Armand are in a real deal Holyfield Cold War. And you can tell that from just the framing and staging of them in this interview. They were on like a little love seat basically all over each other. Now, distant. They are saving room for Jesus. That's how far apart those seats are. It's cold. It's icy. Louis pissed at Armand because of the events of episode 5 where he finds out that his memories were being tampered with by Armand. So when we go back to Paris in the 40s, Armand is kind of playing nice with a coven, and he thinks that he's playing nice with the coven. And Louis like, I didn't tell you to play nice with the coven. I just said to feed Santiago's ego back to him. You know, like Armand read it as like, oh, treat them with velvet gloves rather than being, you know, cold and demeaning. And Louis was like, you don't have to do all that. You just needed to feed Santiago's ego back to him and let that be that. They're really arguing semantics throughout this entire thing. Like Louis is not letting he's not letting his foot off of Armand's neck at all. Like he's that upset. So what they're doing now in the Théâtre des Vampires is they've got a new play that they're working on, and Santiago is basically rehearsing the play. But what's happening kind of internally is Santiago has sent out Celeste and Estelle to go to the Roger guy who we saw in episode 2, where Louis goes to talk to him, basically the banker that holds Lestat's like fortune. And so he sends Celeste and Estelle to go and talk to this guy to basically be like, when was the last time you talked to Lestat? Like, when was that correspondence? What, like, how did you do it? Like, all of this information. And it comes to a point where I couldn't explain if it was Celeste, if it was Santiago talking through Celeste, or if it was just at a point when Santiago was just able to, from way at the Théâtre des Vampires, basically three-way call into the Roger guy's mind, basically to get the information, like verbatim pretty much. And he says, like, you know, the last time I talked to him was a wire was sent in the early 40s to New Orleans, Louisiana from Lestat. Like that's basically the last time they talked. Clearly it's been a minute. And and so then Santiago's like, oh, you know, thank you to the guy whose mind he just took over, I think, in that moment. And so they're really gathering evidence for this trial. If you remember in episode 4, the end of it, Santiago breaks into Louis and Claudia's apartment and gets Claudia's journals. So they've got that. And now they are getting whereabouts of Lestat to bring him in for the trial. Like they are pounding the pavement for this trial that's going to take place in the ensuing episodes. So during all of this, Armand is just like, you know, I had no idea what was brewing around me, like all of this, like the coup that was staging. I had no idea that any of this was happening. And Daniel, very much so, not taking any of his crap. It's just like, you're powerful. You can read minds. How did you not know what was taking place around you? And Armand was like, I was in love. And Louis was like, bullshit. Like, oh, you were in love? And Armand was like, no, like, I was in love. Like, that's why I couldn't tell what was happening with the coven around me. They're conspiring to kill you. I had no idea. And here's the thing. I do believe that Armand was and is in love, but to say that he just had no idea what was happening, untrue. He absolutely knew what was brewing, and we see that because of what happens later in the episode. He was just basically trying to figure out a way to make sure that he was good, you know. But to say that he just had no idea, or that maybe he figured something was happening, but he kind of shut off of his mind reading abilities, weird. Very weird. Daniel is kind of grilling him about this. Louis is kind of grilling him about this. And then Rashid is in the room, like, making drinks or whatever. And Armand basically is seeing how emboldened Daniel has gotten because the past couple episodes, he's not been that way. So he's just like, Rashid, when y'all went out, like, did you leave Daniel alone anywhere? Like, basically trying to probe Rashid to be like, how is Daniel getting some of this extra information? Like what has put a battery in his back now? Like what happened? And Rashid is like, no, like he had to go to the bathroom, but that was kind of it. And then Armand begins to reprimand Rashid, and it's just like, I told you not to leave him alone. And then Daniel comes in and corroborates Rashid's lie, and it's just like, oh, like he was in the bathroom the whole time like a creep, like basically trying to get Armand off of their case that he talked to Raglan James, and it essentially is in talks with the Talamasca through this whole thing. So Armand is very much so suspicioso about what's taking place as of now. He doesn't quite know what is going on with Daniel and the Talamasca, but I think he's got a hunch. So then we get to the point where we've run out of Claudia's diaries to read. Like, Daniel gets to the end, and I think one of her last entries is just like, fuck these vampires, yada yada yodel. And so now they're going off of memories of Claudia. And one of the first memories that they're going off of is Claudia's friend, lover, future companion, Madeline. So we cut back to Paris. I'm going to put a general warning out there for mentions of sexual assault. So I'll put a little timestamp right here that you can jump to if you don't want to listen to that. It wasn't a very big part, but I just wanted to put a general warning out there. So we cut to Madeline's dress shop, and she's like just doing some stuff, and then she gets harassed by this same group of people who are harassing her for being a part of, I think was Horizontal Collaboration, I think is the name of it. And they're drawing, Yahtzee imagery on her window, and she's had enough of it. And they're just like, oh, if you would stop cleaning it off, like we would, stop doing it. Basically just being like, oh, you should keep it, like this is who you are. And she has enough, and she throws her iron through the window, shattering it and shattering the imagery that they were beginning to draw on her window yet again. And once she does that, they then come and trespass into her dress shop. And the two men then take Madeline back with the intention to assault her. And the woman is kind of just like, trashing her place, throwing her dresses all about and everything. And you see a light flicker in the background. So you know that someone is around, someone is about. And before they do anything to her, thank God, who busts in to save her woman? Claudia. Claudia is there, and she maims them all. And in that, she reveals to Madeline that she is a vampire. And that is technically a big no-no. I think it's rule number 2 of the vampire laws. Like, you're not supposed to reveal that you're a vampire to any human. Or I think maybe 4. It might be 4. But that's one of the laws. You're not supposed to reveal you're a vampire to any human. But she did it to save her from being hurt. And in that, Claudia is very gentle. Like, I'm not gonna hurt you. Like, I'm gonna clean up, and then we can talk about this. And like, basically be just gentle parenting Madeline, who's obviously more, I think she's scared, obviously, but she's also like shocked too. She's like, you're a vampire? Like that's explaining a lot right now. So Claudia is just kind of being very soothing, very gentle. It's just like, we will talk about this. Like, it'll be fine. No, don't worry about it. I'm chill. I'll clean up your place, and then we can have a little chitty chat about this whole vampire situation. But I just want to say the score during this part where Claudia is like being very soothing and very calming, and you can definitely see the ties. I wouldn't say it's like an exact match, but you can see the parallels to when Lestat is turning Louis, and the apprehension from Louis is kind of the same from Madeline, and it's this very gothic romantic moment, and they're kind of one and the same, those scenes are. But the score during the scene, Daniel Hart, I just need to take a breather because this whole season scores, from the jazzy noir score of episode 2 to the really haunting kind of like one note monotonous like horror movie style score of last episode, to this just really gentle yet like it's got some gravity to its score that was playing during the scene with Madeline and Claudia. It was absolutely just brilliant stuff, heart-wrenching and beautiful all at the same time. I loved it. Yuri forever. We have a quick little jaunt where we see Louis going to talk to Armand at the theater, and Louis has a big painting, and he's showing Armand like, oh, basically like, I'm gonna flip this painting and get all this money, and do this and do that. I'm gonna invest it. Like, I might buy a plane. Like, Louis is a man with a plan. This is very much so shades of Pimp Louis at this point, and he's serious about this. Like, he no longer wants to be the artist. He wants to be the dealer. He wants to be selling the pieces, flipping for profits. No wonder they're into crypto in the modern age in 2022 in Dubai. But Armand, while Louis telling him this, he's just like, oh, like, you know, the first vampire capitalist, the first vampire pilot, haha, like he's like ribbing him a little bit. And then it's just like, take off your clothes. And I was like, be a lady. Be a lady, Louis. Oh my God. And let me see, hold on. Let me see what the actual quote was, because I wrote it down, but I was flabbergasted, shocked even. But he was just like, take off your clothes. And Armand is like, oh, I need to read through this line. And he was just like, have you like face down in the coffin. You can read while I like fuck you. I was like, oh my God, time and place.
It's like, no big deal. Like sucking dick and cock. Like, I'm just like, oh my God, time and place.
These people are conspiring to kill you, Louis, and you out here just be a lady. Armand and Louis haven't been very intimate, especially in the way that Lestat and Louis were in season 1. Like, Louis and Lestat were butt naked on the beach, episode 1, 20 minutes in. You know what I mean? But Armand and Louis really haven't done that. And you can tell that they're trying to kind of weave a web of intimacy being a bit of a weird gray area for Louis and Armand. I think to a certain degree there is obviously some reasons why maybe intimacy wise they may not do it often. But then also too, like, the whole idea of Louis being on the rebound, you know, like, I think he is like, he wants it when he wants it, and he may not have like super wanted it before from Armand, because we have seen Louis be intimate with, we've seen him be intimate with Dreamsat, who ended up being another guy, but like, we've seen him be intimate with Dreamsat, but not necessarily Armand. So I think there's definitely a narrative purpose as to why we are not seeing them in the same kind of sexual light that we see Lestat and Louis. You know, that just shows the differences between those two dynamics. And it's really, I'm not going to tell you how to feel about that one way or the other. I'm just saying that I think the purpose of them being seen as less intimate as Lestat and Louis is purposeful in the narrative. So go forth with whatever interpretation you have from that, but that's just my general reading of it all. But yeah, I was like, oh my God, Louis, be a lady. Be mindful of why you were invited into the section. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, whoa. So we cut back to Claudia and Madeline talking, and Claudia has had Madeline basically read her journals from when she was turned. I think is reading Claudia's journal from right when she was turned. So like her happier years with Lestat and Louis, and basically when she was still like a teenager and learning to be a vampire, and how like fun and thrilling it was, and basically the events of episode 4, which are, I've talked about episode 4 before. It's probably one of, if not my favorite episode from season 1. I really love it. You could just see how happy they all were, even though there were still obviously tensions between Lestat and Louis, and Lestat and Claudia. It's always Lestat. He's always at the center of some drama. For all intents and purposes, a happy family. And we have not seen that literally since that episode. So it's funny, or not funny, but it's sweet that Claudia is showing Madeline ostensibly a time when she was like the happiest in her vampiric life, like to explain what this whole shebang is about. The book that Claudia is reading while Madeline's reading her journals is How to Make Friends and Influence People, which, if you don't know what that book is, it's like a self-help book that a lot of like businessmen use and stuff. And I think it's the book that like introduced the idea of when you're talking to someone, and like when you first meet them, the way to make them be more drawn to you and attracted to you is like for you to repeat their name back to them. So if I'm like meeting someone named Sarah, I say like, hi Sarah, and like, nice to meet you, like using their names a lot, like the favorite word of any human is their name, that type of thing. So I just thought it was very funny, especially for where this is going, with Claudia wanting Madeline to become a companion of hers. It's funny that Claudia is reading how to make friends and influence people, because I feel like she was reading it to convince and influence Armand or Louis to turn Madeline. So they're talking, and Madeline asks Claudia, you know, what does it feel like to drink blood? And Claudia's just like, I mean, you've bit your lip before, like, girl, you know. And she's just basically saying like, you know, like, no, like, does it feel like drinking life itself and everything? And then she offers Claudia to drink from her, and then Louis comes in and it's just like, you know, once she starts, she won't stop. And Louis like, he's like pissed, like he's angry when he's walking in, and he's just like, you know, is this, you know, her, like, is this the companion? And Madeline is not afraid to speak up and just be like, yes, I'm the forbidden friend and everything. And Louis is upset with Claudia because he's just like, you know, you've invited her into our space. You told her you were a vampire, like she's in my coffin. Like, he's very much so upset. And in that, and I get why he's upset. I understand why he is upset. He's already feeling like he's under this magnifying lens from Armand to a certain degree, from the coven, etc., etc., etc. I get it. In this moment, Louise says, I'd like a couple of months where you don't tear things down or fuck things up. And all I said was, ditto, Louis, ditto. If that ain't the pot calling the kettle black, Louis, Louis, not tearing things down or fucking things up. But again, like I said, get out of the comments section for a second. Look at me. I understand why he's upset. Okay, but that doesn't negate him. The sweet irony of him specifically saying that to Claudia, found it very funny. But basically, Claudia is not getting upset with him. She's not, you know, yelling or anything like that. She's just basically like, hey, I've been a third all of my life. You know, I was around when you were Lestats, and now you're Armand. And then now here goes Louis wanting to argue semantics, or Armand is mine. And Claudia's just like, okay. Well, that's certainly one way to look at it. You know, Louis, however you need to work that out in your mind, Diva, like, you go forth and do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I tell you about yourself, you're going to be mad. You're going to be mad at me. But me and Claudia and literally everybody else knows that, like, you're Armand's. You're Armand's. Just because he calls you Matra every once in a while, and, you know, it's all hot and sexy and you get all hot and bothered by it, you're not really the one calling the shots fully. Okay, that's Armand. So when she said you're Lestat's and now you're Armand's, she said what she said. You know what I mean? But that's besides the point. But she reasons with him and tells him, you know, like, hey, like, you had a companion this whole time. I have never had that. Like, I want this one decision that I make to be for me, and she's the one decision that I get to make in this life. You know, I didn't ask to be a vampire. I didn't ask to be turned. You know, I didn't ask for a lot of these things, but this is my moment where I'm asking you, you know, let us be together. You know, let her be my companion. And so Louise basically just like, you know, well, I'm not strong enough and I've never done it before. And Claudia is basically probing him, not necessarily for him to turn her, but for him to ask Armand if he can do that. And Louis does. I think he is seeing in real time with Claudia that she's very serious about this. This is what she needs. I think, you know, I was talking about it with a friend after the episode, and I think Louis has always tried his best to give Claudia what he thinks she wants or needs or what would make her happy. I don't think he's ever been fully honest with himself that the thing that she needs or the thing that would make her happy, he can never give her. You know, his presence in her life is never going to fulfill her in the way that she wants to be fulfilled. You know, like, he's always had companions in his vampire life. Claudia's never had one. You know, be it he's gone through a lot with said companions. And personally, I don't think he needs no companions right now. The companion he needs is therapy. But he doesn't really know a life or an experience in his vampirehood where he doesn't have someone else. Claudia doesn't quite have that. She's like, I've been a third my whole life. Like, it's been you and someone else, and then there's me. You know, I want someone for my own. I want someone who understands me and gets me. And you can see this just really tender, beautiful thing that's happening between them, where they are both like 10 toes down committed. They want to spend eternity together. Because when you find someone who truly gets you in your entirety, like, they have both bared their souls and exposed what they feel is the darkest parts of them, and that other person doesn't run away or doesn't judge. So Madeline, with the reputation that she has within Paris and how people treat her, and then Claudia with her being a vampire. Like, those are two things that have ostracized them from a greater public in a way. But the other doesn't hear it and want to run away too. They embrace them. And so when they found that in each other, and they're just like, this is it. This is who I want to be with. This is everything that I've always wanted. You know, and you can really tell in that moment that is what both of them, Claudia and Madeline, are experiencing with each other. And it's just a gorgeous, gorgeous scene. That a little bit too, I think, a part of Louise's frustrations, in addition to kind of how Claudia went about it, I think is the fact that she found this relationship in a human. I think that bothers him to a certain degree too, because Louis, all that he's ever wanted was to be heard and be listened to and really understood. And Claudia has found that in a human. And Louis doesn't find that until the 70s with Daniel. But at the time, he was upset that he can't live his life. Like, he was upset that his photography suffered because he could never get close to his subjects because he would want to kill him. But I think he's a little bit envious of how Claudia has been able to find that connection with a human. And I think he's a little bit upset too that he wants that the human wants to become a vampire, because he's like, no, run away, like, don't. If I could choose to not be a vampire, I would not. Like, don't do this to yourself, type of thing. And I think that's a little bit, I think a lot of it is him wanting to protect Claudia. But I think a little bit is that tiny little bit that's a bit envious of how Claudia was able to find a human to have this connection with. And then that human wants to become a vampire and get out while you can, type of thing. So Louis obliges Claudia and goes to ask Armand. And he is basically kind of sweetening up Armand. And it's just like imagine, you think life is great with me right now, but imagine, me without the burden of her being Claudia. Like, if Claudia's out doing her own thing and has her own companion, she's out of the picture. Like, then it's just, you've got me all to yourself. And in the moment, I knew immediately, okay, he's saying that to encourage Armand, because ultimately that's what Armand wants at the end of the day. He wants Louis all to himself. And he's never been able to have that because Claudia's in the picture. So Louis said it to kind of sweeten up the deal. And Claudia kind of calls him out a little bit later in the scene. It's just like, did you mean that? And he's like, does it matter? It got the result. But there's a little bit that you're just like, maybe you meant that a little bit. Like, maybe it's time for us to separate. Maybe this is the moment when it happens. So Armand goes and he's basically kind of grilling Madeline, and it's just like, how will you feed, and ask her all these questions. And basically he's trying to intimidate her, and Madeline's not having it. Like, she's very much a one-to-one. She's like, I want to be with her, and this is how I'm going to do it. Like, I want to be with Claudia. And Armand is trying to be like, what's going to happen when she eventually throws herself into the fire and, leaves you and everything. Like, how will you survive? He also asked her, like, how will you survive eternity? And she's Like look around me. Like the other week, the Gestapo came and killed this guy, my across the street neighbor. This woman who I knew had super chic clothes, she basically died of starvation. Like, I have always figured it out. I've always endured. I've always survived, pretty much. Like, what is immortality at this point? What is vampirism going to do to stop me? And then he's just like, what will you do when Claudia throws herself into the fire? And she's like, maybe she won't do it. Maybe I'm what she needs. And in that moment, I think that was when Armand was envious of what Claudia and Madeline have. Like, both Louis and Armand are seeing this dynamic that Claudia and Madeline have, and I think want it so bad, but know that it can't be recreated in their dynamic. It's the thing that I was talking about last week, where I was saying that Louis and Armand have needs that the other can't meet. And this is a relationship where Claudia and Madeline's needs are being met. And I think they see that and they're just like, dang, like, I want that, like I would want to be in a situation like that, where I have someone who is so 10 toes down for me, walking to the ends of the earth for me, and would do it, no questions asked. Like, I think they're both seeing two sides of this relationship, and they're feeling a little bit envious because they want that for themselves. During this whole thing, Louis and Claudia are outside. Like, Armand takes Madeline into a separate room and is basically interrogating her. And while they're doing that, that's when Claudia asks, like, oh, did you mean it when you said without the burden of me and everything? And he just doesn't tell her no. He's just like, does it matter if I meant it or not? Like, we're getting the job done. And she's just like, whatever. And I think a little bit of that hurt her, because she's just like, ugh. But, if that's how he feels, that's how he feels. And then they're talking, and Claudia's just like, you seem stronger. And he's like, I am. And she's like, well, you got to give something to get something. And I think he's thinking, oh, I'm stronger because I'm the matre of this relationship. Like, I'm in charge. And she's like, you've given something up, which is kind of your freedom in a way. Like, you don't have as much autonomy in this dynamic as you think you do. It's the illusion of control that Louis has right now. And he kind of like ponders and sits with that for a little bit. Oh yeah. So when after Louis asks Armand and is trying to convince him, Armand gets upset with Claudia, and he then spouts, "You are a manipulator, Claudia de Leoncourt." And in that moment, Louis does what I've been wanting him to do, which is he says no. Basically to be like, all right, chill out. Like, this is not her being like Lestat. This is different. Don't treat her like that. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been wanting you to do, Louis. This whole time, that's all I've been wanting you to do, is tell your boyfriend to chill out, Chill out like a little bit. But when any mention of tying Claudia to Lestat, Louis shuts it down. And it's just like, no, she's not like him in any regard. Because I think in turn that hurts him too, like, he doesn't want to see any of Lestat in Claudia. He doesn't want to tie them together in any way, because I think it would just be too painful. Through it all, Armand says no. Like, he decides not to turn Madeline, and it makes Louis, in present day, he's just like, he said no. Like, he gave me the illusion of power that he would say yes. And when Claudia and Louis were talking, Louis kept telling Claudia, he's going to turn her. He's going to turn her. Like, don't sweat it. He's going to turn her. He's going to turn her. Like, he's going to agree. It'll be fine. You're nervous for nothing. Like, I don't know if you know this, but, like, I'm the dom of this situation. And I said that he needs to turn her. So he will, because I said so. And then Armand doesn't. And then Armand does not. Yeah. So then we cut to Dubai, and Daniel's just like, oh, matre in the bedroom, matre when it's hot and convenient. And Louis was like, that is how it felt. Like, I had the illusion of power and control. I didn't have none of that. Armand was just playing the game. You know, he let me be Mothra when it wasn't that big of a deal. But when it came to things that I really needed, like, you know, turning Madeline for Claudia, he didn't want to. And then it comes out that Armand has never turned anyone before. And he doesn't like it. He thinks the act of turning humans into vampires is repulsive. He's never done it. And so Louis is like, oh, you never told me that, blah, blah, blah. And Armand's like, yes, I did tell you that. But Daniel is just like, you were the leader of a coven for 200 years. You are a 500-year-old vampire. You've never turned anyone. And that's when Armand is like, yeah, no, it repulses me. I don't like it. And the crazy thing is, in theory, Louis and Armand feel kind of the same way about turning humans. Like, they don't like it. They don't want to do it. They have no interest in it. And yet they feel just so misaligned. And I think if it was anyone but Claudia, Louis would be, you know, the understanding of where Armand's coming from. But they're so misaligned on the whole idea of turning when they feel kind of the same way. They don't feel like anyone should become a vampire, because I think they're both drowning in sorrow and misery in their vampirehood, and that is a sentence that lasts for eternity. So they both feel trapped in that way, and they deal with it by Louis kind of, you know, going inwards towards himself, and then Armand deals with it by trapping others. You know, like, they deal with it in two very different ways, but they both feel the same about it, ostensibly. And after that, Louis basically says that he's upset because Armand went in there knowing he wasn't going to do it. He gave Louis the illusion that, you know, Louis was, you know, as the Mothra, was like making him. And he was just like, you went in there, it was disingenuous. You knew you weren't going to do it from the jump. And yet you kind of played in my face and you played in Claudia's face. And Armand was just like, oh, well, that's your opinion. And Louis is like, no, that was Claudia's opinion. Like, you knew you weren't going to do it anyways. Why did you pretend like you were going to? You know what I mean? And it was just like, it's got a point. So then after that, we cut to another rehearsal at the Théâtre des Vampires. And basically Armand and Santiago and Sam kind of get into it. And it's essentially like a staged fight. Like, it's not real. And I think it was meant to kind of give the illusion of sowing seeds of, like, dissension within the coven, arming Armand for making it seem like they're all working in cahoots with each other, which he knows that they are, but they had to make it kind of seem like, oh, like they're at each other's throats and they need Armand to come in and be the leader of the coven, and, like, you know, nothing is happening underneath the surface. But then telepathically, it was Santiago and Sam who were getting into it, and then Santiago's just like, oh, Sam, I didn't mean that, I love your work, you know. And basically Santiago was doing that to give Armand the illusion that he could come in and still has a place in the covenant, that they are just helpless sheep who still do need him to guide them in a certain way. But before that, Armand and Louis tell Daniel that throughout this time, there have been strange sightings of different crimes that were happening. And basically the coven, throughout the night, they stole a telescope and color film, and basically were seen muttering something in unison off of the side of the Eiffel Tower. And so essentially something is brewing with the coven. They're doing something. We don't exactly, I mean, we do know what it's going to lead to, but, like, they're actively, like, they're at work building up this trial that we see at the end of the episode. Like, they're putting in the work for it. And so that scene kind of ends, and they had that fight, and it wasn't really a fight. It was just kind of like a ruse. So then we see Louis and Armand, and they're at the park, and Louis is not satisfied with Armand's reasoning for not turning Madeline. Like, he's just like, you know, I'm not satisfied with that. Like, why wouldn't you do it? And Armand is just like, you know, basically, when you turn someone else, they can grow to despise you. And, like, both Louis and Armand could say that very thing of, like, oh, I don't want to become a maker because I don't want my fledgling to resent me and hate me like I hate my maker. And I think both of them, their hesitation, resentment towards becoming makers is because their makers were so terrible that they don't want to have that in common with their makers. They don't want to have the shared burden / responsibility of being a maker to someone else. They don't want to make the same mistakes that their makers made with them and the ways that their makers failed them. I think it comes from a sincere place. Like they want to seem like they want to basically not be what their makers were. And you don't know. It's like the thing of becoming a parent. You don't know what mistakes you'll make as a parent with your kid. And I think they're kind of approaching it from the same angle. They're both just like, no, don't want to do it. I don't want my fledgling to grow to despise me. But essentially, this whole conversation is for Louis to say to Armand, I'm going to turn Madeline for Claudia. Like, she doesn't have too many options, and we got to do this. And Armand is just like, well, Claudia said that she didn't want Lestat's blood to be used to turn Madeline. And Louis is just like, she doesn't have many options. She wants to do this, so we got to do it. And Louis invites Armand to see it. And he's just like, maybe we can bring one in a good way. Because for them, both of their turnings from being a human to a vampire were a bit full of a little bit of trauma. A little bit of trauma was associated with it. And they were both put in a position to where they feel like they lost their human life in a way that they weren't ready to. Like when Louis screams at Lestat in season 1, it's just like, you took my life. Like, they both have that feeling of their humanity was theirs and it was taken from them. So Louis is just like, maybe this can be good for us to see a vampire being born in a non-traumatic way. It's peaceful, it's calm. She wants this. She's inviting this. Like, maybe this will be good for you to see. And Armand is just like, are you asking me or are you making me? And Louis kind of backs off. The reading is that when Armand asks that, Louis kind of backs off and it's just like, okay, you just really don't want to see it. It's fine. And you can see the look on Armand's face where he's just like, and then he just says like, I'm sorry. And Louis is like, no, it's okay. Just make sure we're not disturbed. That's what you can do in this regard. Just make sure we're not disturbed. So then we get to what I think is the most beautiful scene in the episode, which is Madeline turning. It was so gorgeous, both in how it was shot and the dialogue. One of my favorite lines is Madeline saying to Claudia, don't worry about the blood. It was the blood that made you. Because Claudia was the reason why she didn't initially ask Louis to turn Madeline is because she didn't want Lestat's blood to be used to turn Madeline. And, Louis was just like, oh, it was good enough for us. But then Claudia comes back and it's just like, yeah, but it's not good enough for her. I want better for her. And so in this scene, Madeline reassuring her of this decision and being like, don't worry about the blood. It was the blood that made you. And you are great. And I love you. Like just as much as the blood came from someone who might have been bad or might not have been the best, it also was the blood that made you. You are not your maker, pretty much. And I think in a weird way, both Louis and Claudia need to hear that. Like they needed to hear someone say like, you are not your maker. You are not doomed to be your maker. And yeah, I just thought it was just beautiful. I'm gonna cry. So then we get into it. Louis bites Madeline, and in that he can see a lot of her memories. So we see that she had a sister who died, and she had parents who also died, and we see the her having her hair cut by other French people as a part of the whole like horizontal collaboration thing. Like I think when I was looking it up, the women who were involved had their heads shaved in order to kind of signal to the public that these were these types of women's, basically giving the public signal to harass them. And Louis was like, through all of that strife and all of that tragedy and all of that rage, I then see this vision of Claudia.
I saw Claudia in an impossible afternoon light she could never survive in. Claudia, as Madeline perceived her, resplendent, rendered even more beautiful by her beholder. And I knew then, with all certainty, she would be a better companion to Claudia than I ever had.
And that's Louis finally letting go. He's like, okay, it's done now. Like, the best thing I can do for her is allow for them to be together. I can't give her anything that would really super fulfill her, but this will fulfill her. And so Claudia then joins in, and she's kind of overwhelmed by the hunger, and they're both feeding on Madeline, and Madeline is turned. And then we see Louis afterwards, and he's by himself, and he goes and he's just like really upset. And Armand comes and it's just like, what happened? And Louis he's got a gash in his arm. And he was just like, I was trying to throw up her blood. He basically is like, I don't want to be a maker. And it's the thing of what I was just talking about, where it's just like the burden of becoming a maker and feeling the sense of now responsibility for this person. Like, he's like, I can feel her. I didn't feel anything for when Claudia left. I thought I would be kind of distraught, but I don't feel anything. Like, I didn't care. And he feels a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Just like a bit, I wouldn't say angry, but he's just like, like, I did not care. Like, he's just removed. He's dejected from this whole experience. And Armand's like, give it time. Like, you guys have a bond that will kind of endure forever. You'll reconnect again one day. And talking about Claudia, basically just being like, you feel this way now, and you're upset now that she's gone, and essentially you feel like she doesn't need you anymore, but you're always going to have this connection with one another. Like, it's always going to be there. You'll connect again. And so then that directs Louis' attention to Armand, who brought in a bag, like a suitcase. He's just like, what's that? And Armand's like, oh, some clothes and, some stuff. And basically, Armand gives the illusion, or gives the idea, that he has broken with the coven. He's broken away. And then Armand says, I was given a choice. And what he's trying to insinuate is that, like, I left to go and be with you and do all these things with you, and I did this for us. But he doesn't say what that choice fully entailed. They didn't just let him leave and it's just chill now, like everything is hunky-dory. They let him go, but there were some conditions that went along with it, and we find out what those conditions are very, very soon. So then we get to present day, and Louis is just like, he told me that he broke with the coven. Like, that's what he told me, but that wasn't really the case. And Louis is trying to, basically be like, oh, was this more tampering with my memories? Like, everything, like yada, yada, yodel. And Armand is just like, hey, basically, you asked me to wipe your memories. So I don't know why you're getting all bent out of shape. And Louis is like, no, I didn't. And he's like, yeah, you did. 3 days after San Francisco, you asked me to wipe your memories of you going into the sun and all of this stuff happening. You asked me to do that. And he was like, I had one act of cowardice, and Louis forgave me. But the whole factor that Armand isn't considering in this is Daniel. Daniel's like, well, okay, he may have forgiven you, but I didn't. You wiped my memories too. And Armand is just like, well, you seem fine. Like, that's really like the attitude that he takes. He's just like, well, you seem okay. Like, sorry, but you seem fine. But I'm sorry for wiping your memories and torturing you. Ugh, like that's the vibe that his apology gave. But Daniel, throughout this whole thing, when Louis is talking to Armand, and Armand's just like, you know, like, you asked me to do it. Like, Louis bends immediately. Like, he's back in with Armand. They've basically reconciled. And Daniel is just like, ugh, like, you gotta be kidding me. That's all it took? A half-ass, like, apology, kind of, is all it took for you to be back on his side? Like, are you kidding me? We had a deal. We had an alliance. We were in this together against him, and you're already back with him. Great. And throughout this whole thing, Armand is just like, you know, he pulls Louis into the whole fold too. And it's just like, you know, he thought it would be a good idea to wipe your memories too. So you're mad at me for wiping your memories, but you should be mad at Louis for thinking it was a good idea. Checkmate. Like, he's actively trying to divide Daniel and Louis. When they were standing as a united front after they had unionized briefly in episode 5, Armand was like, oh, these two cannot be in cahoots together. That's just not going to work. So Armand saying, oh, yeah, by the way, Daniel, Louis thought it was a good idea to wipe your memories, just so you know. Like, it wasn't just me acting alone. Louis thought it was a good idea too. That's him actively trying to put a wedge in between Louis and Daniel so that one can't really trust the other at that point. Because Daniel's like, I didn't ask for my memories to be wiped. If Armand puts responsibility on him and Louis, that's going to have Daniel looking at Louis in a bit of a different light. That's what Armand is trying to do. He's trying to shove them apart. So then we get to one of the last scenes in the episode, where it's Louis, Armand, Claudia, and Madeline, and they're having like dinner. They're having a nice little family dinner. Claudia and Madeline went away. Like, Louis told them to get far away, and apparently they came back, I guess, to say goodbye, and they were having a good time. And Madeline is just like, you know, like, oh, I could feel Claudia's love for you, Louis. Like, that's why I said we should come back and, you know, say goodbye properly and all this stuff. And then he being like, you know, I can feel his love too. Like, I can feel you through him talking to Armand. He's just like, you know, Louis loves you. And Louis is just like, not saying, yeah, he's just like, oh, like, you know, don't tell him that. Like, that's going to give him a bigger head and yada, yada, yada. Like, he's not being like, yeah, I love him. Like, he's just like, you know, like, oh my gosh, like, quit gassing him, everything like that. So throughout this whole thing, there are also a lot of times during this dinner scene too, where Claudia, now that she's, you know, happy, and I think she's got a little bit of clarity, so to speak, and she's with her beloved and being able to really truly be happy, she's doing a lot of apologizing and thanking to Armand. She's like, you know, thank you for always treating me like an adult. You know, I'm sorry that the coven was difficult on you. Yeah, you know, things weren't super great when we were in it, but now that we're out of it, you know, it's all good now. Things are not all good, because then Armand, he gets up and he walks away, and then we see the camera kind of follow him, and he has basically stopped space and time, that little gift that he has. And who do we see coming up with some burlap sacks? Santiago and the coven. They kidnap Claudia, Madeline, and Louis. And now we're into the trial. And the final scene of the episode is the trial beginning, basically. And who other comes back for the trial than one not dead Lestat de Leoncourt. Lestat is alive. We knew this. And then that's the end of the episode. In the next song, we see that we're going to be in the trial, and it's for the attempted murder of Lestat and Antoinette and all these things. These are the things that they're being tried on and everything. And I made a little joke, because I was just like, some of those charges against Claudia and Louis should be dropped, because they were like, oh, you murdered Lestat, you murdered Lestat. Lestat is right there. He is right there and seems to be fine. Yeah, attempted murder. It wasn't a successful attempt, was it? So, checkmate. I know that they're being tried for attempted murder, which is so funny, because the vampire law says you should not kill another vampire. They technically did not kill that vampire. So let's lessen the charge a little bit. But yeah, but that's the end of the episode. So the whole choice that Armand basically made was to lead the coven to Louis, Claudia, and Madeline, allow them to be captured. And also, I think too, Armand must have led the coven to Lestat, or led Lestat to the coven. Like, he either knew where he was this whole time or was able to reach out to him. Either way, I don't know. But they would have had no idea how to get to Lestat otherwise. Like, they were going to the Roger guy and trying to be like, when was the last time you talked to him? Like, they were going that route. The one person, as we've seen in episode 5, who could get to Lestat, like, he could reach out with his, brain FaceTime and find out where he was Armand. Armand is powerful enough to do that. So basically, I feel like Armand is in cahoots with the coven to get Claudia, Louis, and Madeline killed, to get all of them at least on trial that would eventually lead to their death. That was Armand's one act of cowardice. Like, he basically, in exchange for his freedom, he basically is helping the coven in capturing them. And that's the episode. This episode was very much so a we've been doing this, like, kind of going up and up and up and up and up. This is the little scoop before the big hill, on a roller coaster. Like, I will say, this was not an episode where, like, oh, nothing happened, because that's not true. I feel like a lot of things did occur, but it wasn't as flashy of an episode. And the thing is, you need an episode like this, because episode 4 and 5 had a lot going on in them, especially emotionally with episode 5. And then episode 7 and 8 are the end of the series. So that's when they're firing on all cylinders. You kind of need that little bit of a dip to get us to the final hill. Like, it's a moment of breathing, kind of. It's like okay, like, things are still brewing, like the water is slowly rolling up to a boil, but you kind of need that little moment of quiet before the storm. Incredibly well done episode. I thought, I think her name is Roxanne, who plays Madeline. Thought her performance was brilliant. She was my favorite part of the episode, because she was able to be really just tender and loving and earnest with Claudia, but also incredibly fearless. Like, she did not fear Armand's ass at all. He's old as dirt, and she's just like, I'm in this for Claudia, okay? That's all I'm in it for. I will become a vampire for her. I'll figure that all out for her. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing this. She's got resolve. She's a fighter, okay? But this episode was, number one, I think was great that we got more of Claudia and Madeline, and we're able to see that dynamic with them. It's going to be short-lived, but I was happy that we got a majority them episode to get us into the rest of the season. But this episode was incredibly necessary. It may not have been episode 5 or episode 7, the craziness that's going to be that. It's kind of similar to the idea that you see in a lot of Studio Ghibli films, where how Miyazaki has talked about having moments of ma. It's like the idea of having a moment for the audience to kind of sit with all of the things that they've just processed. So any scene in a Ghibli film where you're seeming like, oh, nothing's happening, everything's quiet, they may show like a field or just a lot of like still shots, and with beautiful, Joe Hisashi like score underneath it. The purpose of those scenes in those films are to allow you to sit with everything that's happened before you get into the final bit of the story. Rest with what you've experienced and process what you've experienced in order to push through. Every TV show has an episode right before the big finale where things are crazy and like where things have to be a little bit quiet before they can get loud again. Like it's a crescendo. You know, that's how this has to operate. So I thought this episode was really great. I think you need a little bit of a calm down episode, especially in a season that only has 8 episodes. Like if you're just going full throttle, the meaningfulness of every single episode is not going to be felt as much if you don't have a difference in tempo type of thing. So I think it was great for that. My one little critique, and it's mainly a critique of the full season, and it's not really even like a full critique. I think that the reveal of Lestat would have been that much more of a pow had we not seen as much of Dreamstat as we did. They were incredibly necessary, especially for Louise' part of the narrative. Like, you need to have Dreamstat there. But I think if we would have gotten less of Dreamstat, not to say eradicate him, but just a little bit less, because he's basically in every single episode. If we would have gotten 1 to 2 Dreamstat episodes, so like in the first one and maybe in episode 4 or something like that, then the reveal of real Stat would have been that much more punchy. One to grow on. It's not that big of a deal, because ultimately I think people will be surprised with Lestat anyways, but I was just thinking like, oh, like that could have really been like a super big like wow reveal had we not seen as much of Dreamstat. Of course, Dreamstat and real Lestat aren't the same. It's still the presence you're seeing, like they look the same. So I think if it would have been that was like the first time or one of the first times we had seen him, it would have been that much more of a punch. But that's just like a taste thing. I don't think that the narrative really suffered at all from that. It still is like a big thing to have Lestat there at the trial. How he got there, we can assume it was probably by Armand, but we don't fully know. As you can see, I am dressed in all black because this episode was a funeral. This episode was a funeral. Hi, I'm Bobby. Welcome to Culture Kid. Season 2, episode 7 of Interview with a Vampire, entitled I Could Not Prevent It. We will get there. But this is an episode that I only took 2 pages of notes on. Just for reference, I usually average around like 4 or 5 pages worth of notes like per episode. So I don't know how much I will have to say, but it's not because the episode didn't give me much. It's because the episode was really something that you kind of have to see to believe. It is just far and away a phenomenal piece of television, and truly is up there with the greats of television, as was predicted by many of the critics who have already seen episode 7 and 8. So they've seen the finale and they know how it all wraps up. But this episode in particular, phenomenal piece of work. But let's just get into it. So the episode opens and we are now at the recounting of the trial and the ensuing incidents before and after. And it opens with Louis beginning to give his recollection of the abduction of him, Claudia, and Madeline, and Daniel trying to do the thing that he's been doing in the last 2 episodes, where like since the events of episode 5, they're kind of, him and Daniel, Louis and Daniel are in cahoots. They've forged a bit of an alliance against Armand. This episode, Louis is not having it. This is not a time for the situation between him, Daniel, and Armand. This is all about the situation between him, Claudia, and Lestat. So we're jumping from one, trio to another. Like I said in a previous video, the show operates on the rule of 3s. Like everything happens in 3s. There is a kind of triangle foundation that this show rests upon. And this episode was, proof positive of that. So the Théâtre des Vampires, who I previously loved and now will eternally hate, even my favorites, Sam, Egley, I love you, or I loved you, but you wronged me, and you wronged my family. So in turn, I will hate you forever. That's just kind of how that goes. So all of them in the troupe get together and they abduct Louis, Claudia, and Madeline, as we see, and they have tortured them. They put Claudia in the rat box, which is just a cruel irony of what she was doing, giving it her all, being a good coven member, serving the coven as best as she could before everything transpired. And they throw her in the rat box before they publicly humiliate her, which is just terrible. They nail them down, or they are basically treated as props. Like Daniel's just like, oh, like you were, actors in a play, and Louise like, no, we were props. Like they weren't even really treated as, I was about to say human, they weren't treated as beings with, autonomy and sentience, or just, they weren't treated with respect is the main thing. They weren't treated with any semblance of respect. And it's just proof positive in how they treat them. Like I think slash their ankle tendon so they can't run. They have tortured them and maimed them. Like they're just all just completely out of it. And so then the trial really picks up from where it dropped off in the last episode. And it commences with Santiago reading Claudia's diaries. And they have them all displayed there like it's like a jewelry rack at a department store. They're all laid out. They've stolen everything. And Santiago is like reading Claudia's diaries for everyone to hear. For everyone to hear. And mocking her too. Mocking her voice, mocking her accent. Like there are a lot of racist undertones that are happening underneath this trial, which is not really a trial. As Claudia says later on in the episode, it's a stoning. It's just a form of public humiliation. And it is able to operate on a lot of different levels. But there's definitely an anti-Black current underneath the surface of this entire trial, and we'll get into it. So after Santiago reads Claudia's diaries, who comes out? Fresh Brazilian blowout and roller set and all. Blondie, aka Lestat Le Leoncourt. This is the first time that we are seeing him in full, in the flesh. We saw him in last week's episode technically too, but this is him. This is an extended look at Lestat. As you may well recall, the entirety of the season we have gotten Dreamstat, which is a conjuring of Louise's mind, hallucination essentially, and this is now we are getting real deal Holyfield Lestat in the flesh, not dead. So he seems fine. Yeah, it was his attempted murder, but like he seems fine to me, just saying. So he comes out, and off rip, we already know this is a play. This is a play. He comes back. He does a little bit of vamping, so to speak, for lack of a better term. And he's just like, oh, I like the old place. And like Santiago's asking like, oh, like, what are you doing here in Paris? And clearly they're following a script. And just so you know, from here on out, since the moment Lestat walked on that stage, he has been going like off script. Just off script. And the thing is, it's not just like following the script and that's it. Like they have it timed. Like it's a real deal play, like a Théâtre des Vampires play, where they have like timed projections that are depicting whatever it is happening in the play at that time. He does his little introduction. Fun fact, Lestat and I share the same birthday. We are both November 7th Scorpios. So yay. I also liked during this scene when Santiago's asking like, oh, like, what are you doing here in Paris or something to that effect. He's like rattles off very quickly like, oh, I have a box at a men's doubles match. And he says, I'm going to drain the Australians if they win, which is just a cheeky little nod to Lestat's actor Sam Reed, who is Australian. So it's just a fun little tiny little detail that's just like a fun little thing. So they get started with going into the general layout of like things from Lestat's point of view. And before they can really even get into it, Santiago says like this story of butchery and blah, 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 blah. He's going into really vilifying Louis. And Lestat says, no, this is not a story of butchery. This is a story of love. Like, from Lestat's perspective, you can really understand that he sees this as a story of love. He sees it as a story of fraught at many times, love. So that's the basis that he's operating from, not me, him. And you can see that this is making Santiago get upset. And for the rest of the play, pretty much, he is going, like, Santiago and Lestat are just kind of going, like, nice, nasty tit for tat. Like, Lestat will do something, like, he'll go off script, and Santiago will just be like, okay, like, or like, this is your cue, like, why aren't you getting this? Like, he is just acting with, Lestat is acting with kind of, I wouldn't say fully reckless abandon, but he's doing the Lestat thing. He's doing what he wants to do, as he almost always does. So we start with Lestat's kind of origin. We saw it earlier in the season with episode 4. Was that episode 4? Episode 3 or episode 4, where we see Nikki, who is Lestat's first lover, former lover, and he talks about how after Nikki's death, which Armand had a hand in, and so that's when we get the reveal that Armand is sitting in basically a box seat right up close and personal to the events that are happening on stage. And this is when they try to make it seem like Armand is just being tortured by what's taking place on the stage. But you have to remember also, in the events of last episode, Armand sold them out. He sold out Louis, Madeline, and Claudia to protect himself. And he's like being held in a box against his will by Sam, who's holding a Spirit Halloween, like, Grim Reaper scepter to keep him in place, allegedly. Now, if you expect me to believe that 500-year-old plus vampire, the vampire Armand, who has the ability to stop space and time and can conjure fire from nothing, you think he's being kept in a box by a much younger playwright / stagehand in Sam with a little scepter to stop him? You think I believe that? You got another thing coming, babes, because I don't believe it. He's got an up close and personal seat to the consequences of his actions. And what does he do with that? We find out a little bit later on. And spoiler alert, it will piss you off, as it pissed me off. So let's keep going. But Lestat says that Armand kind of had a hand in Nikki's death, and ultimately Nikki's death spiraled Lestat to where he slept for like 100 years. And when he awoke, he made pilgrimage to New Orleans and came to the United States, where he meets one Louis de Pont du Lac. And one last thing, Louis immediately, just off of the little piddly ass apology he received from Armand for Armand revealing that he asked Armand to wipe his memories of him going into the sun, now he's back to protecting Armand in his very Louis way. Of him saying, like, you know, like, basically with his whole being kept, you know, captive, because Louis says, like, he was kept captive just like we were. Babe, it's a little bit different, I think. It's just a little bit different, because we can see later on that Armand is able to do things from that box. It's not like it's like a mind power binding, but like they don't bind and capture and keep captive Armand in the same way that they do Louis, Madeline, and Claudia. Like, not by a long shot. It's an open air box, you know? But it just is so interesting to me, because Louis is just like, well, he spent the entire time, like, Daniel's just like, you had a up close and personal look at the way that you betrayed these people. And Louis was just like, well, the entire time, like, he has to take accountability, but the entire time he was in his timeout box, he was thinking of ways to save me. Girl, all right. So Lestat kind of keeps on talking, and at this point, give that man a headset because this is a TED Talk. This is not a trial. This is a TED Talk. And while Lestat is beginning to talk about how he, made pilgrimage to the United States and all these things, he begins to turn around and he sees Louis. And I think this is when Santiago says like he makes like reference to Louis in some way. And he is basically like saying like point out who the accused is. And Lestat kind of turns back and locks eyes with Louis for the first time. Because this whole time Lestat has been kind of preening to the crowd. He's been looking at Santiago. He really hasn't looked behind him at Claudia, or more importantly to him, Lestat or Louis. So they lock eyes, and it's from then on that things begin to not derail, because they do reach a tragic conclusion, but they begin to peter a little bit, like with Lestat, because they have that moment where they're just like, you understand this weird, complex, dark, twisted, and nasty type of love that they share between one another. Like it's just, it transcends what we understand about human love, which is already incredibly complex and messy and all those things. And it's just all of these different layers of nuance and complexities and things like that you would think one guy who was literally on stage and came back so that he could punish his lover and their daughter and sentence them to death. He sees his lover and he's just like, but I still love you though. I still love you. And Louis is kind of looking a little bit the same. Like he's, I think, terrified of Lestat and being there and the awkwardness of it all. But like also he's kind of looking at him with a little bit of sweetness too. Like he does like a little bit of like polite, like the smile you get when you see an ex on the street that you haven't seen in a couple of years, that things ended like a little bit messily, but they were still incredibly passionate. That's the vibe that they have in this current moment. It's crazy. It's crazy given all the layers of everything around.
This is in different areas. What the?
So much. And it's so much that's all like localized in one look. So Lestat continues on, and at a certain point he begins to recount how he and Louis met, and he flips it and says that Louis was the one who pursued him. Louis was the one who was stalking him. Louis was the one, and like we know, and we even see it in the like recap at the beginning of the episode. They show episodes from season 1 where Louis literally says, I was being hunted and I had no awareness of it. I had no idea of it. And now Lestat is presenting himself as the helpless damsel in distress being pursued by the scary man. And this is where some of the like kind of anti-black sentiments can be bubbled up. I think I'd like to think it was very purposeful by the writers to have Lestat kind of come in and pretend to be the damsel when he was very much so the aggressor, like flipping it when he's in the position of authority or is pleading to authority that, oh, it wasn't, I'm just a helpless vampire, but this man who just happens to be black was the one who was pursuing me and stalking me and all those things. Like these are the like subtextual bits of the story that only further to perpetuate just how like effed up this trial is. Like it's not a trial at all. It's a sham. And when he's doing that, Louis tries to yell out and be like, he did all those things to me. Because at one point Lestat says, Louis said, come to me. Now mind you, Lestat wrote a whole damn song called Come to Me. So who was doing that? Who was coming to who? You know what I mean? And the whole time that Lestat is talking about this, Louis is like, what? Like, no, like he's just like, that's wrong. Like he's lying on me. And Louis tries to say as much, but all of the members of the coven are able to do this like mind paralyzation thing where it kind of disorients their thoughts and that they can't really get words out. So that like stops them from talking and speaking out and testifying against lestat. Like they've kind of built in, they've silenced them for this entire trial, which again, this is not a trial. We get to the point where we are talking about Louis, the night that Louis was turned. And they're saying that, you know, Louis accepted the dark gift and he embraced lestat, and lestat was like, I offered him the dark gift at an altar and a church. And this is how you're seeing the differences between how Louis sees the night of his turning and how lestat sees the night of his turning. And I think it was in an article from TV Insider that was written by one of my mutuals, Kelly. TV Insider and TV Guide have been doing amazing coverage of the show all season. So I highly recommend that you go and check out some of their articles, especially from Kelly. I'll link some in the description box down below. But from this week's article where Kelly got a chance to talk to Jacob Anderson, Delaney Hales, Sam Reed, and I think Roxanne Duran, Jacob Anderson says that to lestat, like this was a wedding, like the night that he was turned was a wedding, but to Louis it was, you know, the night of his death and the night of his birth. Like there was they're kind of in two, not, I wouldn't even say they're opposing groups. I wouldn't say they're opposing at all, but their viewpoint of what the central focus of the night was different. For Louis, it was becoming a vampire. For lestat, this was their marriage. Like he proposed the dark gift and eternal life and eternal companionship in a church at an altar. So he's like, we're married now. Like this that was a marriage. We are married. So throughout all of that, then this one army man shouts out the F slur, a homophobic slur, and lestat like teleports to him and it's just like basically telling him about himself. He was just like, you're a soldier, but you never fired a rifle once during the war. In fact, you threw up many times in your foxhole and you ran away many times. You're a coward. You're a punk bitch. You know, like that's the vibe that lestat is giving to him. He's just basically like, hey, so don't act like a barnyard animal, and perhaps we shush when I'm talking, okay? Because I just told you everything about yourself, about how, oh, you're a soldier and no one wants to see that, blah, 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 blah. No one wants to see two, you know, gay vampires. First of all, to that man, do you know where you are? You came to the Théâtre des Vampires and didn't expect to see a little bit of gay? Okay, yeah. Weird. And then two, when lestat is up there, he's just like, you will not be speaking when I'm speaking. So zip those lips, because I will kill you in front of everyone here. And he didn't do it, but I'm sure he thought about it. This just shows that, like, lestat exercises reverence and love in the weirdest times and in the weirdest ways, because he's talking about the night of his wedding. Like, he's the blushing bride. And then this guy yells like a homophobic slur. And he's just like, I'm talking about my wedding right now, so shut up, please. I can't even call him inconsistencies. Lestat is just a weird guy. But in that moment, he did what he had to do. So lestat talks about when Louis was turned and how he didn't really embrace vampirism. And he refuses to really feed on humans. He only feeds on animals. And the crazy thing is, during all of this, the audience is laughing at Louis for being a vampire that doesn't want to kill humans. Now, mind you, this audience is comprised of, like, all humans, and they're just like, ha ha ha, Louis is a vampire, doesn't want to feed on humans, ha 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 ha. I'm like, girl, what do you think is going on here? What do you think's happening here? Legitimately. Like, again, and I think it's the thing that the Théâtre des Vampires has always been able to operate off of, is showing someone in plain day, like broad daylight, what's going on, and them just being like, oh, haha, it's a farce, it's not real. It very much so is real. Very much so. So now we get to the night that Claudia was turned, and this is where things take a turn for the interesting and also the worst. So with Claudia's turning, the original story is that there's a fire. Louis hears Claudia, saves her, and asks Lestat to turn her. And it's kind of a little bit of a simple process. Like they have a little bit of a back and forth, but it's not really anything too extraneous from either side. Like Louis says, please turn her, and Lestat is just like, no, like he's kind of just like, we don't know her, like it's fine, like this is not your battle to fight. And Louis is just like, please turn her. And so Lestat eventually, like, he does it. In this version, in the version that Lestat accounts, and Louis in present day is describing how during the trial his body was able to be in two places at once. So he was at the trial, but it felt like Lestat was showing him, I guess, Lestat's recollection of things. And the turning of Claudia involved Lestat actually saying that it's forbidden to turn a child into a vampire, and Lestat laying out in vivid detail how much Claudia would struggle. Her brain and her soul would continue to develop, but her body wouldn't, and that would place a very heavy toll on her. She would be experiencing a deep sense of loneliness. And before this, Lestat explains that vampire loneliness reaches depths that human loneliness don't even begin to touch. And he then goes to a member of the audience and he's just like, take my hand. And like through his hand, the audience member is able to experience loneliness. And that's what Lestat said that he felt during this time. He was feeling this great sense of loneliness. Now, if I'm recalling correctly, at some point in this, Lestat begins to entertain Antoinette and like entertain other people. So he's acting like he was just always been this like super faithful and waiting at home, picking lint off the couch like Armand was, when Lestat was for the streets and has always well and truly been for the streets. But he didn't have the love from Louis that he so desperately wanted. And in turn, he felt like he had to, I don't really know what he felt like he had to do. But him doing this for Louis in season 1 terms, he thought that this would, I guess, bring them closer together. She's always going to be treated as she's seen here. Like she's always going to be treated like a teenager, and that's going to destroy her. He told him all of the risks of turning Claudia, and Louis was just like, I don't care. And he's like begging on his hands and knees, and he's just like, I won't leave you if you turn her. I won't leave you. I won't leave you. Please do this for me. Please do this for me. Despite what Lestat was saying. And then Lestat says, like, you'll regret this for the rest of your life. And as we've seen through how Louis has been, treating her and things like that throughout the season, yeah, he had regretted it, I think. So in that, Louis then tells Daniel, like, I'm sorry for maybe not being able to be as honest as I should have been about how I recalled Claudia's turning and kind of how it was an act of selfishness. But I've seen a lot of people talk about it. I don't know if this scene tells us something that we didn't already kind of know about how Louis saw Claudia's turning. And Lestat says, like, he's just like, oh, what is she going to be, like a lap dog? And he's like, no, not a dog. But ultimately, that's kind of what it began to turn into. Like, she was an accessory. She was a throw pillow. Things that are not super important is sometimes how Louis treated Claudia. Doesn't mean that he didn't love her. Very obviously he did. But in his actions towards her, sometimes it was a little bit different and inconsistent. And the fact that he knew that this is what her life would be, and he was just like, do it anyways, it's messed up. Louis is a little messed up, like, I think he tried to love her and does love her as best as he could, but then when it reached a point where he wasn't in the same headspace as he was when he was begging for her to be turned, then that's when you get that little bit of contention and gray area with a character like Louis. Very, very interesting scene. And going back and looking at other scenes, knowing that Louis knew this would be Claudia's fate and that it was forbidden and things like that is interesting. But at the end of it, Lestat says like, hey, I turned Claudia, so whatever happens to them should also happen to me. And Santiago immediately steps in and it's just like, well, but you were manipulated though. Like, you were manipulated into turning her and to doing all this. And like every single time Lestat tries to take a little bit of accountability, which is not often, so let's clap it up for that, he is stopped by Santiago trying to continue to vilify Claudia and Louis. After they kind of settle that, and Louis says, and once Lestat kind of, says his side or his recollection of Claudia's turning, Louis denies it on the stage. But in present day, like you said, like, he doesn't deny it. He knew it was the truth. And once it's all said and done, Claudia then asked Louis on stage during the trial, like, it's all lies, right? And Louis said, yeah, it's all lies. And the look that she gives him is like, I don't believe you. I don't think that's a lie. I think you knew and you did it anyway. And now I'm angry. And from then on, Claudia is rageful, rightly so, just full of complete and utter rage and anger. Because imagine finding out that you didn't have to suffer in the way that you did. And the person who, was there, who it made it seem like it was something different, not like you've been living a lie or you've been told a lie. And there's nothing you can really do about it. That's kind of where Claudia's at right now. It's just, I can't imagine how disorienting that is. And so I think she just takes it for what it is. I think she knows that Louis in that moment may be lying to her. And now she's internally like, oh, I'm upset. I'm pissed. I'm angry. Then we get to the depression that Louis falls into when Claudia leaves for the first time. And it's like 7 years. And Lestat is talking about how he was just incredibly lonely. Louis didn't want to touch him. He was just full of vitriol and hate and all of these things. And he is just like, in that moment, what do? Do you go and look for a new lover and find companionship somewhere else? And the whole audience is just like, yes, yes, yes. And then we get into Antoinette. Now, they really want me to care about the death of Antoinette. And let me tell you something, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen, okay? It was self-defense, first of all. In a court of law, that was self-defense, what Claudia did to Antoinette. And so from that whole thing, now we get into the events of episode 5. And I'm not really going to go too much into this part because we kind of know what it is. If you've seen episode 5, you know what it is. I'm not really going to recount the scenes all that much, but you just get to the main point of this section is that Lestat, when he uses his cloud gift and the scene where he takes Louis up to the clouds and drops him. I remember when that episode came out and everyone was just like, oh, he didn't really fall, that didn't really happen, like just making up excuses after excuses after excuses. And this episode, Lestat comes clean. They try to make it seem like the Théâtre des Vampires, mainly Santiago, are like, yeah, he dropped Louis from 2 kilometers, and then all the humans are like, oh my God. And Santiago's like, to y'all that sounds like a lot, but to us it's not really that bad, and he was fine, and it's all good, and it's not that bad. Like, Lestat was capable of punching a priest through the head, but he didn't do that to Louis, so obviously his abuse wasn't that bad. But throughout this whole thing, it feels like Lestat is like detonating with the revelation of what he had done to Louis. Whether it was out of character or not, it was in character because he did it, okay? I'm not about to argue with, well, book Lestat. I don't care. In the show, he did it. And in this episode, he apologizes. And it's just saying, like, I wanted to hurt you. I dropped you from there because I wanted you to hurt. He was a broken thing, and I knew he was broken because I broke him. This is Lestat bearing it all out on the line and not hiding from anything, which is admirable because I really didn't think it was going to go that way with him. I'm not going to lie to you. But he says, like, I did it on purpose. I wanted to hurt him, and I did. And then he gets into and I'm sorry and everything like that. And, it doesn't take much with Louis. One of his partners gives a somewhat heartfelt apology, and now he's just like, oh, it's okay. The whole time they're trying to downplay this whole domestic violence situation into simply a lover's quarrel. Like, oh, because Santiago's like, when you're vampires, this type of stuff is, pretty common, and we're two strong beings. Like, these types of things are not really seen as abuse to us. They're just little spats, like little lovers' quarrels. It's not really that big of a deal. But there's a point where there's obviously like a cue for Lestat to speak more. And he says under his breath, a wolf congratulated for not killing her pups. He's a maker who was congratulated for not killing his fledglings when he did things to him. I think he's feeling the ramifications of that, where the trial is congratulating him and awarding him for not maiming and killing his fledgling, when it should have never gotten to that. It should have never gotten that far. And he's like, you can feel him kind of like detonating a little bit. Like, he's having a hard time with that revelation. And then that's when Louis kind of gets into how, like, not the inconsistencies, but just the weirdness of a guy like Lestat. He crossed the ocean because he wanted to see Louis and Claudia dead. But then when he gets here, he gives this sincere apology for ever doing what he did to Louis. Because he says, I would always be sorry for what I did to you. And he's crying and he's looking back at Louis, and they're having this moment. And in that moment, Claudia says, if it's true, it's too late. It's way too late for you to just be feeling all this remorse when we're about to die. Like, a little bit too late for that. But in present day, Louis says, that's what Lestat does. He will, that's the inconsistencies of a guy like him. He is full of all this rage and anger, and then when you think he's going to be at his most rageful and anger filled, then he's super like loving and honest and earnest. If you never really know where he is, you can never really know how to try to treat him. And so the ball is really in his court a lot of the times when it comes to that type of behavior. And it's just like all types of inconsistent. And then this is when Claudia is like, oh, I've had it officially. I've had it officially with everybody up here. She says he drops Louis on purpose, like an egg from an airplane, with the intent to hurt / him. We poisoned him. We're getting the nth degree right now. Like, it's crazy that this show is showing the epitome of white tears via Lestat. Just as much as it is so very noble and admirable and all of the abuls that Lestat was able to take accountability for the abuse he enacted on Louis and Claudia, he admitted to trying to kill Louis. Is that not the attempted murder of one Louis de Pontdulac that would put Lestat on trial as well? And to be fair to Lestat, he has made some allusions that, whatever happens to them should happen to me too. I made Claudia. I broke a rule. What happens to them happens to me. And Santiago was like, no. You were coerced into doing that. You were coerced. Like, you're messing up the play. And with this, he admits to trying to kill Louis, or trying to hurt him at the very least. He should be given the same treatment that they're being given. Lestat could get up there, have those people eating out of the palm of his hands, and admit to multiple broken vampire rules, and nothing happens to him. And yet, they did the same thing. He didn't die, and they're the ones on trial. It's unfair. And this is another, like I said, like, they kind of employ the idea of like white tears. Like, Lestat did a horrible thing, a terrible thing. And yeah, he took accountability for it and cried. But then now everyone's just like, oh, but he feels so bad for it. So obviously he's redeemed. versus Claudia and Louis, who are up there being tortured and maimed, and that same treatment is not given. What gives? And she says, like, can I cry and say that I'm sorry too? Will that be enough? And being a Black woman watching this show, that is, words cannot describe how universal of an experience that is for so many Black women. Of like, you know, can I cry and enact the same action and change and all those things as my white counterparts? Most likely not. You know, like Claudia is doing it in the same way of like, y'all let this murderer and abuser up on stage and he expresses a little bit of remorse and cries and he's fine. But us, no, we get the book thrown at us. And at this moment, she like gets up. Now remember, their ankles are basically like the tendons have been ripped in their ankles so they can barely walk. Like it's so that they can't like go anywhere. And Claudia conjures the strength to get up, and she's yelling at both of them, and she's just like, this trial is just another edition of your little lovers whatever. Like, it was never about me. I was just a shingle in the roof of this house that's blown away. Y'all never cared about me. You never put me first. And I think she's getting more and more upset because she's like, I know I'm going to die and he's going to live. And this was all for naught. It was never about me. Ever. Whether it was with Lestat, whether it's with Armand, it didn't matter. I was treated as expendable. And that's what hurts the most, I think, when it comes to the Ballad of Claudia. She was treated as this expendable being who had to be the end-all be-all to this one character who begged, knowing that she would live a hard existence, knowing that the audience has been explained to what the depths of vampire loneliness are. And I'm sure Lestat felt it to a certain degree, but the person who felt vampire loneliness the most is Claudia. And she's the one up on trial, meant to just get up and get over it. Like, it's just one of those things where it's just the inconsistencies in the treatment that only further contribute to everything that she had thrown at her. And yes, Louis had stuff thrown at him too. I'm not saying that he just lived this, you know, gumdrops and roses life. But I'm talking about Claudia right now. Let's say, focus, pay attention. Her life and the things that happened in it are much different from the things that Louis is experiencing. Because again, like I've said in previous videos, Louis is going through a lot at all times. But he's never fully had to always do it alone. He's had companionship of some kind. Not to diminish the harm that has happened in those companionships. But the idea of companionship he's never really had to worry about. The loneliness that they were talking about, Claudia has had to feel. And it wasn't until recently when she was able to find a situation where she could have a companion that she didn't feel that anymore. But otherwise, that's been her whole life. And knowing what we know now explicitly, that Louis asked for her to be turned, Louis and Lestat turned her, knowing this existence, knowing what would happen, and they did it anyways, just shows how she's always been treated as expendable. And it's tragic. It really is. Then in her continued, angered speech and rant, Madeline is kind of like going in and out of it. And she's just like, is this a trial? And Claudia's like, this is not a trial. It's stoning. And when Louis is recounting it to Daniel, he's just like, and the wind kind of left the room when she said that. Because for the first time, I think the humans finally were beginning to click of what is happening. This is not a fun little kangaroo court trial. This is a stoning. This is a public execution. And they're all witness and they're all complicit, which is what Santiago always says at the beginning of the Théâtre des Vampires. But now it feels realer. And Louis says things weren't so fun anymore after that. when she said it's a stoning. So then we get to the sentencing. We knew this was coming. They weren't going to have any real legitimate, hearing of defense and all these different things. That wasn't going to happen in this. But the first person up to be sentenced is Madeline. And Santiago and in turn the coven give her a choice. They say, since you're a new vampire and you couldn't have known these things, we're allowing you to be a part of our coven if you will renounce Claudia and Louis, mainly Claudia. And it's funny, the only white girl up there gets a chance to live with the rest of them. But anyways, they're like, if you renounce her, you can join us and you can live. And Madeline, without really any hesitation, she just says, Claudia is my coven. Claudia is my eternal companion. She's who I want to be with. She is my coven. And she says, basically, no, I'm not going to renounce her. I'm with her until the very end. And so then Santiago goes like, then is she guilty or not guilty? She's guilty and she should be sentenced to death. And then we get to Claudia and he does the whole guilty, not guilty, sentenced to death thing. And she's like, I have one request. And Santiago's like, no, we won't honor it. And Lestat says, no, honor her request. Father of the year over here. Better late than never, I guess. The request is that she wanted the guy in the balcony to take off his hat. And then she says, I've now memorized all your faces. And in the afterlife, if there is one, I'm going to come back and kill all of y'all. And if there's not, I'm going to find a way. And she was dead ass serious about it. Dead serious. She was not, knowing Claudia, knowing the type of vampire she is, she was not kidding. She's coming. She's going to haunt every single one of them. Every single one of them haunted by her. And that's when every human is just like, oh, I thought this was just a show. I didn't realize we were being serious. Is she serious? She's dead serious. Now y'all about to be haunted for the rest of your days. And then the rest of your eternal life's days too. So, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Now you're haunted. We finally get to Louis. And they're doing the whole thing of guilty, not guilty. And then the sentence is, and we're expecting to hear death like we did with Claudia and Madeline. And then we see the audience kind of struggling to speak, struggling to say anything. And then we see Armand, who is willing the audience to say the word banishment rather than death. At this moment, I was like, so you couldn't do that 2 people ago? You couldn't force the crowd to say banishment for each one? That's what I'm saying. The whole idea of oh, he was kept captive. No, the hell he was not. Because if he was really kept captive and Sam was supposed to be this reinforcer like he said that he was with the Spirit Halloween Grim Reaper scepter, he would have just chopped his head off. He was able to do something the entire time. And this is when we get to the name of the episode, which is I could not prevent it, because Daniel calls him out. It's just so you saved Louis by saying banishment, by making the crowd say banishment, and not Claudia. And he was just I couldn't prevent it. My hands were tied. The typical Armand stuff. I literally wrote down, Armand finally does something now. You're killing me. You're killing me. He made it to Louis, and that's when he was just I used all of my energy to make them say banishment. And Santiago in that moment gets upset when the crowd says banishment. He's like, that's not applicable. That's not an option. But then, ever the showman, he has to remember, oh, okay, but the show must go on. So sure, banishment. We'll send him to Belgium. And really what he meant by that is then the coven capture Louis, put him in a coffin with a bunch of rocks, and they're basically going to let him starve to death in the crates that are in the rat box room where former damned members are lying. He's going to meet that same fate, while Claudia and Madeline are sentenced to their very public death. And they then they separate Louis and Claudia. And in that article that I was talking about from TV Insider, they being Louis and Claudia are like grappling at each other when they're separated and screaming, because I think I can't remember who specifically said it, but there was whoever said it said that, I think it was Jacob Anderson, who was just like, this can't be the way that things end with us. Like that was the moment when they were pulling Louis away, knowing that Claudia was going to die. That's the moment when Louis gets kind of overwhelmed with this guilt of like, oh, the ways in which I've treated her is not right. All of I don't have an opportunity to make it right anymore. We've run out of time. It can't end like this. And it does end like that. And that's what contributes to the tragedy of this whole thing, this whole ordeal. Like these very, upsy downsy, spins aroundsy looks of this very nuanced type of love that we see between like Louis and Lestat and Louis and Claudia, where there's just all these layers, all of these, the depths and the layers of their relationships and their dynamics. And, on one hand, you have Claudia and Louis being at odds and, not liking each other sometimes. But then when it comes to this incredibly heart-wrenching moment where they are being separated and now they'll be forever separated by death, and they both realize like, oh, we've run out of time. It can't end like this. That's tragic. Like all of those different, just like, it's like juggling, like all of these different things are just hanging up in the air, and the episode is asking you to sit with so much that is so heavy and just so brilliant at the same time. It just, oh God, it really got me. So they take Louis to the coffin and put him in the hatch where he's meant to starve to death. And so Daniel's kind of asking, what happens if Claudia? And Louis like, I don't know. I wasn't there. You have to ask him. Armand. So he has Armand, who he will never forgive for what happened, recount Claudia's death to him. And so Claudia's death, which is where I started crying. Famously, I am not someone who, I don't really cry when it comes to film and TV. Now, it's crazy because I'm a Cancer moon and I cry with literally anything else in life. But for whatever reason, film and TV, I don't always cry. Not to say I don't feel bad. The physical act of crying doesn't always happen. But there was something about when Claudia's death scene starts. And Claudia and Madeline are like hugging each other and saying things, I guess, like words of affirmation, words of I love you, words of, we're in this eternally together no matter what. And they open the hatch and they begin to burn. And there's screams of terror and pain from Madeline, but from Claudia, she's singing. And she's singing the Baby Lulu song that she hated, that what she felt in that moment of performing Baby Lulu, which was shoving her existence in her face and making fun of it, and that was killing her soul. She sings it again for this audience who have killed her being. They've killed her twice. And her singing it and smiling and then going into these screams of pain and agony as she's burning up while holding the ashes of her slain companion, her newly turned companion. She finally had that piece of joy and happiness for the first time, and then it's gone in an instant. And before she fully goes on, she looks to Lestat. And I think there have been a lot of ways that this has been interpreted. And I think there's a lot of merit to a lot of the different ways. But what Delaney Hales, who plays Claudia, said that in that moment she looks to Lestat as like a parent to help. She looks to him to be like, help me, And it's crazy that she's done it to both of her parents and they've not done anything. again, the scales of it, very, very different. Very, very different. But Claudia has reached out for help from one of them. She's not always gotten it in the way that she needs it. Not to say she's never gotten it, because Louis has helped her. But in that moment, she looked to Lestat, and Delaney said that she trusts Lestat the most because a lot of the vampiric predator nature about her is of him. And she looks to him in that final moment, from daughter to father, seeking help, and he's like arrested in horror looking at her, and then she's gone. And this is where I just kept on crying, because it was just it's so tragic, because at every turn it was preventable. At every turn she could have lived a good long vampiric life with Madeline. Like, had she never come back, she wouldn't have, maybe they would have eventually caught up to them, but maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they would have gone on and lived a long vampiric life and didn't think about any of these men that were ruining their life. And it was just, there have been a lot of gut-wrenching parts of this show, and I think the show does a very good job of taking you there and back again. But this was the one episode where I was like, oh, like it was a punch to the gut. A beautiful punch to the gut. It was just so, again, the layers of everything were just painful to watch, but also so well done. And it is the dichotomy of that is what makes this show very interesting, where it is literally just really difficult things to watch, difficult storylines, difficult revelations, just all in all, just devastation as far as the eye can see. But yeah, we come back for more every single season and every single episode because it's just so beautifully done. And that's kind of where the episode ends. And it was tough. This was a real tough watch. I'm actively trying to keep myself from crying right now. It was a real tough watch because y'all know I love Claudia. And again, like I said, everything about her death was preventable. At any turn, it could have been prevented, and she could have been happy. And it didn't happen. And we lost my favorite character, and that really sucks. I put a tweet on Twitter, and I was just like, Claudia is a Black Southern woman. She needs a good homegoing service. So I don't know who's doing the program. I don't know who is doing the t-shirts, but we need to go on ahead and get that going. We need to get that arranged. Not everybody can ride in the limo with the family to the funeral home. Arrange your accommodations accordingly. This will be a small ceremony, a small homegoing service for Claudia. Invite only. We will be having light refreshments at the repast. R.I.P. Claudia. Miss you already. I just thought about Claudia singing while she was dying again, and I almost threw up. That's the episode. That is the episode. Like I said, devastatingly beautiful episode. I think it's definitely a top 5. I'm almost at a loss for words. They did it. They stuck the landing with this finale, and I literally watched it last night and had the zoomies. Like, I think I could have done I could have ran a 500 in 2 seconds flat last night. Like, it was so crazy, but so good all at the same time. Insane work. But let's just get into it. Hi, I'm Bobby. Welcome to Culture Kitsch. Season 2, Episode 8 of Interview with the Vampire, entitled, "And That's the End of It. There's Nothing Else." This episode, similar to last week's episode, if you remember, I said that I just didn't have a ton of notes because it's one of those episodes that you just have to see to believe. And this is very much so in that vein. Very much so in that vein. I'm going to try my best, but it is an episode that you kind of just you have to just witness it. The episode opens up with a lot of the fallout from episode 7, where Louis is in his like rock coffin thing, and he's just basically awaiting death. Like, he has essentially been sentenced to death by starvation. And he's like yelling and screaming in agony and in pain, and he is recounting how basically he knew that Claudia was dead. Like, he could feel it. He could feel that Claudia was dead, and in turn, he was also dead. Like, this was a death of his being in a way. So then Daniel asks Armand, who's also there, of course, what were the consequences of saving Louis? And he says, like, you know, oh, I was demoted. Basically, he's had to start doing the work that Claudia was doing before she was brutally murdered, and he like has to clean up the kills and do the whole rat box thing and everything like that. And in turn, he's constantly interacting with Louise' screaming like body, because the rat box and like the wet room and everything is like right there next to Nikki, I might add. A little bit of foreshadowing. But Louise being kept there, and so Armand is like having to interact with the way in which he failed Louis, because he couldn't prevent it. Like, he couldn't save Claudia, and he couldn't prevent this from happening to Louis and all this other shit. Whatever. So that's what Armand is doing. So in this time that Louis is like in this waiting room for death, essentially, he thinks a lot about his past, and he says, like, oh, if I would have worn a different suit at the fair play the night I met Lestat, if I would have taken the candy back from the barber when I was 7 years old, like basically like the butterfly effect. If you do one thing a long time ago, like it'll have like one small thing will change the course of your life and turn into a really big thing, that whole idea. And he basically comes to terms with like this was always going to be his fate. He was always going to meet Lestat. He was always going to get the gift, whether he wanted it or not. He was always going to find Claudia, and he was always going to fail Claudia. Like, there was no other instance, I guess, where this wasn't going to be where Louis ended up. I guess like he's thinking in how he got to this place of being in this rock coffin, and he's essentially like, it was always going to be this, because all of these events in my life were never going to change. And in that, he kind of is like, I was always going to choose Lestat. Like, I was always going to make that decision to choose Lestat, and in turn get the dark gift and all the things that came with it. So I just thought that was kind of interesting, a little bit interesting. But anyways, so we go on, and Armand explains that he swapped Louis' coffin out with like another, like a dummy coffin that had like a different body in it, and basically gets Louis out. And he like feeds him, like he puts some blood on the rocks, and the rocks drain the blood through so Louis can feed. And Louis was like, you know, I was dead, but my rage was not. And so Louis up. And he's rageful. He's vengeful. The Théâtre des Vampires will be the Théâtre des No More. He's on the prowl. And he's also like, my rage was alive, and so was my madness, because Louis at this point is like a raving lunatic. Like, he is kind of aimlessly walking through Paris. He's like, I can't go back to the apartment. I can't do this. I can't do that. So he stumbles into this abandoned cemetery. He kills this farmer guy. He stumbles into this abandoned cemetery, and this is where he's plotting and planning and scheming on how he's going to kill the Théâtre des Vampires. And he's like drawing on the floor, and he's just like going through everyone's names and like how he's gonna do it and how they wronged him and how they wronged Claudia. And at one point, I think he sees like a dead cat or a mouse or something, and he's just like rambling, and then in the middle of it he just says meow.
Sam Hans Meow.
was like, oh, he's lost it. Oh, he's lost it. He's just like, meow. And then he like goes back to like scribbling and doing all this other stuff. It was just a small little moment of comedy in a storm of insanity that was Louis at that point. It was crazy funny. Oh my gosh. So while he's doing that, so while he's scribbling on the floors and purring and meowing and stuff, Armand is trying to call him telepathically, and he's just like, you know, Louis, whatever you do, like, get out of Paris, don't do this, you know, whatever you're gonna do, don't do this, you know, don't worry about me. And Louis like, I'm not worried about you, don't even worry about that, because I was never worried about you in this moment. And Louis just basically asked him, like, are you, you know, like, did you save me? And then Armand immediately goes into, I couldn't prevent it, I couldn't save her. And Louis is not like, he's bulldozing past those points. He's just like, did you save me? If so, then I will grant you the ability to live, and basically just don't be at the theater tomorrow night at curfew. Like, this is my one single act of mercy for you. And he kind of just like hangs up on him, not in the mood. And this scene was especially crazy to me in hindsight, because when Louis asked Armand, you know, did you save me? And Armand's like, yeah, knowing what we know now, incorrect. And if Louis just knew that Armand was lying this entire time, Armand would have been up in that theater getting fried up too. Like, crazy turn of events, crazy domino effect in that way. So basically Daniel gets to the point where he's just like, so, like, what was the plan? And Louis is like, I was going to die, and I was going to take as many of them with me as I possibly could. So he walks into that theater, like the basement where they're all sleeping, looking absolutely marvelous, absolutely scrumptious, incredibly sexy. And he's a man on revenge. He's like vampire John Wick right now. Like, he walks into that basement and is just chugging, just putting gasoline everywhere, on the coffins, on the dressing room, like boudoirs, like all of it, like the desks, everything that's in there. He's lighting that up. And he basically says something to the effect of, like, when vampires go to sleep, like, they are deep sleepers, like, they don't really hear anything outside of their coffin. So basically it was a full-on sneak attack that he could do, like, anything, like, until they woke up, until they were, you know, thrust out of slumber, he could do whatever he wanted to do, and it really didn't matter. Like, no one was going to stop him. So he gets to what I assume to be like Claudia's little dressing room station, and they wrote on the mirror of her station, "Tweedly deedly dead." And when Louise sees that, he fries that place up. Yeah. The way that I was screaming, I was like, yes, yeah. Like, I was like, absolutely, absolutely, yes, get him up, fry him up. The screams were like the best song I've ever heard in my life. They all deserved it. They all were active participants in Claudia's death. So now they get to die. It's only fair. It's only fair. In doing that, he realizes that some of them escaped. And 4 of them ended up escaping. And he was just like, I plan for contingencies. So basically, he knew that 2 of them would probably escape via motorcycle, which were Celeste and Estelle. And they're like, who could have done this? Oh, it was the London Coven. They knew that we took over the Coven from Armand, and they, like, sense weakness or something like that. And then one of them was just like, oh, could have been Egley as as revenge for you stealing Santiago. And it wouldn't make sense because Egley died too. But it doesn't really matter because when they're on a bridge, one of them, I can't remember who, one of them says like, arson is an act of passion. Like she was convinced that it was Egley, and she was like, arson is an act of passion. And when she says that, boom, they blow up because Louis wrapped gas, I think, around like a certain line on the motorcycle, and he basically ignited it from afar with his mind on fire, and so they blew up. I cheered again. It's Santiago left, and Santiago is in the tunnels, I guess, and he is like trying to communicate with Celeste and Estelle, basically trying to regroup and be like, hey, what's going on? Because the three of them in the coven were kind of doing a lot of the mastermind work behind the trial play thing, and he is trying to communicate with them, and they blew up. But Louis is like, hey, Francis. Oh, and it has Santiago shook because he's like, whoa, who's calling me by my human name? And Louis is just like, hey, Pookie, I'm alive, but you're not going to be for very long. And Santiago is trying to like rile Louis up. Like he's saying all these just abhorrent things about Claudia, saying that they used her ashes for eyeshadow. And then he also, you know, just says like a really disgusting remark about her, saying that he used her like wet ashes to pleasure himself. It was everything, like whether he did it or not, he was doing it to rile Louis up by desecrating Claudia. But Louis is very much so, when they go low, I go to hell. And Louis starts spilling Francis starts spilling his tea, basically being like, you know, like, you had a small dick and a girl from your little farm town went around and told the whole town. Like, your business was out in the open. And then also, you were an understudy for 1 week at this play, and you were incredibly nervous and bad. And then 2, you pissed on yourself when your maker was about to turn you. Louis. Keep going. So in that, like, whole thing, Louis trying to conjure Santiago to him. He just keeps saying like, come to me, come to me, come to me. And eventually they see each other, and Santiago like pops out of the little manhole covering, and Louis is right there with a little scepter and just beheads Santiago, and then says to his disembodied head, say that shit about Claudia to my face. And then he kicks his head. And I was like, oh, that was good. That was a good sequence because it was set to like the jazzy score that we got in episode 2, which was really like one of my favorite scores of the entire season. It felt like a superhero kind of with like a noir feel and like a mystery feel. And like it was one of my favorite sequences in the entirety of the show. Like, it was brilliant. So after that, Louis questions Armand about basically everything. He's like, so when did you start lying to me? And Armand lies again and basically says like, you know, after Madeline was turned, they told me that they were changing the script and they threw it at my feet, and basically just saying like, oh, my hands were just so tied, there was nothing I could do, blah 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 blah. And after that, Louis like, where's Lestat? And Armand's like, you can never kill him. And Louis like, that's literally not what I asked. Where's Lestat? And so Armand takes Louis to go to where Lestat is. But before he does that, Louis is just like, you'll never make this up to me. Like, this situation, Claudia being dead, will never, like, you will atone for the rest of your life and it will never be enough for me. Just know that. And Armand, I guess, wanted to test that theory. So they go to what is revealed to be Magnus's lair, and that's where Lestat is. And I think we find Lestat, and he's like reciting the words that Magnus said to him when he was turned. Like, he's kind of in a bad way in this lair. Like, he says that he came back here to understand his roots, and you can tell that he's, you know, after, like, post the trial, not doing super great. So that's why he's there. So Louis shows up, and he's basically like, he's really upset with Lestat because Louis is under the impression that Lestat was involved in the trial that eventually led to the death of their daughter. And Louis is confused and upset and pissed as to why Lestat would want to do that. And Louis, remember, at this point, is under the assumption that Armand saved him. He doesn't know that Lestat actually was the one who saved him, which is revealed later into the episode. I don't know why I got worried for spoilers. You guys know how this goes. But whatever. Just know that Louis is operating with a different set of information. So basically, when they get there, Louis is like very much so rightfully pissed, and he's like taking little jabs at Lestat. So he's just like, oh, like, is this where your maker chained you up? And Lestat knows how to spar with Louis. Like, when they get like this, they banter in a way that like only they kind of understand. But Louis is just like, you know, why would you do this? Why would you cross the ocean to rehearse a play that was meant to kill our daughter? Like, why would you do that? Like, why? What was the reason? And he's doing all of that, and he's basically just saying, like, you know, Lestat, like, I've come to kill you. And he uses his fire gift, Louis does. And Lestat is basically just like, you're literally not strong enough to do that, so good luck. He's like, I have the blood of Magnus in me. And then Armand says, like, Magnus burned. And so Armand uses his fire gift, and Lestat rebuts to Armand with the line that made me scream out loud at 3 a.m. Lestat then says,
I have the blood of Akasha in me.
I yelled. Oh my God, I yelled and I screamed. An Akasha mention? I've been praying for days like this. Oh, maybe I've been praying for days like this. I've been praying for days like this. Are you kidding me? Just casually mentions, I have the blood of Akasha in me. I screamed. This may not be important to y'all, but let me tell you something. She's very important to me. Oh my gosh, that was such a big deal. Also, quick little pause. Someone did ask me, like, who was everyone on my Vamps poster. So I'm just going to tell you, like, super duper fast. This is Pauline Pert in The Satanic Rites of Dracula. This is Aaliyah, obviously, in Queen of the Damned, playing Akasha. This is Grace Jones in Vamp. This is, sorry, I don't know who I was saying sorry to. I'm the only one here. This is Vanetta McGee in Blackula. This is Teresa Graves in Vampira. And this is Angela Bassett in Vampires in Brooklyn. That's everyone on the board. So someone asked me about it, and I just wanted to address it. That little throwaway line, a major deal to me. And what's more important is that Akasha's coming. She's coming. The queen is on her way. Yay! So after that, when basically Lestat tells Armand, like, oh, I have the blood of Akasha in me, and he's like gestures to Louis, and he's just like, he doesn't know who that is yet. Louis then figures out, okay, I can't kill Lestat like in body, but I can kill something that is way more important to him than his physical form, and that is his ego. I can kill his ego. So Louis then goes to Armand and is just like, here's your death, Lestat. And then he kisses Armand, and he says, like, we're gonna be together forever and ever. We're in love. Like, we're gonna spend the rest of eternity together. So eat rocks. basically. And he just like, Lestat just lets him go. And in the talkback part of the episode, it was really interesting because Sam Reed talks about how like Lestat is kind of confused at the energy that Louis is giving him, because Lestat doesn't know that Louis doesn't know that Lestat was the one who saved him. Louis is under the impression given to him by Armand that Armand was the one who saved him. So Lestat is like, what is this energy that you're giving to me at this current juncture? I thought we were cool because I like saved you or whatever, but you're being kind of like mean to me. Don't really get that. And the whole time Lestat could have said like, oh, I was the one who saved you, but he didn't. He just let him go. Louis and Armand being together, I guess Lestat thought that that would be best for Louis. Maybe he thought that they didn't need to be together at that point. I don't really know what Lestat's motivations were in that moment. But in turn, he doesn't tell Louis that he was the one who actually saved him. And then they go on and they cut back to present day, and Louis and Armand are like, oh, so we sailed from port to port. We landed in New York and settled there for a little while. And then we made our way over to San Francisco. And, you know, now we're here and everything's been so lovely. And that's it. That's the end of it. And then they say the name of the episode. And that's the end of the story. There's nothing else. So then Daniel's just like, okay, in session, but I've got some follow-up questiones. And this whole time Daniel has been coordinating something with Raglan James, and he's basically like, you have some information that I need in this moment, like kind of right now, like I need something. And basically in that Rashid then comes into the room and it's just like, oh, Mr. Malloy, the newspaper you requested. So that was the information that he needed from the Talamasca. And then Daniel starts asking some follow-up questions, and he's basically starting to poke holes, and he's just like, it's interesting. You said at a certain point in New Orleans that, you know, Lestat telepathically talked to you about you scaring a tractor salesman, but I thought that makers couldn't talk to their fledglings after they were turned. And then Louis like, I don't know, maybe he just like whispered it to me. And Daniel's like, yeah, interesting. Another thing, so y'all said that Sam was guarding Armand, but also he was carting you off and putting you in the rock coffin. Was he like two places at once? Like, how does that work? And Louis like, I don't know. And then one of the last questions that Daniel asks is like, so in New Orleans, when Lestat invited all of those soldiers and army men to your house, and he was able to kind of like mind fuck all of them, like how many people was it? And Louise like, I don't know. And then Daniel was like, you just ballpark it for me. And Louise like, probably like, 30 or more. Like it was a lot of people. And then once Louis answers that question, Daniel's like, yeah, I just thought it was interesting because it seems like there was more than one person who could have saved you at the trial. It was more than one person who had the ability to control a lot of different people and perhaps make them say one word that starts with a B and ends with an anishment that would have saved your life. Wonder who that was. Louis? Yeah, very, very interesting. So then Daniel drops the GD bomb.
You were supposed to die with Claudia. He didn't save you. Lestat did. He just took credit for it when the opportunity presented itself. And you wasted everyone who could have told you differently. 77 years based on a seismic lie.
Armand said in the couple scenes back where Louis is like questioning him, Louis asks like, did you rehearse the play with Lestat? And Armand's like, no, I didn't. I was sleeping while they would rehearse. So basically he's saying he was lying to Louis and basically saying like, oh, anything that happened in the play, I really wasn't, I had no idea. Like, I was just as like captive and held prisoner as you guys were. Like, I had nothing to do with it. Turns out Armand not only knew every single beat and word and line of that play, he also knew because he directed it. He made certain points. It was his idea for Santiago to give Claudia's diary to the audience to have them feel the evidence. Armand was at the center of it all. He was at the center of it all. And now when I'm thinking about it, in episode 7, when Lestat begins to like go kind of like off script a little bit, Daniel asks like, oh, well, how do you know he went off script? And Armand says, oh, well, Sam, who was guarding me, was cursing under his breath. No, Armand knew that Lestat was going off script because Armand knew the script. He gave notes on the script. He directed the play with said script. Armand was at the center of it all. Louis was supposed to die with Claudia. Armand didn't save Louis. Lestat saved Louis. Lestat was the one who stopped the audience and made them all say banishment. And so they cut to a scene where Armand is giving notes and everything, and he's directing Lestat in the play. And he is just, and I think at a certain point, Lestat's like, oh, how are you going to keep Claudia quiet? You know, like I know my daughter, she's just not going to not talk. And so then Armand's just like, the judges will just fog her mind. Like, that's just what they'll do. And then Lestat rebuts, and it's just like, you have no idea of Claudia's strength. And I was like, all right, father of the year, I guess, 2 episodes in a row. Wow, Lestat, really our papa of the year. It only took you 50 years, I guess. But basically the whole kit and caboodle is that Armand knew the whole thing. He knew the whole thing. He set it up, and he was ready, willing, and able to have Louis die with Claudia. Now, me personally, my personal theory on this is that I think Armand wanted Claudia to die more than he wanted Louis to die. Like, I think Louis was collateral of Claudia dying, not the other way around. Like, I don't know if it was an intentional thing to kill for Armand to have Louis killed more than it was to have Claudia, who got in the way of Armand and Louis, to be killed, and in turn to have Louis killed in the process. Methinks that Armand wanted Claudia dead more than anything else and was willing to have Louis go down with the ship. So basically, how Daniel was able to receive that information from the Talamasca is because we get another reveal. Sam was their inside guy. Sam was a part of the Talamasca. That's how he was able to escape. And now apparently he's a DJ. I don't really know how that works, but he was their vampire on the inside. And he was the one who was able to give them Armand's script. Because remember, Sam was the playwright. He was the guy who always kept the scripts and everything. So of course he would get Armand's script and Armand would think nothing of it. And also Sam was the most loyal to Armand. And so that's how he was able to get all of that information. And Armand got caught. And Louis was very, very, very upset about that. And Louis leaves the room, and then Armand goes and chases him. And he's just like, Louis, you're past this now. The pain of it is ebbed. Like, this is over. And it's done. Like, you shouldn't think about this. And so Louis then gets really rageful, and he like pushes Armand into the concrete wall. A lot of people were criticizing this part because they were saying like, oh, this is Claudia getting sidelined yet again. Because Louis wasn't upset that Claudia was dead. Louis was upset that it wasn't Armand that was the one to save him. And I don't necessarily know that was true. Like, he thought Lestat was the one who had a fuller hand in Claudia's death and was willing to drop him for the most part for like 70 years or so, in lieu of Armand, who, because Armand did his memory manipulation stuff, he made it seem like he really couldn't do anything to prevent it. Like he was just as much a victim and a captive as Louis, Madeline, and Claudia were. So like he's been thinking all these years that Armand would have done something to save Claudia if he could, but he didn't. He only was able to save Louis. And I think Louis gets upset because he knows not only did Armand do nothing to like not save Louis and was willing to let him die, but I think Louis was more upset because he could have done something to save Claudia and lied all these years about it. And he didn't do anything. Like Lestat, again, I am happy that Lestat saved Louis. Me personally, I know he was weak. He probably had a little bit more juice to save Claudia. I'm just saying. I'm sorry. Feels like he might have had a little bit more gas in the tank to do it twice. The case in point is that I think Louis was upset because Armand lied all these years, both about his role in saving Louis, but also his role in killing Claudia. I think that's what set him off more than who saved him. You know, like that's personally, I feel like you could have done something to save Claudia and you didn't of it all is much more of a bigger betrayal to Louis than who saved him at that point. I will be the first one to say when the show has, done Claudia wrong in so many ways, and ultimately that was, always going to be her fate. But I think in this case, this is not exactly that. It is Claudia being the collateral of all of these relationship strifes and whatnot. But in this current moment, I don't necessarily think this was her being just expendable once again on Louis' part. Like, I think he was legitimately rageful because someone could have done something to save Claudia and they didn't. And they lied about it all these years. And he stayed with him. Because in the scene where he kills Santiago and Santiago asks, like, oh, are you with your companion? Louis was ready to drop Armand at that second, and it had done it already because he was under the impression that Armand had something to do with Claudia's death. He said, like, oh, we broke up. Like, it's hard to hold hands with someone who killed my daughter and my fledgling. Like, Louis had already made it up in his mind that Armand had something to do with Claudia's death. He is the reason why she is dead. And so therefore he was not going to fuck with him anymore. And it wasn't until Armand lied and manipulated him and did everything under the sun to make him think otherwise that Louis had a change of heart and of mind. But then when he found out the truth, he immediately dropped him again. Like, I think Claudia was at the center of all of this. Like, it really wasn't anything that was like, it felt like he was like, yeah, I'm done. You lied to me and you did nothing to save my sister daughter. We're done. And so Louis, in a fit of rage, like pushes Armand against the concrete wall, and that makes all the books and stuff fall down, and it cracks the like the wall and everything like that. And he basically tells Armand, like, you will not touch Daniel. You will not harm him. I'm leaving. And when I come back, your stuff better be gone and you better be gone. Okay? I'm out of here. Like, this is done. And so then he goes to Daniel and he gives him a handshake and he just says, thank you. I think it was a clarity handshake, a thank you for clearing up my mind and giving me some memories and some clarity back. Thank you. And then he sets Daniel's computer on fire. He sets it on fire, which is fair. Very, very fair. So after this, Louis goes back to New Orleans. And let me tell you something. I was so happy. I was so happy. He is back in New Orleans, had his accent back. Oh my God, he had his accent back. And I could have cried. I could have cried. I'm getting my man back. My Nola baby, Louis Dupontulag. I'm getting him back in this moment. This was a big deal for me. And it was funny, like, Louis coming into town when Hurricane Odetta, I think, is rolling through New Orleans. And so he's like, you know, going to his old haunts. He takes a tour, and the tour stops at his old house, and they talk about basically the events of episode 7 of season 1. Where they throw the big party, and like everyone who went in never came out, and all these different things. And like, it's funny to see kind of how the story of his life kind of it got shaped and shifted, and it was just one big game of telephone over all of these decades. And he's able to kind of laugh and you know, see how different things sounded and how different their recounts of the events were. But while he's doing that, he's also wearing like his little baseball cap, like he's wearing his little Saints snapback, and he's got his little like bomber jacket on. Like, he just looked so, seeing him in contemporary clothes that aren't just like these drab black dreary dregs that like Armand had him dressed in every day. It was just really nice to see. His casual wear, impeccable, and it only got better as the episode went along. But in doing the little tour, he sees a guy who's like capturing rats, and he does it really fast, so he knows that he's a vampire. And he follows the guy to this like broken down mansion, and who was inside that mansion but one Lestat de Leoncourt. Someone said, and I fell out, someone on Twitter said he was like Patrick Swayze from Challengers, because why is he cosplaying as poor? He has money. He's cosplaying as poor and hasn't showered and is only like vegetarian now because he only eats rats and doesn't eat humans. And Lestat is like playing a wooden keyboard. It's not a keyboard, it's just a plank of wood that he's carved to look like a piano. And he's got his little iPad and speakers. He's dressed in a robe, and it's just so funny. So Lestat has made another one. He's made another vampire. Someone said they need to put him on birth control. They need to put him on birth control, but he made another one. And so he kicks his fledgling out. And this scene, it's kind of hard to recap it because there's so many layers and it's so much complexity. And it's just one of those scenes where you just really have to bear witness to it, because Louis comes to Lestat and he's basically thanking him for the gift. He didn't know it was a gift. He thought it was a curse, talking about, you know, being turned into a vampire. And he's like, I finally want to embrace life now. Like, I want to live and learn to live, honestly. And Lestat then brings up the call that he got from Armand in episode 5, and Lestat is just like, you know, did you hurt yourself? And Louis was just like, I was in a dark place and all I could do was think about her. And then they have this really beautiful moment of commiseration, I guess, of it really is just two grieving parents talking about the death of their daughter, Claudia. Like, they're talking about how they can't stop thinking about her, the ways in which they feel that they failed her. Like, there's so much that they're discussing in this moment that it really is just like, you see how both of them are just, they've been just overwhelmed with grief for all of these years. And as someone who has had to defend Claudia all season, when people would throw her aside and neglect her, she is the center and the core of this dynamic. They are two people who, you know, love each other, maybe didn't know how to love each other, but had a daughter who died. And that creates a bond between them that they don't share with anyone else. And it's because of her. And Anne Rice wrote the character of Claudia in memory of her daughter. So this was a display of parental grief. And one of the moments that was really compelling throughout this whole scene, which was incredibly compelling, was Lestat being like, she looked at me right before she fully, died. And she looked to me like a child looking for their father. And Lestat can even finish the sentence because he's just like, and I never was, and I think the assumption was going to be like, he was going to say, and I never was a father to her. And so that's the guilt. They both are filled with the guilt of what they didn't do for her. Louis is guilty because he wanted her to be turned in the first place, knowing she would suffer, knowing she would live this hard life. And Lestat never was really a parent to her. They both loved her so deeply and so honestly and so truly, but they never showed it to her. And so they will forever be like eaten up with the guilt of, did my child know that I love them? And that is tough. That is a tough situation for these two to be in, for all of the things that they went through in their relationship and all of the things that were really difficult about their dynamic. Claudia could have been a really positive thing, but both of them, from whatever perspective they were coming from, for whatever reason it was, they both knew that they failed her, and they both knew that they can never do anything about it, and that will always ruminate with them. They'll never be able to let that go. And I really applaud the show for doing that. I appreciate that they didn't just kill off Claudia and have the aftermath of her death not mean anything. Like, this means something. This is a really big deal to them. And I think it will carry for the seasons to come, God willing, that the show will get. Like, Louis and Lestat will always have to be haunted by how they treated their daughter. Again, doesn't mean that they didn't love her, but it's like I've said in the show every single week, where these are monsters who are wanting to love but have no idea how to, and it becomes cumbersome and difficult, and they don't know how to maneuver it at all. And that's how you get all of this hurt and anguish and strife between these people who want to love but quite literally are monsters. And so this was just a really human moment of the show, where you have Louis and Lestat basically being two parents grieving together. And in that also, we get them reconciling, I think, for their relationship. They're not back together at this point. Louis says, I'm companion for myself right now. And I could have done a backflip because I was like, oh, this is what I've been wanting. Louis' single era is loading. Like, I was like, oh, Louis is not with any of these terrible people at this current juncture. I could have screamed. But then they embrace as the hurricane is whirling around them. And that was the Lestat and Louis reunion that we got. And I thought it was one of the most compelling scenes in the season. Also, during that scene, what I thought was really funny was Lestat is clutching this, again, plank of wood that he has carved to look like a piano, and he's just like, I'm going on tour. He says, is this the way that I yelled? Because if you don't know, this past week, the show got renewed for season 3. Woohoo! And season 3 will follow Lestat going on tour with a band. He's starting a band. And they're basically adapting the events of the vampire Lestat. That's what season 3 of the show will be. So him planting the seeds of, I'm starting a band and I'm going to go on tour, was quite literally so hilarious. Before you get into this really just emotionally just devastating sequence with him and Louis talking about Claudia, but him just being like, I'm going on tour. So we leave New Orleans and we cut to Atlanta, which is where I'm from and where I live currently. We got to Atlanta, where Daniel is on the book tour. The book is now out, Interview with the Vampire by Daniel Malloy. and it's out, and he's talking to this newscaster and really giving him shit and everything. And then he calls Louis, but he doesn't call Louis via a phone. He calls Louis via his mind, because guess what? Peepaw got turned into a vampire. Daniel is now a 60, 70 something year old vampire. He's a vampire now, and I just think that is so hilarious. Not in a bad way. It's a little funny. But Daniel's a vampire now, and he was turned by Armand, and he's kind of, I think, looking for Armand. Like, he's, really referring to him. He's just like, oh, the motherfucker, like, and then Louis says, I'm sorry that you were burdened in spite. Basically, you were turned out of spite by Armand. And so they have like a really quick conversation about that. And the talk back, Eric Bogosian basically says that Daniel has now turned into this annoying little brother of Louis now, because Daniel always deeply cared about Louis. He always cared about him wanting to find who he was and be honest and true to himself, and would be on his ass when he needed to be. But he was rooting for Louis always. And so now in their vampire life, he cares deeply about Louis and, wants to check up on him and, know that he's okay and do all this stuff. But Louis is just like, oh, like, you go and do your thing. Daniel keeps, saying like, have you read the book? Have you read the book? And Louis is like, no, I'm not. I haven't read it. And basically a lot of what was in the book was edited by the Telemasca, which makes Louis upset. And so Louis is just like, they should have never published the book and all these things. And basically that kind of, it just leaves it there. Like, he's just like, I'm never going to read this book. And Daniel's like, oh, we should do another book, no editors this time. Like, as you want to tell it is the way that we're going to tell it. And so that drops the little breadcrumbs for where we're going for next season. Things wrap up with Louis, who's in his little like thinking room. He's back in Dubai now, and Armand has gotten the boot ski, so he's out of the house. And Louis is in his big thinking room where the bookshelf that he couldn't access used to be. And now in that room, he has a portrait of Paul, and he has Claudia's yellow dress, and he is sitting and he's meditating. And before I get into what he does at the very last shots of the show, having Paul and Claudia in this space was such a big deal. And at the beginning of the episode, when Louis is talking about, like, basically I wanted to die, like I had nothing else to live for, they show flashes of Paul and of Claudia. Paul and Claudia were the two people, more than these relationships that he's been in, were the two people that he cared, I think, the most about. And it's funny because both of them and their deaths mark new beginnings for Louis. So Paul dies and Louis dies with him. His soul, a part of his soul goes with Paul, and he dies as a human and then becomes a vampire. And when Claudia dies, I think a piece of him, his adherence to humanity and just really this holding on, that dies with Claudia as well. A piece of him dies with Claudia. But in both times, he's reborn as something new. And so now that Claudia is gone, I think Louis is now reborn as a being who wants to embrace life. Louis has always been around and surrounded by death and rebirth, and he's always tried to hold on to this very firm idea of humanity and what it means to be a human and what it means to live as a human. But now, embracing, eternity ahead of you, Louis wants to live and live truthfully and live honestly. And he holds and carries Paul and Claudia with him, and they remind him to live. They were two people who saw him and really understood who he was and cared very deeply about him without condition. And it is their memory that allows him to live, and to live honestly and live truthfully and want to live. Eternity's not going anywhere. And I think Louis finally gets that now. I think he's haunted by their deaths, but he's also comforted by their presence in a way. And their portraits being up in his apartment just speak volumes. I think it's just rebirth and new beginnings for Louis Dupont du Lac from here on out. So he's in the room and he starts to meditate, and he says, basically he makes a call out to all the vampires of the world who are now reading this book, and he can hear them, and they're like, this is heresy, we need to kill him and everything like that. Like, now he's got the entire vampiric world on his ass. Like, they are coming for Louis. And Louis, basically in this last shot, it's just like, bring it on. I will tell you exactly where I am. I will tell you exactly how to get to me. And I will dare you to fuck with me in the process. And the last thing he says is, I own the night, which is a very fun contrast to where we began with season 2, episode 1, where we have the ancient world vampire saying, we own nothing. And the season ends with Louis saying, I own the night. And that is the end of season 2 of Interview with the Vampire. I thought this finale was perfecto. I thought it was so good, so brilliantly done. It was everything that I wanted it to be as someone who loves Louis, as someone who deeply cares about Claudia. I think it was a really great eulogy for her, and I feel like we'll see her again in season 3, haunting the narrative, like how Lestat was haunting the narrative this season. I want Claudia to haunt the narrative next season. I deserve that. I earned it. I've pounded the pavement. Give it to me now, Roland Jones. Respectfully, I would like Dream Claudia for season 3, please. The mention of Akasha gave me everything I needed and more. It's one line to y'all, but it was a book to me. A whole book. A book entitled The Queen of the Damned that we will be getting to sooner rather than later. And I feel like in season 3, if they're going to go back through Lestat's history, they have to talk about when he drinks Akasha's blood. Because if he already had Akasha's blood in him in Paris in the 40s, he's already awoken Akasha. So it's just a matter of time before she fully, gets going. And so I feel like we're going to get that at the end of season 3. Fingers crossed. I think it was, to me, the best episode of season 2 for sure, and definitely in my top 3 of best episodes between both seasons. It was just so good, so well done, a perfect cap to this really great season. Overall with the season, I think it was a phenomenal piece of television. I was thinking about it, I think season 1 I like still a little bit better, but just by a hair. I think season 1 was just kind of a better collective piece. I think it was a little bit better paced and better laid out. But season 2 was also really great. I know that some of the kind of like technical pieces of season 2, as far as things like pacing and, things like that, were dramatically affected by the writer's strike and actor strike that halted production last year. Rightfully so. And so because that they had a little bit of time where things, they kind of entered crunch mode, I would imagine, at a certain point. The pacing was just a little bit less tight than it was in season 1. But obviously there was a very real and valid reason as to why that might have happened. So it wasn't anything that was too glaring. It was a bit slow in the first 6 seasons, and it felt like we were kind of moving at breakneck speed for the last 2 episodes, or for the first 6 episodes, and then the last 2 episodes, it was kind of, like boom, 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 boom. But in a perfect world, there would have been a little bit of a better, more even pacing between the episodes, especially the kind of early to middle episodes, for me personally, which I think it would have just made it that much more perfect. But again, that's me being nitpicky. That's just a little technical thing. It was still brilliant. It was still a brilliant piece of television, and it makes me really excited for season 3. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think going from episode 7 and in the week between episode 7 and episode 8, getting the season 3 renewal, I was ecstatic, obviously, but I was a little bit nervous because I'm like, like a whole season kind of centered in Lestat, who we've gotten this kind of less than savory viewpoint of for a very long time. How is this going to work? And I think this episode did a really great job of assuaging some of my fears of that. You know, like Lestat is not perfect by any means, nor am I like now like, ooh, a Lestat like stan or anything like that. But I think this episode did a good job of showing his vulnerabilities, showing that he is greatly affected and impacted by Claudia's death, and he will continue to be greatly impacted and affected by Claudia's death, and seeking to atone for it, and also seeking to atone for, you know, the things that happened in his relationship with Louis. So it makes him a little bit more sympathetic to me, the audience, or part of the audience. And I thought it was a really great kind of bridge for where we were, ending this book, ending this, you know, piece of the journey, going into the next one. But that's the season finale, y'all. Like we made it to the end. We started this journey with the first episode of season 2, and now we're here, and it's just been so much fun. I want to thank everyone for, you know, tuning in every single week to hear me ramble about this show. Whether you liked what I said or whether you didn't like what I said, I still appreciate you being here with me, and I hope you'll continue to be here with me while we do some other stuff. Like, you know, we'll do some vampire stuff every once in a while, but we're branching out. We're trying a bunch of new things. I want to watch a bunch of other stuff. I want to react to a bunch of other stuff. I have a ton of video essays that I got, you know, coming down the pipeline. So I hope that you will stick around with me. Now that the show has ended, I still think I can be fun in a non-vampire context. So I hope that you will stick around for that. But as always, be sure to like and subscribe and do all that fun stuff. Let me know what you thought about this episode, and also let me know what you want to see from me going forward now that the season of Interview with a Vampire has ended. As always, I'm Bobby. This is Culture Kitsch. I don't have an outro yet, but I will see you later this week. Perhaps Friday.